I missed. Hey there, cowpoke. You must be new around these parts. Taking a snooze next to a wild rattlesnake like that? You got a death wish or something? Well, regardless of your poor napping locations, pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the Wild West. This ain't the big city no more, buddy boy. You're in a rough and tough place where the weak do not prevail. One of many, many dangers, some of which you've already become quite acquainted with, it would seem. Now, technically speaking, this isn't the West, but it is the East. But, it's also the Wild West, so you know what I mean. The name's Dale, by the way. The pleasure's all mine. I'm currently on a mission, you see. I recently retired. Used to be the sheriff of a small town up north. Consumption took most of the folks, so I didn't have much of an option but to quit. So I thought I'd use this opportunity to find myself. Maybe start up my own town. Maybe do a little bit of prospecting, perhaps. Oh, you heard me. That's right. There's gold in them there rivers. Feller played his cards right, he might be able to make a fortune. Maybe we'll make a fortune. One more thing though, partner. We'll be using Combat Extended throughout this whole series, which I've actually never used until today. So let's hope I don't get us killed in the first few days. First things first, of course, we are going to need to chop down plenty of trees and cacti. That way we can get ourselves some rootin' tootin' wood. That way we can build ourselves a rootin' tootin' shelter. You see, I kinda started with, well, nothing. A sheriff's salary don't pay all that much, so all I got's the clothes on my backs and my pistoli. Using the wood that we had collected, we quickly threw together a little wooden canopy as well as some logs. That way, once we build ourselves a fire, we'll be able to keep it going all night long, keeping ourselves fairly warm and comfortable, I suppose. I say I suppose because it's basically a leaky A-frame shack. I'm starting to feel a bit peckish, probably for the best if I start collecting food now before the sun sets. Hunting after dark is just asking for trouble. One little problem though, we only had 7 bullets and I wasted one on that rattlesnake earlier, saving your life. So I prefer not to waste what we have left trying to hunt some wild game. Luckily for us, agave and wild berries don't put up much of a fight. It's practically free food other than the time we have to spend gathering it up. No lead required for tonight's dinner, it would seem. We gathered up as much wild berry and agave for food tonight as we could before coming back to the camp and building our campfire for the evening. Not only are we much warmer now, but we can of course use this fire to fix ourselves some proper meals. And on the other bright side, this fire will keep away predators like coyotes. Might even save us from having to waste bullets on them too. On the not so bright side, the warm sand could attract our more cold-blooded companions like more rattlesnakes, causing me to waste all 6 shots missing its little noodle body. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh, as they say. But with that, my friends, I think it's time for me to retire on our very first night here. I was more than ecstatic to get a good night's rest, or as good a night's rest as I could under the wooden canopy. But as the night trickled on and the sun began to show once more, I was eager to start the next day. I began with a bit of breakfast. I like my wild berries sunny side up. Whatever that means. I don't know, but they were delicious. Speaking of which, if we're going to be living here for the foreseeable future, we should go about planting our own crops. Wild berries and agave are fine, hunting is fine, but you know what's even more fine? Some nice big potatoes. Homegrown, I might add. Ripe, round, rootin' tootin' taters. Now that is a cowboy's favorite vegetable. Rough and tough just like everything else around these parts, and best of all, they'll keep us from starving out here, so that's pretty cool too. Now most of our little base here, and or camp, and or town, whatever it ends up becoming by the end of this series, is of course going to mostly be made out of wood, as it is the most abundant resource, kind of, sorta, given our technological prowess and know-how, and also the time period. Realistically, stone is probably much more abundant than wood out in these parts, but let me be honest with you, our wooden canopy here where we're going to be sitting and eating our meals would be hideous if it were made out of stone, and I couldn't chisel a rock if my life depended on it. Speaking of, by the way, now this is a nice, shady place to have our breakfast, lunch, and supper. Not only does it keep the sun from baking my fair skin, but it also keeps the birds from dropping their droppings in my food. Now that that's completed though, I would actually end up doing a little bit of mining of steel, even though I'm not all that good at it, collecting it, that way I could bring it back to the camp and go about making myself a knife. This is not only going to be a weapon if need be, but also a bladed tool for skinning and gutting animals, as well as cutting things in general, I suppose. We would also be able to use the steel for some other purposes though, like some cooking equipment, like a great big cauldron pot that I would be able to hang over the campfire. Not only does this make cooking much faster, but obviously much easier as well. Goodbye roasted berries on a stick, hello agave stew. Oh yeah, now we're really living the life out here in the wilderness, aren't we? Well, you can't have the good without the bad. It would appear that we have a mad rat coming towards our camp. Not to worry, I think I'll be able to kill him quite easily with my... Yeah, there he is, he's dead. I stabbed the gnawing little bastard right between the eyes, right in his brain. Alright, you pesky little critter, suppose it's your turn in the stew pot. It ain't all that much meat, but it is protein nonetheless. However, as I'm sure you could guess, rats are the least of our worries out here in the whippin' wild, wild west. The worst predators are those upon two legs. We got plenty of outlaws and bandits and murderous highwaymen galore. And they would all shit their britches for the opportunity to rob, and even for some of them, to eat us. Yeah. Let that sink in. Not a lot of food out here, so some people often turn to alternative methods. Basically, what I'm getting at is that if we intend on surviving and thriving out here, we'll need some proper defenses to keep us from taking a piece of lead to the gullet. Thankfully, we just so happen to have already collected a holy shit ton of wood that would be perfect for building some walls to hide behind, barricades to hide under, as well as some spike traps to hopefully tear off a few limbs or break a few bones of our enemies. Again, I've never played with Combat Extended, but I do know that it adds some realism, so I think having some good cover so that we actually don't get shot at all is going to be best. Now that we've sorted out defenses as best we can for the time being, it's time that we tackle the issue of storage. With our limited resources and capabilities at the moment, a couple of deep holes in the ground will need to suffice. Don't worry, there's more room in there than there seems to be. We could stuff plenty of building materials down in yonder. Deep holes in the ground also have a natural cooling ability thanks to the earth itself, which works perfect for our food. We won't be keeping the food frozen this way, but it'll last a little bit longer for sure. Absolutely perfect timing, I might say. We finished up our 2 holes in the ground for storage just before we ended up getting our very first harvest of potatoes. Supple, succulent taters. Later on into the night, we had a traveling group of badass desperados who were wanting to stick around the camp for the night, given it was already pitch black outside, so of course we obliged. With a bit of caution, of course, to ensure that they didn't blow our brains out or rob us, on account of the fact that they were well armed, and, well, to be honest, you can never be too careful out here. However, we also had some unwanted guests, it would seem. A couple of man-hunting coyotes coming right for us. As we await the arrival of these dastardly coyotes, I can't help but wonder if our visitors here will assist us. I don't think they're going to have much of a choice, if you ask me, because I think they're going to have to assist us, which makes me not really want to... Ooh, I'm going to have to come this way. That makes me not really want to have to waste my bullets. Oh, we should have tried to get them to come this way. That's alright, though. It looks like they're gonna help us. Oh, they definitely are. Holy! Oh, Combat Extended is interesting, to say the least. Again, I've never played with Combat Extended. This is actually my first time. So, that's pretty incredible. I know that it's supposed to be pretty, realistic, but I don't think I realized just how realistic. Well then, it would seem that we're going to have some food for the next couple of days at the very least. Thank you ever so much for your assistance, ladies. Dang, what kind of pistol is that she's got there? You guys don't want to hear me try to pronounce that, do you, huh? Yes, indeed, awful kind of you to save us like that. Oh, and I guess it's time for you to leave. Well, you repaid us by taking care of these wild critters, and we repaid you by letting you stay here, I suppose. A fair trade-off, in my opinion. This whole ordeal helped me realize, though, of all the things that we've been focusing on, well, equipping ourselves with a weapon that we can actually use, a ranged weapon, I should say, we can actually use, has been at the bottom of our list for far too long. So, with a little bit of wood, I threw myself together a bow and arrow. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Dale, surely that short bow won't be near as good as your 6-shooter in terms of accuracy or even damage. Indeed, my observant friend. However, the bow does come with its own incredible benefit, or at least it does until we can manage to research the ways of gunpowder. Seems simple enough, right? Well, I'll level with you. I've shot guns my whole life, but I haven't the slightest clue how to make any bullets, so, until then, stone arrows are completely free of charge, other than our time, of course, and this is the one benefit of using the bow. Sure, it's not near as good as any firearm, realistically, but the arrows are basically inexpensive, and we can continue reloading it as much as we like with the materials around us. And because of this, that does mean that we can use it as much as we like for hunting purposes, though perhaps a crocodile was not a good first target. Nevertheless, it seems to have worked. Oh, good lord, that's a whole lot of work for an overgrown lizard. Nevertheless, though, it is good eating. Plenty of meat and plenty of lizard skin. And we didn't have to waste a single shell on it. Speaking of waste, I didn't want to waste any of this gator, so I used some wood to fashion together a proper butchering table, and with my knife I had made earlier, it was pretty easy to gut and skin this big boy, except moving his big ass around. Got all that meat, got all that skin, perfect. The lizard skin and a couple of dead rabbits later, and we had enough leather to roughly sew together some patch leather. It ain't the prettiest, or most durable, or the cleanest. However, we would be able to use this patch leather to build our very own tent and to furnish it with a good comfy bedroll. Much better than the shabbily thrown together canopy we were sleeping in. It also gives us a mood buff for sleeping inside the tent at night as well and keeps us quite warm. I would highly prefer not to actually have to use patch leather for all of our textile needs though, so I'm actually going to be sowing a very small little field here of cotton. Once fully grown, as I'm sure you probably already know, we can harvest it and we'll get cloth from it. A much more versatile and, more importantly, soft textile that we can use in the stead of patch leather, or leather in general, realistically. I also finally broke down and decided to build myself a research table. We're going to begin researching into gunpowder, as we kind of briefly touched on earlier. The reason for this is because we need it as a prerequisite for gunsmithing. I know, right? Obvious. But the only reason we're going for gunsmithing is because this will allow us to build a loading bench, which we can then use to make ammunition, such as for our pistol. Now, I describe the action of building the research table and using it to research this technology as breaking down finally to do it. The reason I say that is because I was really holding off on this until we somehow managed to get another person in our little posse here. Unfortunately though, as you well know, and I well know, that has yet to happen. The reason that I'm so worried about this, or that I even care about this, is because Dale, myself, has a dogshit intellectual skill, with it being that of the skill of 2. Yep, in other words, we will not be researching gunpowder anytime soon, and realistically, we're only kinda getting the head start into the research so somebody else hopefully can finish it later on for us in a much faster fashion. As we're in the middle of attempting to learn about gunpowder, though, we did end up getting a bulk goods trader from a nearby settlement. I don't think these fellas are going to be helping us with our research either, as they seem like Neanderthalic brutes. Such a shame. Although I suppose we could at least end up selling them some of the leathers that we have been collecting thus far, which would only end up fetching us about 46 pieces of silver. That's the most money I've seen in a long time. It ain't much, but it's a start. Now, I'm not looking to make no vast fortune out here, unless I have the opportunity to do so, obviously. But, you know, a little bit of money here and there never hurt nobody, as money is king, especially in these parts. But bullets are also king, and you need money to buy bullets. I think you see where I'm going with this. After a while, we had a tribal refugee by the name of Rishesh who was approaching. Apparently, he had had some type of argument with his village leader and was banished from the village, requesting to stay here with us for just over a month. Reluctantly and cautiously, we would end up accepting his offer. He was a little bit frightening at first, and then he ended up taking his mask off, and we were less scared of him. It was nice to have some helping hands around here, especially for the different types of work that we weren't good at, like tending to animals, taming animals, cooking meals, but most importantly, of course, doing research. Indeed, thanks to Rishesh's big brain, we might just be able to finish up that research into gunpowder much faster than we initially were going to. And of course, this would free me up to do other things, such as building him a nice patch leather tent to keep him warm and comfortable all night long as well. Late into the evening, he actually asked me what I call this place and what we call ourselves. I didn't have an answer for him, and I thought to myself, damn, if only I knew some wonderful people who could leave these suggestions in the comments section down below. I would be ever so grateful if you would do that for me. Thank you, I love you. Something else we were freed up to do was go about mining more steel. Not only was I attempting to get my mining skill up a little bit while we had the time, not having to do research, but also I wanted to collect a lot of this steel. That way we could go about using it for more defenses. In particular, I was quite interested in building us some barbed wire fencing going around the perimeter of our barricades. The process of doing this is going to take quite some time as we need a lot of the fencing, but once it's finished, I think it will really help us out. Good luck stepping in that without ripping open an artery or two. By this point, we had also gotten our very first harvest of our cotton, leaving us with plenty of cloth that we could use to go about making ourselves some apparel. Although this little fashion statement is actually going to be for our new friend. Just as well, we would also use some wood to make him a short bow. The bow, of course, so he can help us fend off any attackers and do some hunting, but the hat is a bit of a thank you to all of his help that he's been giving us thus far. I also thought that he looked mighty handsome in it. Oh, and before I forget to mention, do you remember those two fellas who were having a fist fight in the trade caravan earlier? Turns out one of them dropped a couple sticks of dynamite and a Derringer pistol. Not exactly an armory, but I'll take free dynamite and a pistol any day. Now then, it would seem we've finally completed our barbed wire fencing, and thus we have also completed our defensive perimeter around our camp. With our main priority now out of the way, it's time for us to focus on lighting this place up. Not only are we fairly well defended, but we can also see where we're supposed to be stepping during the nighttime in case of an attack. In a place like this with vicious and venomous creatures galore, that is quite important. The following day, finally, we have finished our research into gunpowder, now allowing us to begin working on machining, which will then allow us to work on gunsmithing. Alas, earlier I forgot to mention we have to do machining first to get to gunsmithing, and also we have to do electricity to get to machining. We are a very far ways off, I'm afraid. Now, I know what you must be thinking. Surely electricity will ruin the immersion of the whippin' Wild West, no? I don't think so, friends, as the electrical machines we will be using will be early-stage, simplistic industrial inventions. Think along the lines of, say, the telegraph. As you can see, even our power generation methods will be simple with rustic windmills or steam engines, assuming we end up using any of them anytime soon anyhow. The loading bench doesn't actually require electricity to run, as you can see here on the left side, so not really sure why we have to figure out electricity first, but I don't know, I just research things, right? So we may not end up using electricity at all. That might be something we tackle later on down the line, and even if we do, again, to reiterate, we're just going to be using it for light bulbs and simple stuff. With all that being said, I do think that we need a better place to go about doing research. Having it up against the mountain like this, having our papers scatter every time the wind blows is less than optimal, to say the least. So I think a nice shabby wooden shack thrown together to keep the elements off our back and the sun from beating down on our brow as we go about educating ourselves is going to be much better. I had hoped to make a few wooden bookshelves, as this would actually increase our research speed, but the problem is we need someone with a construction skill of 6, which I currently don't have, I'm afraid. I think I have a 3 or a 4, so we have plenty of work to do before we're able to build those. Speaking of skills, we finally got our planting skill up to the point that we could sow some heelroot ourselves. Much easier and more efficient than searching for it out in the wild. Safer as well. I also ended up taking the time and resources to build us a couple of recreational areas where we can go about entertaining ourselves, like a nice wooden table where we can stab in between our fingers. Doesn't that sound fun and totally safe and not dangerous at all? Oh, we also built a horseshoe pin. Now that we got a few ways to have some fun, we also have someone else, yet another refugee by the name of Asuma, requesting to stay with us here. Apparently his town was burned down by a filthy gang of bandits recently, and he was requesting to stay with us for about a month, as well as Rishesh. A little suspicious we got two refugees requesting to stay with us like this at the same time, but I accept. However, if you're trying to play me, I won't hesitate to blow your brains out. Okay, Asamu wasn't all that great at most things, but he did have a burning passion for intellectual research, which is great because we have so much research to do. Time to get that skill up pretty quickly, big boy. Because of this, of course, one of the first things we ended up doing after his arrival was building a secondary research table that unfortunately is going to have to be outside for the time being. But this does mean he'll be able to help out to the best of his ability, though it'd be limited a little bit by the temperature and the weather, and of course we ended up building him a proper tent in the camp as well. While we're still talking about the camp, we also ended up putting in some camping luggage and equipment, as well as a few more log piles, which actually increases everyone's mood, kinda similar to how a dresser and end table in a normal bedroom do. Sometime later, and we would once again end up having a caravan of settlers coming to do a bit of trading with us, and this time around, since we had so much cloth, we would actually end up selling it to them in exchange for a chemical known as promethium. This special, deadly little chemical is crucial for crafting a very hot project that we had in mind. 10, count them, 10, I know it says 9, I took one already, Molotov cocktails. Yeah, sure, we could have used bottles of liquor instead, but then what would we drink? We made these for defensive purposes, in case we were to get attacked by bandits or highwaymen sometime soon, and each of us ended up taking about 3 to 4 of them. I gotta say, we're nearing the end of the video, and yet we haven't even had our first raid yet, an actual raid. I was pretty confused by this, but I believe it may have something to do with the modded Western-style storyteller we're using. Even though it states he prefers for a story to go down in a blaze of glory, not exactly our experience thus far. However, right after I finished saying these words, we had bandits demanding we give them money. Well, looks like we might just have ourselves a grand shootout yet. If we don't pay this demand for money, they might just come to collect it for themselves. If we do pay it, they might still do that anyways, although they do claim that they'll protect us from other people, which I highly doubt. Well, we refuse to be shaken down like the common peasant. Plus, we don't have enough money even if we wanted to pay it. Which we don't. After sending them a letter back letting them know our decision, they actually seemed happy that we refused their offer. That's weird. Why would they... Oh, well, looks like we're gonna have that first raid finally. They ended up sending one hideous asshole bandit with a rifle. Our bandit compadre here is headed this way with his musket. Now, I'm gonna pause for a second here as we are going to be hiding back here, kind of back behind the mountain here, not even behind our defenses yet. I plan on using our bows, as they are going to fire much faster, I think, than that musket. Obviously, though, the musket is going to fire much harder, so that's a big concern. With any luck... Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, yeah, he ended up hitting a spike trap. We don't even have to worry about it. Absolutely perfect. Let's go ahead and carry him. I'm gonna carry him over here, drop him, and we're gonna tend to his wounds. Let's see, what did that do? It cracked a few bones, bruised him, and even cut him in a few places, but he is alive. And that is the most important part, because... Yes, indeed. So he has burning passions for melee, cooking, and intellectual. He's not very good at most things except for melee, of course, but that burning passion for cooking and intellectual will be perfect. Especially since our two friends here, though they might end up joining us, they also might not. So it would be good to have somebody around if and when they end up leaving us. Now, with that being said, though, I am going to go about building a small temporary little wooden cell here. That way we can actually start recruiting him proper. It's going to take a little bit of time, though, for us to get that done. Alright, and so we also have a musket, which is interesting. 14 musket balls, 15 silver, and a steel cleaver. Pretty good little haul, I'd say, fellas. I'm gonna stand over here with him, kind of holding him and restraining him, even though he is injured, till we can get that built. Perfect. For now, we'll use a shabby and shitty little sleeping bed, or sleeping spot, but I would like to build him a wooden simple bed, which is honestly better than what we have, as we are sleeping on some bedrolls in our tents, but this will also mean that he'll he'll join us much better the more comfortable he is. Of course, though, it's going to need quite a bit more work. We need some proper flooring in here. Everyone's sleeping, I think. Except for myself, of course. I'm just entertaining myself with a bit of recreation. Hopefully he doesn't end up getting an infection. I think we do have some heal root somewhere if he does end up getting one. I also think we might need to cut some more trees and cacti. I don't know if we have enough wood at the moment for the torches and the flooring and everything. Alright, so we'll get this going for him here. We'll feed him, and we will, most importantly, start recruiting him. He has a resistance of 14, so it's going to take a little while, but he will eventually, hopefully, end up joining us. Ah, there you go, buddy. Isn't that a little bit more comfortable? Now think, you stay with those damned bandits you're hanging around with and won't be able to live in this luxury like this. Hey, even though, you know, I mean, you don't exactly have a choice. Yeah, we'll throw in some staggered wooden board flooring. I might even smooth. Can I smooth these? We can, just because. Try to pretty it up a little bit for him. But with that, we now have our very own prisoner, and our camp is coming along quite nicely, I must say. I'm very proud of how far we've come with it, to be honest with you. It's looking pretty good, and our defenses are pretty good too, even though we didn't even have to really use them in this case, thanks to our spike traps. And so, with that, we would immediately start working on prettying up the prison for our new bandit prisoner to hopefully get him to kind of change his mind and maybe to rehabilitate him for the good of the world. Or he can help us kill some of his friends. Whatever he chooses. Once we had him taken care of, we would also immediately start tilling up a small field, one in which we plan on growing plenty of hay grass. Now, not only can we use hay grass to go about taming and feeding some wild animals that we can tame, of course, but we can also use it to go about building some wagons like a horse-drawn carriage. This is a much more versatile mode of transportation, other than just walking, and it has a decent-ish cargo space. Not exactly what I want to be using for trade caravans, although it is definitely possible. At the very least, it is much faster trotting down a dirt road than trying to jog down it without it. But before we knew it, we had yet another attack from a separate bandit gang. I guess I should have kept my mouth shut earlier, huh? We have our next bandit coming this way, who also appears to have... what type of weapon is this? A bolt-action rifle of European design. Now that is interesting. They're attacking immediately. Okay, alright. Well, we are going to prepare immediately. Rishish has major food poisoning. Big issue, big issue. Please drop your short bow and give it to somebody who would be better off using it at the moment. I'm actually going to have you come inside here. You're too slow. We'll let Osamu use the short bow, which is going to be much more useful. I guess we could. I would use that musket. I think we stuffed it in one of our storage areas, but we might not even have to because of our spike traps again, thankfully. Indeed, yeah. Well, actually, I think we are going to have to use it, but we came pretty close to not having to. Oh, there we go. She has an incredible plant skill and shooting skill. And, well, I wouldn't call these incredible, but they're good. And she has burning passions in those and artistic. I guess I'll try to tend to her. I notice we're starting to get a lot more raids a lot more frequently all of a sudden. We have the ammunition for her rifle, which doesn't exactly look time appropriate, unfortunately. There might be a conversion mod or something I could use to make it look that way, but as for right now, it's just how it's stacked, okay? It's not a big deal, I hope. We will tend to her, though, and I'm gonna stuff her... oh, man. I think temporarily I'm gonna stuff her in here with our current prisoner. I think it would definitely be best, though, if I ended up... I definitely think it would be best for us to set up a proper prison, is what I was going to say. Something like this wouldn't be bad. Bit of a small prison cell, though, isn't it? Do this. So we'll try doing a prison right here for them. We'll have to start working on that. Until then, though, I'm going to toss her in the hole. She has a couple of bruises and cracks and things like that. That's about it. But she's going to be in a lot of pain. I don't know. Do we want her? She's great at fighting, but she will be in a lot of pain. And that's going to cause her to have a lot of mental breaks. And we're already good at plants ourselves. Alright. I'm going to make the decision. Alright, ma'am. I apologize, but I'm going to make the decision to... finish you off. I mean, you did try to murder us. And even though you have good skills, I think taking you on would be a little bit too fast, although we should have stripped you before I killed you, but whatever, that's okay. I just don't want to get too many people too fast, especially not one who could end up having more mental breaks and causing trouble for the other two of us, assuming our two visitors here end up leaving us and not offering to join us. And, I mean, she was a guilty, filthy, murderous bandit, so who cares, right? Again, maybe you don't agree with that decision, you fine folks watching. Maybe I should have tried to keep her simply because she had such a good shooting skill, but I don't know. I feel like the cons outweighed the pros there when it came to her joining us. So I'm going to set up a area. We'll toss her corpse up here, of course. But yeah, I would just don't really want to take her in simply because she had the old gunshot. She had the scratch scar, which was aching. She was going to be in a lot of pain. With that being on her left leg, too, that would have made her very slow for the most part. So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to think I made the right decision there, even if maybe I didn't. Even if we weren't going to take the now deceased bandit as a prisoner, though, I still think that building a couple of cells here within this small rock formation is going to be the best outcome in terms of us making our very own little prison here. I believe it'll be much more secure than the one that we had built previously. It's much more uniform as well, and I think that it really fits within the camp in this area much better as well. Unfortunately, during this time as we were building our new prison, though, we ended up completing the quest where Rishesh was staying with us for 16 days, and he ended up leaving without us even getting to say goodbye as, again, we were working on the prison. But he will forever be in our memories and in our hearts, and who knows, we might even cross paths with him later on. We also finally ended up finishing our research into electricity, or a basic way of creating electricity, I should say, with machining and then ultimately gunsmithing being our next two projects. Again, though, these are going to take a very long time. Unlike our field of hay grass, which is now fully grown to maturity and is ready to be harvested. Once we ended up doing so, we would expend about 100 or so to go about building ourselves that horse-drawn wagon that we were talking about earlier. And then I decided to take the stallions out for a little bit of a test drive. Now this bad boy, as we have mentioned, is much faster than walking around on foot, great for caravans kinda sorta, but it also can be used during battles to trample and run over any bandits coming our way. Might be a little too dangerous to attempt with combat extended, but I guess we'll see. Now that we have so much infrastructure in place, I also want to pretty it up a bit. Not only should it be functional, but we are going to be living here. It should be comfortable as well. I started putting in some rugs, outside of course, with our outdoor seated eating area with our canopy, and just as well, next to the mountain here, I actually kind of built onto the side of the mountain with a little wooden roof, as well as just some struts, and we ended up putting a nice little workshop back in here. Let me know if you guys think that it looks kind of odd. I think that it almost is perfect, I'm not going to lie, in my opinion. It has that kind of rustic, makeshift kind of feel that we're trying to go for here with the camp right now. The most important thing of all, though, ended up happening when we recruited Gao. You remember Gao? He tried to shoot us a few weeks ago with his musket. Oh, those were good times, but not anymore because he's a good person, a changed feller, if you will. He's realized the errors of his way and he has joined us. Oh, I see you found your old rifle. Well, as long as you choose targets that are not our foreheads this time around, I don't mind at all. Such a grand achievement must be celebrated with a grand occasion. We decided to go on a celebratory hunt for a cougar. Good job, Gao, old buddy. Or should I say, new buddy. Now that there is a magnificent carcass. Not only will we be eating it, but I think we'll be planting its head firmly in our new workshop. Consider this a symbol, a testament to our new friendship and to our new home. Howdy there, cowpoke. The name's Dale. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my camp. It's our very own little slice of survival out here in the burning sands. You could think of it like a comfortable pillow laying on top of a pile of cacti. These here are my compadres. Although Asuma here is only a temporary guest, we still love him all the same. Feller needed help and a place to stay, so we gave it to him. I'm just an awful nice guy, I suppose. First things first, we got a wild woman wandering around the camp. One with a really good shooting and intellectual skill. I never quite understood why these wild types are so darn smart, but I won't look a gift horse in the arse. Now, of course, I ain't got no interest in harming her, even though she does keep eating our crops. Only issue with taming her, though, is that none of our hardy little trio here has a high enough animal skill or necessary experience, an issue that we plan to remedy here today. But in the meantime, until we get somebody with a good animal skill, we are going to be working on some research. This is research from the last bit of research we were doing into machining and then ultimately gunsmithing. This way we can go about making our own ammunition. We're also tidying things up and making a few improvements around the camp, such as a nice little beaten dirt path. That way we don't have any vegetation growing in our walkways. We would also add in a new, very small growing area, specifically for chem root. This root, once fully grown, will actually give us an interesting chemical, you could call it, known as chem fuel, used for lighting some oil lamps and things like that, as well as maybe having some purposes in different types of weapons. It does take a little bit of time to grow though, so we'll check back in on that later. As for right now, we finally finished up research into machining, allowing us to create basic types of automation. And now we are going to begin working on gunsmithing finally, so we can finish up that loading bench. Although this will also allow us to create many different types of weapons as well. We need to try to be as quick as possible though, because Asuma is actually going to be departing us in 11 hours, and he is currently the brains of the operation. By that I mean that he has the highest intellectual skill. Whoa, hey there, cowpoke. Before you end up leaving, would you mind giving back our stone axe, our bow, our arrows, and everything else that we gave you? Thanks. Sorry to do you that way, pal, but you know how it is out here, huh? The environment's rough, but the people are even worse. Those arrows might just save us in a pinch, or those Molotovs we gave you. You had your choice to stay. Who knows, someday our paths may cross again. But until then, Asuma, be safe out there. Speaking of safety, I ended up mining out plenty of steel ore for safety's sake. For you see, my friends, I would end up using this steel to build us a couple of 4-pounder cannons at each of our defensive points around the camp. This bad little bitch packs quite a punch, though it be quite small. Don't underestimate it. Now granted, we might not be able to make our own shells just yet for our guns, but we have a good grasp of basic gunpowder as things are, so we could make some basic ammo. Not for guns, of course, but for those cannons. Some 4-pound shells are going to be the limit here, though, for the cannons, because anything larger would probably blow everything to tarnation, including us operating the cannon, which is not ideal. Now then, let's say we give this bad boy a little test. God dang, that's got a little kick to her, huh? Put a good dent into some steel ore. Imagine what it would do to a bandit's gullet or a wild bear's head. That is one incredible security upgrade. Now that we have some new defensive weapons to help us stave off any would-be attackers, we're going to start putting a heavy focus on finishing our research into gunsmithing, especially now that Asuma has left us and we don't exactly have a dedicated researcher. During this time, we also ended up having a wild emu self-tame. Sadly, we're too heavy to ride this little feathered feller. Since he's a male, he won't be able to lay any eggs for us. So, what is he good for? Well, I guess he could be the sex appeal. Meanwhile, we, the brains of the operation, have finally finished that research into gunsmithing. Oh, sweet heavens, it's about darn time. We would absolutely waste no time building that loading bench that we so desperately needed. Finally, with this new production area, these techniques, and this technology under our belt, we would also immediately start making our very own ammunition. One of our largest hindrances since we set up shop here at the camp finally behind us. Best of all, of course, now that we can make our own bullets, that also means we can use our firearms as much as we so choose. Thank God Almighty. This sure as hell made hunting a lot easier. No more slinging 10 arrows at a pheasant for hours on end, hoping to actually have some meat in our stew pot tonight. Now, not only will we be able to stock up on meat much faster and much easier, but just as well, we'll also be able to do the same with leather, which is always a crucial component for many of our Western apparels and items. Now that we can finally help ourselves, we can also look into maybe helping other people. We received an emergency letter from a fella by the name of Golf, who's apparently being held hostage by some bandits a little bit to our north. They butchered his friends and now they're trying to hold him ransom. It's a couple days journey and no doubt will be rife with danger and treachery. What? What do you mean don't help him? Whoa, might I remind you, Mr. or Mrs. Yellowbelly, that I was a sheriff, a lawman, a man of honor. If this fella is in need, then I am obliged to lend a helping hand. Gal, grab the dynamite. We're headed north. Alrighty, we're locked and loaded. Time to head out. Now, while we're away, you, yes, you, Emu are in charge. Mwah. The road north was long and tedious, but thanks to our horse-drawn carriage, it was actually fairly comfortable. We would spend our late nights gazing up at the stars, careful not to make too large of a fire to attract any attention. After a while, we had finally arrived. Well, this wasn't exactly what we were expecting. I kinda thought that they were going to have a shabby little camp like ours. This is more of some kind of actual hideout. Nevertheless, there's a fella over there that needs our help. Duty calls, gal, and we are on a righteous mission of rescue. Time to make the bacon. A few things to be wary of here. They have these ditches. Now, I don't think they can actually use these for cover. Based on what I see here, it doesn't look like they'll be able to use them for cover. But they do have these large sconces, which is made from earthwork. So it's basically giant mud and, dirt mounds that they can actually take cover behind, with it having a cover height of 0.96 meters. So we do have to watch out for that because they have better defenses, obviously, than we do out here in the open. But I wonder if we could get close enough, maybe over this way, perhaps. So I'm actually going to attempt to come up here. Maybe ride through the forest a bit if we can, and we'll come over this way. Hopefully they won't be able to see us pulling up. Hopefully they won't hear our ponies trotting through the woods here. Alright, so we have arrived. Let's hop out, and we actually brought along with us some dynamite. I had hoped to bring along with us our cannons, but unfortunately that was not the case. It was a bit too heavy. We've got a few sticks of dynamite. I'm actually going to pick up, let me pick up 2 more, and then we'll give Gal the other 2. We both have our sticks of dynamite. Now, this is where the dangerous business happens. I was hoping to ride our carriage through here and distract them or run them over, but we would almost definitely get killed. Maybe once they go inside, we could probably sneak up to about right here. We're not going to be able to get in these doors, is the issue. We could attempt to blow the doors off, but then these 2 are going to come near us and start shooting, as they'll definitely hear that. With him going in there, we might come back. Yeah, he's coming around this corner. Trying to do this without getting seen. Now they're both coming out. That is a problem. We do this silently. At least until we detonate the dynamite. Okay, so he's down here keeping guard. We've got this guy up here. Oh, no. Come this way, come this way. He's about to see us. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know how to handle this all that well without getting shot in the chest. Now might be our time to shine. Now might be our time to shine. Let's go. Okay. Come on. Oh. The other guy's coming. Oh, they're both coming. Okay, now we're making some good headway, though. Ideally, we'd be able to take 2 of them out with 1 stick of dynamite. If he comes this way, I'll chuck it right there. Is he gonna stop short, though? Yeah, he is. Okay. Let's try it. Here we go. Throw it. He doesn't even see us. Oh! I think we're in good shape. We've got this bastard with a stick of dynamite. There's no way he lives after this. Oh, we did hit him though, and he's alive? Okay, I was completely wrong about most of it. Oh, here comes his pal to check on what's going on. See you later, buddy. Oh my god, they don't even see us. Oh god. Alright, let's just go balls to the wall. Reload that rifle. Here I come, baby. Oh, I need cover. Damn. Get his ass. Get his ass, gal. Get his ass. Oh, thank God. Oh, he's about to blast me, I think. Okay, I punched him. That's good. I punched him. Here we go. Bang, bang. Later, loser. Later, loser. Holy shit, we actually won. Oh, I was very nervous about that. Let's see here. Cox, hello. You are an exceptional mining fella, and you also have a pretty good social skill. Greedy. That's fine. We can live with that. And you didn't lose anything. Your bones are just cracked and your organs blasted by dynamite. Holy. Let's go ahead and tend to you. I will tend to you and your poor friend here. Well, there's no saving him, I'm afraid. You also have a nice pistol. A Colt 1873 single action army revolver. All right. So let's see. One of these buildings here, I'm guessing it's this one. It's normally the stone one that they keep prisoners in for safety's sake, obviously. Okay. Nobody in here. We have mangoes, pemmican, and some Parisian medicine. There's some good medicine. We also got some simple cots and stuff we could take with us, although I don't think we can carry all this back. Wine racks. Do you have any wine? I'm not seeing any. And, oh, wait, there's a bit of gold here. Hello, and some components. All right. That's good. So that would mean, though, that the prisoner is down here. Cox is in no immediate danger. I do want to pick him up. That way he doesn't escape. Let's see. Oh, Golf the prisoner. Hello there, friend. Go ahead and free you. Hopefully you'll join us. And you did. Welcome aboard, my friend. Let's check you out. You are a trigger-happy civil sergeant who's not very good at most things except for animals and artistic work, which animals is actually exactly what we need. We need some critters like horses, but we also need to be able to tame that wild woman back home. Right, we're going to take all the ammunition and a lot of the food and everything, and we will actually get to heading home. And we also, of course, have Cox here, who will be our prisoner, who we can hopefully get to join us as well. That was a mighty fine mission, and neither of us actually got hit. Well, Gao did get hit, right? Bruises, that's it, bruises. Well, that's nothing. That's really good. I was really nervous about using the dynamite. I was afraid that it might detonate a little bit too close to us. It can be very risky, but to play the game of life, you have to take risks sometimes, I believe, eh? Once we got everyone and everything loaded back onto our stagecoach, we would immediately begin heading back south, arriving home a couple days later. All our torches were out, things were dark, and our home was soggy and wet, but it felt nice being back. Now comes the worst part after any little road trip, having to haul all our things inside. Oh yeah, you're probably wondering where Cox is, ain't you? Dead. Yep, infection took him on the way home. Welcome to the wild and dirty West. That's alright, I've been looking for something to feed to the fishes. We've been wanting to come out here and do a little bass fishing anyway, so we might as well put out some bait. Might seem a little cruel or twisted, but going back to the earth and its creatures this way is actually quite respectable. Speaking of respectable, our new compadre Golf and his great big animal skill have joined us, as we saw previously when, of course, we rescued him, but he is also now clothed. What do the two have to do with each other? Not much. I just wanted to mention that he has a good animal skill and that he is going to actually start attempting to tame the wild woman wandering around the camp, though it does seem like it's probably going to take him a few attempts. Now then, time we continue furthering our education into exceedingly advanced technologies, such as coal mining. Once complete, we should have access to obtaining this lucrative black jewel from the mountains. I suppose the research is to educate us as to the difference between coal and other minerals, at least in their appearance, like slate. We don't exactly have a keen eye for this sort of thing at the moment, but you may be curious as to why we even care about obtaining coal. Well, we will also have the opportunity to research locomotives, and if we do indeed build ourselves a bustling town or an extravagant company and quaint village to manage it, we'll be needing ample transport of ourselves as well as our products. Basically, coal to power our trains. For you see, my friends, though I thoroughly enjoy this region of the world, I feel that moving on from our starting location, once we have a true and real team of vagabonds like myself, might be for the best. There are many more opportunities out there that we currently have limited access to, such as prospecting gold, growing fertile fields of wheat and other grains, mining coal from some of the largest and oldest mountains of the planet, endless possibilities beyond the shoreline that we call home. It's a big world out there, and we shouldn't just limit ourselves to what we're comfortable with. Now then, as I've been yapping, it would appear that Golf has finally managed to recruit the wild woman known as Isla. Welcome aboard, ma'am. I'm glad you remember us. You've been eating our potatoes for the last 6 months. Not that that's a problem. Finally, we have yet another dedicated researcher with a crazy good intellectual skill. Truth be told, she, I, Golf, and Gao are quite the little team. And I think with another couple more people, we might actually be ready for our big move off into the world in search of greener pastures and better opportunity. But as always, defense and safety are of the utmost priority. And because of that, I'm actually going to be tailoring together some unique items for our protection. Bandoliers. Think of them like leather belts that hold bullets for quick reload. Pretty soon all four of us were wearing our very own bandoliers. Now you might think, well, you know, it's all well and good, they look great, and you guys look super badass, but do they actually have any functionality? Indeed they do. Decreasing aiming time by 20% and ranged cooldown by 8%, these bandoliers could easily mean the difference between life and death in a shootout. Well, other than gunslinging and shootouts, we also had a flock of chickens who ended up joining us. I would bet that they were probably left behind at some farmhouse, or perhaps left there alone after bandits killed their masters. Either way, our humble abode isn't exactly large enough for this size chicken flock, so we would end up selling off the majority of them, keeping a rooster and 2 hens for ourselves for egg-laying purposes in case we want some breakfast. And also we might eventually, once we have a larger place, end up breeding them together and getting plenty of little chickadees. By this point, we were also finally able to go about harvesting that kim root we planted so long ago. There we are. Damn, that there is blinding like the sun. This type of fuel burns brighter and hotter than any other oil lantern we've used. Just how we like it. We would also finish up our research into coal mining, giving us the techniques for building quarries, as well as identifying, you could say, these special minerals that we need. And for our next research, we're going to be working on steam locomotives. Now, this is, of course, going to take quite some time, as locomotives are a little bit more complicated than coal mining, as you might imagine. But once we have this research under our belt, I think we'll finally be ready to head out on our next big adventure. That being said, though, this big adventure is going to require us to basically uproot everything that we've built here at the camp, including many heavy cannons and other production areas, and carry it across to wherever we're going. So I'm actually also going to be building some ox carts. We need some big, strong animals to help us out with this. Along with that, additionally, we're also going to attempt to start taming some donkeys and other rideable species like horses. But there are no horses around here, so just donkeys for now. After several days of researching and attempting to tame animals, we would finally end up with at least a couple of donkeys. Though there is still a lot of work that is going to be needed before we can carry on with the rest of our lives and our big glorious expedition. We are getting awfully close. But whenever you're on the path to glory, there are always bound to be some roadblocks. It would seem we have a man-hunting pack of bears that have entered our region, coming from the western temperate forest in search of food. Big, fat food. And we've been eating pretty damn well, I must say. Not only was this a pack of grizzlies, but their matriarch was one of legendary proportions. Scarred with the attempts of many a young, ambitious hunter, said to be unkillable. This bear is very fast, and if we have any hope of getting away from it, we're gonna have to use some explosives. Alright, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Can we move? Go, 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 go. Actually, you there. Get in the wagon, quickly. Thank you, Golf. Come this way, and then this way. Dale is about to get absolutely mauled. And this is bad. Oh god, this is bad. Oh god, this is bad. Oh, maybe it's not too bad, though. Wait a minute. Oh my god! Oh! That was absolute cinema. Alright, I know I'm just pushing buttons, but imagine Dale jumps onto the wagon as it's speeding by the legendary bear. Holy shit, that was scary. I thought for sure he was about to get absolutely slaughtered. Damn, that was a close call. However, still got a big issue here. The legendary bear is getting ready to come through the camp. See if we can get away from him here. If we can get some distance. Oh man, yeah, he's about to get us. That's not great. Not great at all, I must say. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Even with Gao firing at him, I mean, this is not good at all. This is really not good at all. Oh, damn. Damn, damn, damn. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh, my God! Oh, God. Oh, come on. Isla, Isla, no! Don't die, don't die. That was an absolutely clutch shot with the cannon. Okay, getting mauled by 2 grizzlies, though. Not great. Let's bring the wagon over. Damn, Isla survived. The legendary bear killing it basically point blank with a 4-pound cannon. Gao, very much injured. How we looking? 4 hours. You have been mauled, but you are okay for the most part. Let's see. Isla's probably going to get mauled by the 2 smaller bears. Yeah, that's a shame. Okay, a huge shame, might I just say. Let's see about getting Golf and Dale out. I'm gonna get them over here. Want to ensure. I forgot. Golf's only got a little pistol. That's all right though. Dale can shoot from here. It's gonna take a minute to. There we go. There we go. Yes! Put the bears down. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank God. So we have survived. Let's go ahead. Oh, no. Isla, no. Isla's right arm was bitten off. Son of a bitch. But she had quite the legendary, takedown there of the bears. So, I mean, yeah, she lost her arm, but that was pretty damn incredible. With that cannon, an absolute rush job. Point blank with the cannon. Absolutely incredible. Let's start tending to them very quickly. Golf, not very great at tending, but that's okay. I'm going to let you tend to Gao because he needs it and so does Isla. I want to make sure that they don't end up dying here. Gao's using our Parisian medicine. Normally I would say no, but since he has a horrible medical skill, I think that's fine. Isla's already back on her feet. Holy shit. Killed a legendary grizzly bear with a cannon. Point blank. I know I keep saying it, but that was incredible. And survived getting mauled by 2, yes, count them, 2 smaller grizzly bears, only to be back on her feet within maybe a couple hours. After getting her right arm ripped off. Holy shit, that's incredible. Dale, you can actually start tending to Gao because Golf is about to get him killed. Looks like Gao's going to be okay too, though. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. 4 hours, yep. And we're good. Isla, completely, I wouldn't say completely healed, but definitely not far from that, but okay. Oh my God, this wild woman is pretty insane. You know, she's starting to shape up quite the little story for herself here. Getting plenty of glory, that's for sure. My God. Oh, that was incredible. Let's see. Isla's 4-pounder round shot obliterated its body. Yeah. I was thinking maybe in the brain or something, but still. Well, that was a rough turn of events, but we not only survived, but I'd say we thrived in that scenario. That was insane. I was very stressed out. I thought for sure we were going to lose Gao or Isla there, but a legendary bear. Now, I think if we get a legendary bear pelt from this. I can't remember, but I think the bear pelt is like we can make something with it. Am I wrong? Let me look. Yeah, a bear hat. Okay, so you need the legendary bear pelt to make the hat. We need crafting of 12? Come on. I don't think the pelt goes bad, though. I'm gonna go ahead and let Dale start butchering the legendary bear carcass before it expires. I don't think the pelt will expire, will it? Let's take a look. No, but it deteriorates if it's outside, so we'll have to make sure that we get it hauled right away into one of our storage pits here. Legendary pelts. Okay. Oh, we can also make rugs out of them, it looks like. That might be interesting, but you know what? Isla killing that bear? I think I want to get someone with a good enough crafting skill to go about actually making the hat for her. She's well earned it. It's gonna be a little bit, though. Nobody has quite the crafting skill, so that's a shame, but once they do, we'll get that made for her, as that, I can't get over that. That was a crazy, it all happened so fast. It was a crazy feat, though, that happened there. A heroic tale for sure. That's the type of special stuff that only happens in RimWorld, really. It makes you love it, right? That's always my favorite kind of stuff, is the battles we have and the losses we take like a right arm, but the clutch moves that we pull. I don't know. That's always tickled my fancy about the game. Been one of my little special interests with the game ever since I first saw it. Even with his epic and righteous killing the legendary bear, that bear was dirty as shit and ended up giving Gal an infection in his left shoulder. Thanks to my wonderful medical skill, as well as our good Parisian medicine that we still had left over, he would quickly gain immunity, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna have to hack off his arm the old Western way. Good for him. While he's resting, I'm working on some personal art pieces. You know, we have the legendary bear's pelt, but the other two grizzlies, we will be mounting their heads on a nice solid plank of oak and hickory, respectively, and hanging them up around the camp. Truly, I think that they add quite a bit of beauty and mystique, if you will, to the place. They also tell the story of a legendary fight between men and beast. Ah, indeed, I'll be sad to see this place go. This also feels like a good time to tell you guys, I've decided to hold off until next episode to go about naming us as well as our place, since we're not going to be staying here anymore, of course. So just in case you're wondering, I suppose. Sometime later, and we received a letter from the White Boulder Bandits demanding protection fee, as some had done before. Maybe even them. I can't remember, there's so many people trying to kill us out here. Of course we refused, and they ended up arriving some days later. There appeared to be 4 of them, with one of them riding in on horseback. It would appear to be an even match, except for the fact not too many days ago we killed a bunch of bears. We ain't exactly prepared for another fight already. But then again, death always seems to prefer to arrive fashionably late. Even if this were to be the end, though, we're still gonna sling some lead in their general direction. Though I never said we were going to be accurate with the lead that we're slinging, did I? Their leader approached on horseback, but we spooked the pony, causing it to dismount her. However, the horse kicked Gal in the chest, knocking him to the ground as well. I was left on my own to shoot it in the head with my pistol. Before I knew it, the other bandits were already on us like flies on dung. Easel and Golf would provide cover fire, allowing me to get my bearings about me before I would rush back out on my donkey, taking down 2 bandits. And before we knew it, this little party ended just as fast as it begun. Well, that was an absolute bloodbath, but the bloodshed ends here. These bandits, though they be horrible, murderous robbers, actually have some good skill sets, and I think that they are redeemable. So we're actually going to start tending to their wounds instead of shooting them right between the eyes. Plus, I don't want to waste any more bullets. We got them patched up as best we could with some herbal meds and donkey droppings, and then we took them to our little makeshift prison so that we could start the rehabilitation process. And by that, I just mean scaring the shit out of them until they stop being murderous bandits. I suppose keeping them from dying and helping them turn their lives around is the least we can do for scattering their blood all over our fields. Maybe it'll help our hay grow faster, though, I don't know. Finally, Gal would develop immunity to that horrific bacteria that was tearing apart his left shoulder. It's a wonder that he could even hold a rifle on horseback. I suppose we honorable men are just built different, eh, Gal? For the next several days, we would take some time to just heal up a bit and kind of enjoy ourselves instead of having to have a shootout with the bandits or getting ripped apart by bears every 5 seconds. We would tend to our crops, work on our research. That was about it. Speaking of which, though, we finally finished up that research into steam locomotives. That and 2 people was the only thing that we were really waiting around on before we got ready to head out on our big adventure, as we were discussing earlier. So I think now it's time. After obtaining some more ox and building ourselves some more carts to carry all of our things, we went about the very tedious and very long process of uninstalling everything that we owned that wasn't nailed down, and then also plenty of stuff that was nailed down, loading it onto the wagons. And with that, my friends, we're actually ready to head out. I suppose it's finally time for our grand adventure, eh? Until next time, cowpoke. Howdy, partner. The name's Dale, and this here is my crew. We've been searching the road in these lands for a fine piece of property to prosper in. And indeed, I believe we have found this new prosperous land here today between the mountains that we've been looking for. We've already tied our critters and livestock for the moment, but soon a fenced-in pen will be needed, otherwise they'll break the ropes and escape. We've also got 2 prisoners in our stagecoach, bandits who tried to kill us. My point though, we need to act quickly to build some proper infrastructure around this place. Luckily for us, we've brought all the comforts of home. Plenty of materials like leather and wood and things like that we can quickly build with and throw up a few shacks and tents. And after we unpacked everything, that's exactly what we began to do. First thing was first, we were going to set up camp with all of our production areas, research benches, and yes, indeed, our tents, so that we have a nice and comfortable place to sleep tonight, as well as a few storage facilities. After that, though, we were sure to set up a small temporary cell for our bandito prisoners. Alright, you dusty bastards, come on, we're gonna put you in here for the time being. Don't worry, we're not cruel. Only a few weeks at most. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Just try to stay cool. Hopefully the sun doesn't cook you alive in that sweatbox. After ensuring that our prisoners were taken care of, we would cook supper and enjoy some together, before inevitably going off to take a little snooze for the night. If we're going to build a prospering community here, we're going to need plenty of shut-eye. The very next morning, the main priority was going to be building a proper pen to keep all of our critters, our emu, our donkeys, and most importantly, our chickens. Those eggs are going to be very precious to us, as well as their meat. But chicken meat is only going to take us so far. If we really want to survive out here, we're going to have to start planting our own fields, as we well know. Starting with a nice little field of radish. The reason that we're going with radish is because it only takes a day and a half to be grown. With a little bit of tilled soil and farming ingenuity, we could cut that time in half. Diversifying our diet a little bit, we're also going to be growing some lettuce, which actually cannot be grown in direct sunlight. So, we're gonna have to put up some shade on it. I don't know what to tell you. However, until we've grown our crops, we'll be living off the land and our chickens. Chicken legs, agave, and fried eggs. Now, with most of our priorities settled, I think it's time that we give our bandit prisoners a proper cell, one of their own. We ended up building a small little log cabin-ish design here with 2 separate rooms, one for each of them. They get their own privacy, they get their own comfortable, simple bed. It's basically just a wooden cot, meaning it'll be much easier for us to recruit them. We were also finding it a bit hard to work with the sun in our eyes, and more importantly, beating down on our brows and the back of our necks, giving us quite the sunburn. So we ended up building a wooden canopy area over top of our workshop area and research area. Of course, this is only temporary and only has to do us until we start getting some specialized dedicated buildings for all the different types of work throughout our town, which admittedly is going to be a while. But now comes the most crucial part of our town. For you see, this is going to be a mining town, but not just any type of mining. Specifically, a coal mining town. That's right, my friends, for these mountains that we have settled in are rife and plentiful with black gold. Black gold that we hope to capitalize on. We would end up setting up 2 separate quarry stations under the mountain where we can actually go about mining and collecting coal chunks. There are many folks who are dying to get their hands on plenty a pile of coal, for you see the world is changing. No longer is coal just used for the blacksmith shop. It's actually used in many a steam machine all across this modern age. And where there is a want and a need for a resource, there are those who are willing to go about gathering it. And that is exactly what we have begun doing. As we've began mining plenty of coal, though, we also ended up recruiting Phlebe and Slick into our ranks. Our 2 banditos no longer, of course, as they are reformed. Now just your stand-up average citizen. Slick will need a bit of training with weaponry, as she seems quite unfamiliar with shooting firearms, but is going to be great for helping us growing our own crops. The same goes for Phlebe, who's not all that experienced experienced with weapons. I suppose that makes sense, otherwise they probably would have killed us when they had the chance. However, Phoebe is going to be great for helping us haul our chunks of coal as well as researching new technologies. And ironically, sticking with the theme of once former criminals joining the colony, we had a mafia boss by the name of Armando. Poor fella seems to have been wandering around the desert for weeks on end, so of course we couldn't just turn him away. He quickly arrived and was begging to join us here, as well as begging for some food and drink to sustain him, as it had been a long time since his belly was full. You may join us, Armando. However, we require you to denounce your life of crime and leave it in the past. He accepted. A mafia boss, no more. Although I must say I'm quite tickled to have someone who seems to at least have been somewhat familiar with weaponry, even if it were for the wrong reasons. A hard childhood growing up is no reason to turn to a life of crime, but I would say that Armando being a cave child would probably somewhat justify what he grew to be. Again, though, he's left it in the past, and as you can see, he's going to be quite useful around our coal mining town. Seems like I remember tale of you when I was a lawman back up north. You got yourself into a whole mess of trouble. What we're building here is a whole lot larger than you and I, or our past. Besides, I put down the 10-star a long time ago, but it's important to me you know that I care about these people. And any funny business out of you is going to result in a swift ticket to meet the Lord. Got it? Well then, I'm glad we could come to an understanding. Now that we're finally mining copious amounts of the black jewel known as coal, we need a proper, dedicated place to store all of the mineral that we're extracting. And we are indeed extracting a lot of it. I don't know how to stress that to you, but we're getting a lot of coal. At the mouth of the mine, we would end up mining out a section for storage. We're actually going to be storing many a wooden crate atop a pallet here, not only for the convenience and ease of storing the coal, but also for the convenience and ease of extracting it from the storage location to put it on the back of our ox carts and our horse-drawn carriages in the event that we decide to trade it off, which, believe you me, we will be doing very soon. Now, unlike at our previous home, I did not wish to confine ourselves to such a small area for our mining town. So as such, we're going to be clearing a path here for our wagons to easily come in and out of this little clearing where we're setting up our camp. That way we also have an ease of access for expansion into this wider area that you see us setting up our defenses into. Our recent ventures have also left us with a decent bit of stone junk. Not that that's an issue. On the contrary, it's exactly what we need. We would begin chiseling and chopping these chunks into usable blocks. For you see, we're going to be stockpiling stone for our upcoming railroad. Every good, efficient track needs a stone ballast beneath it to ensure an effective transport of the locomotives as well as the boxcars upon them. But having a proper train track as well as some locomotives is a little bit of a ways off for us. So as of right now, we're going to be loading all of the coal that we've been mining this entire time onto our ox carts to take off to be traded. A tedious process to be sure, and quite labor-intensive, but also one that is sure to make our pocketbooks as fat as a rattlesnake in a rabbit field. Now comes the hard part though, traveling all the way back in the direction that we actually came from to settle in this land to do some trading, as the only neutral factions that we have are some of the settlers and their villages out to the east. They were very much interested in purchasing all of the coal that we had, of course, although they couldn't exactly afford it. So that means we can only give them so much, and it's going to be time for us to head off to the next settlement to make the rest of our moolah. I do plan to remedy this issue in the very near future, because having some trade partners in a much closer proximity to us is much more beneficial, and we won't have to pack and prepare near as much food and travel supplies. Meanwhile, back home, it would seem that many of the bandits who were tracking us on our long adventure here have finally caught up with us. Very well then, it's time we put our right to bear arms to good use. With the upcoming arrival of our unwanted guest, I must say that we are outnumbered, and we also don't have any mountable animals as we took them out on our caravan. I am a little bit concerned. I gotta be honest with you. I'm thinking, though, with our cannons, we should be okay, but that's gonna be if our cannons can actually manage to hit these bastards. I suppose we'll have to see. I'm gonna let most people take cover, I think, behind the stone down here. I think that's going to be our safest option. Here they come, by the way. They're already on their way. I had considered letting some folks do it up here, but the problem is, if we do it up here, we're basically going to end up stuck in this valley if we need to run away from them, which we'll probably almost definitely need to do. The hope is that we can manage to injure or kill enough of them that they start coming at us, they hit these spike traps, and then the rest of them tuck tail and run away. Will that be the case? I don't know. Let's find out. I do want to make sure, because they're coming around, yeah, they're coming around the bend. Hold fire. I don't want that dog shot at with the cannons. Now, open fire on the people, not the dog, please. The dog should hit a trap, and we'll be fine. Oh, damn it. Alright, we missed them with the cannons. I'm going to start pulling back immediately. Armando can come out here with his shotgun. Okay, we got a shot off. We got a shot off. Careful, though. Armando's hit. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's gonna die soon. Pull back. Pull back. Dale, everyone pull back. Armando, please. You're... Oh, son of a bitch, Armando. Come on. Gal, what's up with you? Food poisoning major. I just now noticed. That ain't good. You can reload if you want to. I didn't know he had food poisoning. Isla is taking them down. That's not too bad. Let's reload, see if we can get another shot off here. Many of them have hit our... Oh, Isla's hit. Many of them have hit our traps. Oh my God. Oh, we're reloading. They've decided to kidnap who they can and they're leaving. I can't allow you to do that, I'm afraid. Or they're just fleeing. Okay, thanks to that spike trap. Thank God. Thank God. We've got an absolute shit show going on out here. I'm going to pause, though, because we got a lot of people rescuing Armando. The two of them here that are left appear to be fleeing, so that is good, as we had hoped. Many of them are not dead, though, shockingly. Sheckley is great crafting, burning passions in construction and animals. Artistic, good melee, animals, pretty good artistic, social, everything here. Most of them, not exactly, ooh, except for you. Lloyd here is great at mining and intellectual. Lloyd, my friend, we might just take you. Go ahead and start tending to Lloyd without medicine. He might die, he might not. We'll try to capture him. I'm gonna get Dale to come down tend to Armando instead, and I'll actually have Golf tend to Lloyd. Golf has a horrible tending skill, so it's gonna take a while, but I think Lloyd's going to be fine. We'll get all these stabs and everything tended to. I mean, that's a terrible tending. He's almost definitely going to get an infection, but we do have plenty of herbal meds. So there's always that. Everyone else, though, is stripped, except for you, because you're dead. And we'll try to get all this stuff hauled in. I noticed they had a great big Mod Podge of different items here. Like, some of them had pneumatic rifles, almost like a pellet rifle kind of style. And others had things like... oh, and, yeah, so this one, a matchlock musket. Good God, you're a little out of the loop with that one, I'd say, but that's fine, I guess. But we're looking pretty good. We all survived, seems like, and we also are going to have a new prisoner here shortly, who I think we can go ahead and capture. Yeah. Well, at least we all survived, and our coal mine will continue to flourish. And as will our populace, it would seem. Not only do we have the potential of recruiting Lloyd, who is going to need some time and rehabilitation, as we well know, but also Armando seems to have survived his grievous wounds. Even so, it does seem that the gunshot into Armando's heart, barely just giving it a flesh wound, has been healed, though a thick scar tissue begins to form. Indeed, he will forever carry this battle with him. Some might say it's divine justice for his previous life as a mafia boss. Perhaps. There is always a toll to be paid for one's injustices, a toll that we must all pay. Regardless, though, thank God he even survived that whole ordeal. A close call, to be sure. With yet another battle behind the spurs of our boots, we were also finishing up the trade with some of the settlers back up north. We made ourselves a pretty little penny, only about a little less than 600 or so silver on this trade alone, and then we started the long and tedious journey all the way back home. Meanwhile, back home, we were mining the absolute hell out of some coal, stocking it and stacking it way up in our storage facility. At some point, I think we're going to have to expand this bad boy, or build double. Right now, we've only got 2 quarries back under the mountain. Imagine after we have about 10. Even so, though, with as much coal mining as we've been doing, I began to think we're not even using the proper tools. So I ended up smithing together a few pickaxes. I gotta level with you, I don't know how the hell we were even mining to begin with without pickaxes. Maybe we were throwing stones at the coal seams and watching it fall down, picking it up. I have no clue. However, what I do know is that pickaxes are going to significantly increase our mining speed by 25%. Not only that, but they also will increase our mining yield by 15%. Just when you thought things couldn't get any better. You talk about mining, brother, let me tell you, we are mining the absolute shit out of these hills here now. All jokes aside, though, these pickaxes are going to be absolutely crucial for all of our coal miners going forward. Not only increasing their speed, but their yield. That is really going to help us out significantly with profits. Now that being said, we also have our trade caravan who's finally arrived back home at the camp. But, you know, profits aren't the only thing we're interested in. Truth be told, the only reason we care about money is because money is what it's going to take to build our town. And the capital that we made, that being 1,869 silver on our first little trade caravan, is going to be great for founding a town. Enough talk though, let's get to work. First and foremost, we are going to be setting up a gate to the north as well as to the west in the valley here between the mountains. This is going to give us 2 good points to defend our town from. For now, as we continue expanding, of course, we will also expand these defensive points, but for now, I think this small little open area is going to be the perfect founding location. Now that we know we can defend the town that we plan on building, we're going to actually have to start building some housing for everyone. This is going to be the coal company's work housing. Now, most of the time, mining companies will give people their own individual housing, but we kinda can't afford that right now, so something of a barracks is going to have to do. In the middle of construction, though, Fleeb ended up running his mouth and said I cheated at horseshoes, so my god, I had to beat his ass. Once I had washed the blood from his gums off my knuckles, we started working on finishing this workers' barracks, and after a while, it was complete. It ain't much, but it's honest housing for honest work. Right now, we can really only house up to 4 workers in this barracks, so most people are still gonna have to live in the tents for the time being. That's alright though, they kinda like them, I think. Now, how about a quick update on the acquisition of the coal within these here hills? Currently, we've collected 2,575 chunks of coal. Pretty incredible, as we've been mining for a fraction of the time that we were before. Suppose we owe a lot of that new quantity of coal to our pickaxes. Just imagine, once we have many more areas set up, mining every seam of coal we find under the mountain, we'll really be rolling then. We should have used picks for mining long ago. Who would have guessed that using the proper tools would have equated to better coal mining? I would have. Anyhow though, back to working on our town now that we've collected a lot more wood from the surrounding woodland areas. First and foremost, we are going to be moving our workers' camp, as well as, of course, my tent and everyone else who's sleeping in a tent up this way, a little bit against the mountain on the eastern side here. And on the western side, as you see, we are working on a proper dining and food storage hall. Not only is this going to be a great place for us to store all the potatoes and radishes and lettuce and all the other vegetables that we've been growing, but also some spirits, if you will, as well as butchering critters and aging some beef and things of that sort. Since the main function of this building is actually going to be for food storage, the dining portion is going to be just across the dirt road here at the workers' housing, where they can eat their meals under the wooden canopy above their porch. We've also added in some recreational areas like our dartboard and our faro table. We'll also be relocating our taxidermy cougar head to this location for all to see. I think this is the perfect spot for it, around where everyone is going to be staying and eating, as it still stands as a symbol of friendship and fellowship among all our people. We were also sure to have a chem fuel lamp in every single room, which makes their rooms much nicer and much brighter, of course, as it burns hotter and brighter than any type of other oil lantern, as we've established. The only issue is now, how are we going to fuel all of them? Well, luckily this new open land where we're going to be building the foundation of our town comes with much more land for us to farm on. So we're going to be planting plenty of chem root. That way we'll have plenty of chem fuel for all of our lantern and lighting needs. And since we've relocated the basis of our camp, that also frees us up for more planting down this way as well, such as for potatoes. But not only will we be using the dirt and soil, we'll also be using the sand to go about planting a few rudimentary crops such as cucumbers, for example. Not exactly the best for our dietary needs to keep us alive, but great for pickles and flavor, I guess. Either way, though, we have finally built the foundation, a great start to a soon-to-be flourishing town that is going to be based on our coal mining industry. What could go wrong? Oh, I bet you were expecting a raid. Ha ha ha, thought I was foreshadowing and setting something up there, eh? Well, no, because we haven't gotten one in quite some time. But I'll tell you what we do have. A lot more chunks of coal, baby. Perfect for the bulk goods trader of settlers that just arrived in the area, as I'm sure they'll be looking to purchase many a chunk. But, you know, these folks dress funny, and they don't look familiar at all. Funny enough, these folks don't seem to be settlers who have settled in these lands at all. They're pioneers from lands far and wide, looking to make their homes in this region the same as us. Well, no doubt these folks need coal, though, to keep their campfires hotter than wood would ever get it. Or perhaps they need it for their smiths and steam-powered machinery. Either way, we would love to do business with them. Funny enough, it seems that we have a lot of pioneers beginning to settle in these lands. Good to see more friendly faces for a change, I'd say. On the contrary, though, it also seems that we have more bandits arriving as well. And even some law enforcement with the Pinkerton agency. Well, good with the bad, I suppose. As a retired lawman myself, it's nice to see some folks trying to keep the peace around here. Our big move has come with some new challenges and new challengers. We were more than tickled to speak with these pioneers and to sell them as much coal as they could afford, which ended up only being about a little over 1,000 chunks. Still, though, that is a great load off of our current inventory. And a good bit of silver in our pocket, might I add. Now, as we continue our mining operations, though, I think it's about darn time that we started back up some research, is it not? The first research in our new land here that we're going to be doing is plate armor. I know, seems silly, doesn't it? Such primitive things like that. Well, plate armor actually is a prerequisite into flak armor, which we need to research if we ever plan on making any bulletproof waistcoats, which I think are going to save a lot of lives when some bandits come a-knocking. And as we've seen, they will come knocking. It's not a matter of if, but when. Now, as we get the metaphorical fire started in terms of our research, we're also going to be sending out yet another trade caravan, loaded, of course, with plenty of coal chunks to do some more trading with local settlers. However, this is not our usual clientele. You might be surprised to find out we're actually going to be doing trading with the white grassland settlements. The settlers who hate us and would rather see us dead for whatever reason. And this is less of a trade mission and more of a mission of gifting goodwill. Instead of requesting silver in exchange for our little black diamonds, we ended up just gifting them a great big shipment, which actually made them neutral with us. Indeed, all that hard work for some neutrality. We don't have a new ally, but at the very least, they no longer are our enemy. These rough and tough, angry, pissy little settlers will now be our main trade partners, funny enough, given their proximity to our coal mine. Best part is, they have two separate villages by us, so we shouldn't actually have to travel all that far for trade ever again. Not until our operation has been scaled exponentially so. After a while, our caravan had returned home. And after they had done so, they came to the realization that we had finally recruited Lloyd into our ranks. The bandit who, not so many weeks ago, was trying to murder us, is now going to be working for us with his incredible mining skill. With his speed and experience, our productivity just soared into astronomical levels. So far this episode, my friends, we have really set ourselves up nicely. Not only do we have our very own business, but we also have our very own start of a town that will soon be flourishing thanks to our mining industry. All this, and yet we still don't have a name for it, nor for ourselves. Until now, henceforth we shall be known as the Free State of Dale. Named after yours truly, of course, and given the fact that there's not a lot of government out in these parts, somebody's gotta take care of our little slice here, and if it's gonna be us, it's gonna be named after us. This is also a great reference, I believe, to the Free State of Jones. Not only is it a wonderful reference, but also a wonderful suggestion from our good friend, the Wanderer8898. So thank you ever so much. You also provided a great suggestion for the settlement. However, I think we're going to be going in a little bit of a different direction. As for the new area that we'll be living in just outside our coal mine, which is basically going to be our town, of course, we'll be calling it the Rattlesnake Ranch. Another great name from our friend Borland8513. Now, I do realize this name is for our original location, but I can assure you we have just as many, if not more, rattlesnakes in our new home as well. Speaking of which, a lot of you guys have also mentioned us taming some rattlesnakes in the future and perhaps even breeding them. So maybe once our coal mine is very successful, this could be another venture that we tackle. We do, however, still need a proper name for our mining company and or our coal mine in general. So feel free to drop some name suggestions in the comment section down below for that as well if you'd like. I think I'd like to go about naming everything that we end up building. For example, if we build a saloon, we'll probably get a name from you wonderful folk for that as well. Something else you guys suggested is a nickname for Isla, with that being Grizzly. This one comes from Niels Peter Winley 8732. Of course, due to her legendary battle with the legendary Grizzly Bear last episode, and her very clutch use of a cannon, might I add. Very badass. And of course, I think we also need to get her a prosthetic or a medieval mechanical arm. I just want to pop in for a second here and talk about kind of what I plan for the future for our coal mine and everything. So, I mean, as we see, we are absolutely covered in mountains. But for the future, I, of course, want to do railroads. I want to end up doing some locomotives, as we have previously discussed. We're going to be doing some steam locomotives, basic trains, of course, some early stage locomotives, I suppose you could say, which, for all intents and purposes, really don't require that much in terms of materials to build. Of course, we do have to build some rails and everything, obviously. It's a train. But, we could pretty easily do so, I think. We need to get a bunch of steel, and that's about it. But where do we put this? That's the biggest thing. Where are we going to put our train station? Do we like the idea of a train station actually coming into town? Of course, the town is going to be expanding, probably out this way. I like the idea. Given our time period, instead of, like, busting down the mountains and cutting through them for the town, we kind of work with the valleys that we have here, right? Coming through this way, and then through here, as you can see. And building the town that way, working around the landscape, so kind of in spite of it, building our town instead of getting rid of it and doing it. But that does beg the question, where would we put our railroad station? We could, of course, cut through the mountain for the train to go that way. That's fine. I don't see an issue with that. But building our town, I don't want to tear down the mountains and build underneath it. I'm just kind of thinking, like, where would be the best place? Because as we see on the world map, we have our road to the south and southeast, and even to the southwest a bit here. So it would only really make sense to have it going this way. However, we do also have our trade partners. So if we had a railroad going a bit to the northeast, hitting this settlement, that would also be good. We are, of course, going to attempt to do as much trading with them as possible, so that might be something we do. We cut right through these mountains and across the river here. That also might make sense because at some point along the river, I don't know if we'll do it to the north or to the south or wherever, but I also want to do some gold prospecting. We don't just want to have a coal mine, we also want to do some prospecting, right? That might be good if we have the railroad here because it'd be easy for us to actually move between these areas and to the, like, prospecting location. But let me know what you guys think about that and how you want to see us do our railroad. I'd love your feedback, of course. I'm just thinking, like, you know, obviously we don't have to have one singular rail line. We can have two. So we could have one for the industrial portion where we're actually using it solely to get our coal in and out of the town. And then, of course, we could have another one that is mostly just for residential, for people to go in and out of the town, and that sort of thing. So, let me know what you think about that, though. We definitely need some resources like steel to go about doing that. Again, I think that's about all we really need. Probably one little Tommy train here, which this one uses wood, fuel type of wood. We could probably change that a bit. There's chem fuel, there's wood, and I'd like to have one that runs off coal. Wood, I guess, would be fine, but I'd prefer to have one that runs off coal. I might be able to fix that so that it does use coal. But anyhow, I'd like to have one that runs off coal, mostly because it's a coal mine. It makes more sense, but we could plant some trees if we really have to. I had kind of been planning for to use coal, but okay. Really though, I think we just need one steam locomotive and one boxcar for now. So it would be like this, coming in and out of the town. What's the... Oh my god, yeah. 30,000 kilograms. I think that would be completely fine. Eventually, the idea here, you know, this is more of a fun, casual series for me, so at least in my mind, we have plenty of time to play. I try not to rush things anyways, but I'm in no hurry to do anything too crazy. But eventually, I do think we might expand our coal mine to just crazy exponential levels where we have several different actual quarries where we're mining the coal under the mountain. And so we will probably end up needing several boxcars, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. So it's good that they have that much cargo space. But yeah, just let me know what you guys think about how we should go about doing our railroad and our rail system. I love the idea of a train station. I mean, of course we need a train station at some point, somewhere for the trains. But I like the idea of having a residential one maybe and then an industrial one. They can, of course, on the world map, connect to the same rail if need be, but, you know, I mean, here we might have two separate stations. I'm not positive yet. But you guys always have great ideas and suggestions and what have you, so feel free to leave those in the comment section. Thank you ever so much. I love you. Now then, with our locomotive planning kind of sort of completed, it was actually time for us to harvest all of that chem root that we had planted earlier. Takes a long time to grow, but it is well worth it. Now that we have all this chem fuel in our storage area, we can actually start fueling up all the lanterns that we already have, as well as building many more lamp posts to help light our entire town. Might not seem all that important, but being able to work in the dark is going to help us out a lot, especially with our productivity. And with our chem fuel lanterns, we'll be able to make sure that we're picking up sticks and not rattlesnakes, as well as mining into coal and not slate. By this point, we finally finished up our research into plate armor, now allowing us to begin on flak armor, meaning that we are all that much closer to those bulletproof waistcoats that we need. Of course, to go about making them though, we do need plenty of steel as well as plasteel. Plasteel being much more preferable as it is much more durable and much harder to penetrate with bullets. Though it must be said that a lot of the steel we ended up mining would actually be used in some other types of defenses, like a Gatling gun. Now we are a little bit unfamiliar with this type of technology, but we would end up building a couple of them, one for each of our defensive perimeters to the north and to the west in the valley here. After expending a lot more of our steel to ensure that we had an ample stockpile of bullets, I think it's about damn time we tested this bad boy out. Whee! I think we could saw a tree in half with that, let alone some bandits. Well, with our new defenses, we can ensure that our foot not only is firmly in the door in this region, but that it will be staying there. Pretty soon we'll be walking right through the front door, if you know what I mean. But my friends, I think that's enough for now. I'll see you next time. Howdy, friend. The name's Dale. May I just say, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This here is Rattlesnake Ranch, our little up-and-coming town we've recently founded. We've also recently began a coal mining operation in these here hills that will be the lifeblood of our town. Yes, sir, indeed, the black gold is a-flowing, just like the coal dust in our lungs with every breath we take. We've been mining for some time and currently have up to 5,850 chunks resting in our storage house, just waiting to be sold off for profit. And believe you me, friend, we ain't slowing down anytime soon, which means we gotta start offloading this inventory ASAP. We also want to expand our mining operation today to get some money flowing through the town. That way it can grow bigger and faster and so on and so on. But what's the fastest way for us to grow our industry, our town, and offload all this inventory and make a shit ton of profit? Why, locomotives, of course. We are also going to be building something of a railroad empire as we continue on. Great big wood-fired and coal-fired machines that will be able to transport thousands of tons of coal for us, making us a vast fortune in the process. As you can see, we've quite literally began moving mountains for a large tunnel that will be going out of our hills and mining industry and connecting up with some other nearby towns for this purpose. However, a bit of an education issue lies ahead. We are familiar with and know how to go about building railroads locally and train tracks locally, but not on the world map on a much bigger scale, ensuring that they have the proper infrastructure. Long story short, not to bore you, we have to do a little bit of research before we can actually start building to our neighbors' towns. Which is fine, because the time it's going to take, we still have to dig out our tunnel. This does mean, however, we'll have to put our research of flak armor on the back burner as we were looking to make ourselves some bulletproof waistcoats to protect our miners and other folks whenever they get into a little bit of a kerfuffle with bandits. That's alright though, as we'll come back to it. If I'm not mistaken, I think this new research into railroad infrastructure is the largest research project that we have tackled to date. So, as such, I decided to get everyone on board, and to go about doing this, we ended up building, I guess you could call it a Western laboratory. It's just a bit of a library where we can actually educate ourselves, and many people can work all at once. And it sure as hell beats doing research outside in the hot sun. We'll be able to have up to 4 people researching simultaneously in this new building, surrounded by all sorts of books and other literature to help them along the way, speeding up the research process. Alright people, listen up. Name of the game is trains. Let's get educated. Post haste. Well, as we have our brightest minds at work, and by that I basically just mean Isla and whoever else we could spare away from coal mining for the time being, we are also going to be putting the finishing touches on the great big mountain-moving tunnel for the train. By the time this was finally dug out, we had also finished the research into rail tunnel building. We loaded all of our ox carts full of steel, stone, and wood so that we 3 may begin the process of building a track between us and our nearest neighboring towns. You might be thinking to yourself, Dale, you absolute coal mining industrial entrepreneur. This is all going so fast. Well, you're right, but this is where we hit a very slow point in the railroad building because this part takes a very, very long time. We're looking at probably about a year's worth of work, I'd say. Not that you have to worry about that. Old Papa Rat's gonna speed it right up for you. Besides, in the meantime, we still got plenty of work to do. Obviously, we're going to continue our coal mining, but it is going to take second priority to building these tracks, like the one that we're actually building here in the tunnel. As you can see, we're laying down some stone to make sure that our tracks are nice and even. I did end up forgetting to build the rail onto it, but don't worry, I remember in a minute. Pretty sure I just forgot because everybody had already taken the steel out with them to go about building the track outward towards the neighboring town, and we were mining some more. It's a whole thing. But as we mined all that steel, we actually would have enough to build our very first steam locomotive, the shining spearhead of our industry. This is literally going to be our lifeblood, the most crucial part to our coal mine. Minus our beloved workforce, obviously. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's pretty common practice for companies and other entities to name trains, so if you guys have any suggestions, I am definitely all ears. There is one little issue though. The actual cargo capacity of the locomotive itself is only 75 kilograms. Extremely small and not near what we're looking for. So, of course, if we hope to go about moving thousands of tons of coal, we are also going to need to build ourselves a boxcar so that we can store this type of stuff. For the sake of comparison, the locomotive itself has 75 kilograms as the cargo capacity, while the boxcart has 30,000 kilograms as its cargo capacity. A tiny bit of a difference, I'd say. I don't want to say as I'm editing this and narrating in post here that I think a hopper cart would actually be better, as it looks more like the coal carts that would actually be used for this type of stuff instead of a box cart. But I'm sorry, we're learning about locomotives as we go here. We'll probably end up repurposing our box cart for other materials in the future. For now, though, we'll incorrectly be using it for coal. Now then, that being said, we are going to be loading up this cart full of granite blocks, steel, a bit of chem fuel from our chem roots, as well as plenty of wood. All the building materials that we need to continue our railroad that we're building to the neighboring settlements. For you see, my friend, Dale's caravan has run out of resources to continue working and has to stop. Temporarily, of course. We're also going to be sending them a little care package of food. Oh, and don't worry, we actually used a lot of our steel to build the proper track, so, you know, that way we're connected up with the rest of the line. Seemed like that part might be a little important. Golf will be manning this bad boy as another of our coal miners tags along in the box cart, and off we go. The train ended up catching up with Dale's caravan incredibly fast, and whereas before I said this will probably take up to a year, after merging them all together with the extra hands helping out and this little influx of resources, I think it's going to be much faster, probably within about the next month. So we are way ahead of schedule. However, having basically our entire workforce working on the railroad does mean that Isla and Lloyd are all alone back home. Luckily, they can keep each other company by playing Faro together, but they're gonna have to deal with a raid on their own as well. So, we've got quite a little band of outlaws here. They actually brought some dogs. They've got 2 labs with them. There's 4 bandits total. Looks like they've got a rifle, a pistol, a steel cleaver, and another rifle. So, we're not evenly matched. We're actually quite outmatched. But we can go ahead and jump onto our Gatling turret, our Gatling gun, and also kind of man the embrasures here. I think we'll be able to kill them pretty quickly. Holy shit, they are coming though. If we can get up here fast enough, we're gonna have to wait by the doorway here, I think, because they're already coming this way. Our range is not that good for Lloyd. I wish I would have gotten him a rifle. I should have. He's got a pistol, though. The dogs, I don't think, are going to be an issue because they're gonna hit these traps right away. I probably didn't need to waste bullets on them. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. They might flee in a second. Yeah, they're gonna flee. Let's take aim at them. Can we open fire? Oh, Isla! Isla, the sharpshooter. Where did we hit him? Right in the right arm. This other person by the name of Kane fell. They have cataracts and a bad back. Let's pause for a second. What are your skills? Artistic. Oh, you're a good fighter. You're a jealous, teetotaling psychopath, which is fine. You're really good fighting, though, with melee. We might try to save you. Should we, though? Because you have a bad back. What kind of melee fighter? What kind of 80-year-old melee fighter would we have? I don't know. Although we do need somebody for cleaning around the town and also hauling. Okay, I accept. We'll take you. Isla will come out and start tending to you with no medicine, because we don't care that much. We have this person who, dependent on go juice, and is going to be dead in an hour. We're not exactly, oh, this person's about to be dead in half an hour. We might not be able to save anyone. I think Kane's about to die too. Maybe not. Yeah, they're dead. The problem is Isla only has 1 arm. We'll just strip you because you're literally about to bleed to death. So it doesn't look like we're going to have anyone, but that's okay. We will have all of your items, your rifle, your ammunition, as well as more clothing. We should actually come down and strip this guy too before he dies in about 30 minutes. I have no idea. Not 30 minutes, about 15, well, a few seconds now. I was trying to go by in-game time. Let's strip him. Boom, just in time. Thank you for the pistol and for the clothing. That's a shame. I would have taken someone like this, but the problem is he has the go juice dependency, and because of that, I mean, you know, like, we can't really keep up with the substances. We can't keep up with making the substances, I should say. We're not exactly interested in that type of stuff. I'm going to bring the animal corpses, the dogs, inside, because, yes, indeed, we are going to be eating the dogs. We should have a corpse pile, I think, somewhere, right, for bodies? We'll get everybody hauled, but yeah, we might have been able to, like, start tending to him fast enough. I don't think so, though, but with Isla's right arm being gone because of the legendary bear that ripped it off, that's kind of part of the issue. Her manipulation's still very low. We are looking to get her a proper like medieval mechanical arm pretty soon, but it's still going to be a little bit. We may be able to purchase something like that from our new trade partners as soon as our railroad is finished, which shouldn't take all that long, I don't think. We've got a good bit of time left, but relatively it'll be done soon. Once that's done, we'll actually be able to bring everyone back home as well. Of course, this one, solar flare, that doesn't matter. We don't have electronics. Once that is done, though, we'll actually be able to do a residential train track as well. I'm not sure where I'm wanting to do that at. Maybe through here? Or maybe up here. I think this makes more sense. I guess while we're yapping here, we do have we could talk about the railroad. We have some rails like this that actually curve. So this is such a small spot, though, for a train anyhow. And we already have this one going through the mountain. I don't know if I want to do it again through here. And we need some way for it to come through, you know. We could have this as our residential track, or have another one coming through the mountain as our residential track that actually comes out this way. I don't know. I know last episode I kind of discussed how I kind of want to build in between the mountains instead of cutting through them, except for like the coal mine and stuff, of course, because we want to do that. But I don't know. We might end up doing another, like a residential train over here for people coming in and out of the town. It would make more sense, I think, too, because it would be able to use the same tracks as our coal mining train. But it's just, I don't know, where would we put everything, right? We could have it come straight into the town like this way, and right here, maybe. That might be a good idea. Let's plan it out a little bit. So we would have, say, like, the train, it could come up from here. We could have another track literally right across from this. So, like, it could, I mean, it's a little off-center, obviously, but we could have it right here, and it would be coming through the mountain as well. Something like that. I think that's fair. Now, oh, also, I should have mentioned this earlier. You know, we can mine all this out, which we did, but for building, we're only allowed up to right here. After that, we can't because of, you know, the border. So since we're actually wanting to cut through the mountain, of course I had to use dev mode to do this, but I got rid of the resources. That way it's fair. I'm sure you guys don't mind. Oh no, a tantrum? Oh, poor Isla. It has to be from that aching scar on her torso. What was the reason there? Observed corpse. Okay, well, I mean, that makes sense. Oh no, don't destroy our cannon, though. Come on. That's not cool. We need that. Poor Isla. Yeah, she's had a rough go about... Oh, she's about to destroy the cannon. Dang, come on, Isla. At least she's not having a break. We'll replace it. Isla is... she's an OG. She's our most legendary fighter and gunslinger, killing the legendary bear. So I'll allow it. No big deal. No big deal. Alright, though, we might work with something like this. I'm going to get rid of this because it's just a rough plan. We might work with something like that once we expand our coal mining industry, which I think the actual industry itself is going to begin expanding into this portion of the mountain, and we're going to start trying to haul a lot more coal out of there. We really need to look into getting more workers, too, because otherwise every single person is just going to be mining whether they have a good stat or not, and that wouldn't exactly be great. We do actually, though, have a wild person by the name of Smarty. She's a good fighter, she's good with animals. We'll tame her, but she's not good at mining, but I guess that's okay. Lloyd is the only one with a good animal skill. It's 5, or at least an animal skill that we have here. Once everybody gets back home, I forget who our animal person is, maybe Gal or somebody should be able to tame Smarty though, and we'll get her joining our little up-and-coming town here today. I suppose Smarty's animal skill actually makes a lot of sense, seeing how she's basically a wild animal herself. Make no mistake though, because we do not discriminate against wild people who have decided to choose a simpler life out in the woods. Isla here, our grizzly, is actually a wild person as well by nature, but she ended up joining us, and without her, really, that legendary bear that she killed at the old camp, as well as the other bears, would have eaten us whole. So, you know, we respect it. While we've been scaving off bandits from Rattlesnake Ranch, our railroad team has run out of resources, so they're headed back to load up the boxcart. Not a moment too soon, might I add. Dale, me, and the team were getting a bit tired of the open range, spending every day laying ties and hammering spikes through tracks. We were getting a bit homesick, so you could imagine our excitement once we'd finally returned for a few weeks to restock, finally warming by our own fires and sleeping in our own comfy beds. Even so, we can't leave a job half finished, so restock we must. Wasting zero time, the entire townsfolk would begin bringing steel, granite, fuel, and wood to the train. Piles upon piles of resources for finishing up that track. This, of course, all being completed between our coal mining duties. All the while, Golf was offering some potatoes to Smarty, who accepted. Wait a minute, no she didn't. She started beating the dog shit out of him. Golf, in self-defense might I add, turned around and blasted her twice in the chest with his revolver. She should count her lucky stars she managed to survive that, and we even tended to her wounds to ensure that hopefully she doesn't die from an infection. We also took her prisoner. This should make it much easier to go about convincing her to join us. By this point, we had finally loaded up all the materials we needed onto the train, and it was time for Armando, our conductor, along with Slick and Fleeb, our two workers, to head back out. Obviously, as we well know, the remainder of the railroad is going to take quite some time, but worry ye not, friends, for we are very close to the finish line. As the railroad crew is working hard, so were we back in the mines, mining out a new spot as we've discovered a great big coal seam within the earth. We gotta move some mountains, that way we can set up a couple more quarries. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Besides, these large granite chunks can be cut up into blocks and then used on the railroad once more. Self-sufficiency. We love to see it. But who's this I see? Oh, Smarty! I see you finally joined us. You went from trying to bite off Golf's fingers just a few weeks back to wearing a pretty purple dress. Cool. Truth be told, I don't mind what anyone wears as long as you've got a cleaver strapped to your side wielding a shotgun. Oh yeah, I also finally remembered to start researching flak armor again after we completed our previous train track research. Soon we'll have those bulletproof waistcoats. Sorry about that. Perhaps in much more important news though, our railroad is finally complete. Now obviously we do also have a town of rough and tough settlers to our south. We still need to bridge the gap to with a railroad track, but this one to the northern town has opened up trade convenience we never thought possible previously. The growth of Rattlesnake Ranch and our industry as a whole will be astronomical now, as are the possibilities for the future. However, before we load up all this coal, we need a proper place to store it. We're going to be building a hopper cart, or as I like to call it, a coal cart, as we had discussed previously. This is also pretty great too, because now our box cart can function as a cart that will hold the folks protecting all of our cargo. Mostly just a couple of our coal miners with rifles, but nonetheless protection all the same. Now we begin the long and tedious process of loading up 8,525 coal chunks onto this new cart and then taking it off for trade. As you well know, this is going to take a little bit of time. So, in the meantime, we have finally finished up our research into flak armor, now allowing us to create our own bulletproof waistcoats. that aren't actually exactly bulletproof, but they are pretty decent protection, I'd say. So I myself would actually begin smithing a few of these together, which also take a lot of resources as well as a long amount of time. The first that we had finished would belong to none other than Isla, with this being a simple steel bulletproof waistcoat. I didn't want to use any of our plasteel just yet, I just want to see kind of what the base would be like. As you can see, the steel bulletproof waistcoat gives us a pretty significant increase to blunt and sharp protection, and so we'll continue smithing more and more for our coal miners when we have the chance. Speaking of which, days later we finally got every single chunk of coal loaded onto the cart, and it is finally time for us to use that railroad that we've worked our asses off on. Headed all the way north to our new trading allies of convenience at the town known as Imps Brook. Bit of a weird name, but I didn't name it, I don't know. Between you and me, I don't really care what they call it here, as long as they're looking to do some trade. And oh boy, were they. We were about to make just under 12,000 silver. Of course, we were looking to purchase something we'd been eyeing that they had for quite some time, a Parisian arm. So realistically, we probably made closer to 10,000 silver. Now, we're not all that concerned with money, but this is money that we can reinvest back into our community and into our coal miners, as we're already starting to do by purchasing this Parisian arm for none other than our sweet and tough Isla. Myself being the closest thing to a doctor we got around here, I would install the arm onto her. Everything went according to plan, and as soon as she wakes up from that anesthetic, she'll be right as rain. Now, if you, like me, weren't exactly sure what a Parisian limb is, apparently it's not exactly an actual limb that's installed into the flesh. It's more of just a prosthetic that is installed onto the flesh. It's no wonder I didn't have much of a time putting it onto her, although it is the closest thing that we have to proper prosthetics, or even bionics, which isn't in the Western time, so we're not going to talk about that, of course. But I think it really fits with the theme that we have going on here, and I've been talking about a medieval mechanical arm. I think that this is kind of what I meant, although I know the mods and the mod list, which is in the video description down below, has some other ones like that that are actually mechanical and whatnot. Truth be told, I'm just yapping until Isla wakes up from that anesthetic. But since that hasn't happened yet, I guess I could show you some amazing artwork from our good friend Kin the King, who you can find on Twitter at Kin the King Art, and who is taking commissions, I believe, if you are interested in that, and who is a favorite around these parts because they are always making some wonderful art of our characters. As you can see here, we actually have Dale and Isla. Absolutely wonderful as always, and I always love the attention to detail, especially with this being done in the rat art style. Having Dale's little mustache there is just perfect, very cute. And Isla not only being one-armed, which is such a nice touch, but also, as you can see, she's scarred. Her tail is scarred, her arm, her face, even down to her ears from the legendary bear attack, obviously. The attention to detail like this is always amazing. So a major thank you to Kin King, as always, for making these characters, helping bring them to life, and allowing me to share them with our fine community here. I hope everyone enjoys. I know I absolutely love them, so thank you once more. Now, as I've been showing you some sweet-ass artwork, our coal miners have finally began expanding with 2 more coal mining quarries under the mountain. Understandably, it may not seem like much just having 2 more like this, but keep in mind this essentially means that we have doubled our production. And what little bit of time that we have continued our mining operations, we are back up to 3,050 coal chunks. We've actually started mining so fast once more that I can't take these off to sell them, as the nearby northern town of Imps Brook doesn't have enough money to afford any. Ah, well, look who's out of bed, Isla, the Grizzly Slayer. And Ready to work, no less? Ma'am, if I had a few more like you, we would have already built Rome in a single day between these mountains. With her Parisian arm, her manipulation is honestly perfect. It's back up to 100%. She's basically good as new. Minus the fact that her God-given birth arm has been ripped off by a vicious monster bear, but, you know, it's fine. Well, Isla, as much as I know you wish to mine until your heart's content, I need you for a more important purpose at the moment. You'll be tagging along with Armando and Golf as their muscle on the train. We're not hauling coal again just yet. We have to wait for our allies to gain the appropriate funds, as mentioned. However, they're almost definitely going to have a few poor, unfortunate souls looking for work. And indeed, after a very brief journey on the old steam pony, we would arrive at Impsbrook. There were a couple of ladies by the names of Jane and Nellie who were looking for work. Something other than a filthy brothel pleasure house in the town. These women want to work with their hands mining coal or tending to crops. And by God, we will oblige them. We paid them some wages, they hopped on the train, and then we started heading back home. Very well, we've stopped our train. As it seems, the tracks are blown. Oh my, I see bandits up ahead. We've got 3 of them carrying, oh shit, dynamite for God's sake. They have a German Shepherd, and they're also carrying some type of 10-gauge shotgun and a pistol, a little revolver. Holy shit, this is a bit scary. Not gonna lie to you, we have quite a few people along with us here, though. Of course, we have Armando, who has been conducting our train. We have Golf, and we have Isla Grizzly. But we also have Nellie and Jane, 2 folks who have recently joined us, but no time to really check out their stats, as we have bandits up ahead that need to be taken care of. I don't know if we have any extra weaponry. No, we don't have any ranged weapons on the train. We have a bunch of ooh, we do have dynamite. 12 sticks of dynamite. I kind of forgot about these. I think we might have had them from the mining that we were doing for the railroad itself. I'm gonna go ahead and give everybody a little bit of dynamite then. If there's an opportunity to use it at all, everyone will be ready for that. We should be able to take cover back here somewhere. Oh, we don't have any more ammo for Isla. Oh, Isla dropped her rifle for some reason. We don't have any more ammo for it, so she has 5 bullets out of 8. We probably should have packed some more ammo. Of course, Armando's using some type of single-shot rifle, so we only have 1 musket ball per, so it's going to take a minute. I'm just trying to think about the best way to handle this. Golf, of course, has his trusty pistoli, but the issue there is that, I mean, it's a pistol, very limited range. And, oh, shit. I didn't realize Nellie can't even fight. She's a pacifist, so she can't even use dynamite. But she can do mining, that's why we hired her. But oh my god, I didn't realize. So we only have 4 fighters out of our 5 that can actually fight off bandits. We're gonna have to do something here. I would really like to keep the dynamite to a minimum, because the more track we blow up, the more we're gonna have to fix. I'm gonna bring Isla. I'm gonna actually let everyone not fire at will for the moment. Isla and Armando, come over this way. I actually might put Jane back here behind this mountain a little bit. And we'll bring, yeah, we're aware of the ambush. We'll bring Golf down here too. Now the reason I want to bring Isla and Armando here is because, yes, they should easily have range, and I don't think the bandits have noticed us yet. What the hell? Oh my god, what? What's going on? Oh, more of the track was destroyed. Just a little, though. Scaria-infected bluebirds began attacking them. Well, if that isn't divine intervention, I don't know what is. Oh, no, but they're attacking us, too. Oh, my God, I didn't even notice. Oh, shit. Hold your fire until you get closer. It's a bluebird, not an elephant. There we go. Good God. Grab your rifle there, Isla. Thank you. Oh, and Isla is all out of bullets. She does have dynamite if worst comes to worst. Yeah, those bluebirds are a pain in the ass. I'm gonna bring Isla up, I guess, with her pick, if nothing else. Uh-oh, we've got them coming for us, though. We could attack from here. She has a shotgun, so she's gonna have to get awful close. Oh shit, she is taking cover, though. Okay, Armando, come down here. If she pops her ugly head out, Golf, you blast her ass. Oh, no, you can't. You can't hit her from here. Okay, shit. Everybody come down. Let's prep with the dynamite. I'm getting ready to chuck one right at this dummy's head. Hopefully this doesn't blow up right in our hands. Dynamite, very dangerous. All right, Isla, come back. Yeah. Oh, that's what we like. And none of them are dead, surprisingly. Not yet, that is. Their main person here, by the name of Faye, I believe it is, appears to be about the only good one. We'll show you her stats in just a sec. Go ahead and start tending to her. Everyone else will strip them. They're about to die, but so is she, of course, so we don't want her dead. As you can see, she's pretty bad at most things, but has a mining of 8, which is really good. Yeah, we're going to need to repair the train tracks. If we can get Faye here taken care of before that happens, and we load her up onto the train, that'll be great. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it might. She's 13 hours now. Yeah, alright, so she's good. The worst case scenario is going to be a, it's probably going to be a, infection. We'll pick her up. I think we should be able to put her on the train. We need to attend to our own wounds. As for her friends here, though, I'm afraid we have no use for them. However, that is a lovely 10-gauge shotgun that you have there, madam, and I really appreciate you just handing it over. Thank you, and now we'll move on to your pal. I can't believe those birds came out of nowhere like that. There we go, all better. Now we need to get all this stuff hauled onto the train. But first and foremost, I'm going to go ahead and start working on the tracks. I don't know if we have any steel. I'm pretty sure we don't. Let's go ahead and start cutting some. We're going to need some wood as well. So we actually have our 2 newest members here helping us out quite a bit, cutting some of the cacti and trees in the area to go about getting wood, as well as we found the steel here that Nelly is beginning to mine. We need to kind of hurry if we can. Otherwise, we're going to need to make camp for the night, I think. Although I guess we could sleep aboard the train per the usual. Let's go ahead, yeah, so we should have enough here. I think it's right here, yep. We'll go ahead and start setting up the tracks. And, oh, I think that should be fine right there, shouldn't it? That'll be enough. Missing some, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and fix the tracks. Golf has already taken a little snooze. I guess we could sleep and work in shifts. That might be the best way to handle things. Let's go ahead. Yes. Yes. Repair the track, Armando. Do we need more wood, though? Uh-oh. Excuse me, Faye. Back on your feet, are you? I meant to put you on the train. Sit down. And let me hold you, sweetie. Okay, we're getting this finished, and we'll get the hell out of here. I can't actually put her on the train yet. I have to do it, I think, from the world map, so I really don't want to be camping here for the evening or for the night, because that would also mean that we can't get her out of here in time. I'd like to take Faye with us. I think the track is finished, though, so let's start loading everything up, and we'll go on home. And indeed we would, arriving at our station just a couple of hours later, unloading everything from the train, the money that we used to pay the wages of our 2 new workers, and all the gear that we got from those bandits. Jane and Nellie were already getting well acquainted with everyone round town, as well as our work. They're more than ready to mine coal, or kill those who would do us harm. Quite the dynamic duo we have. Well, now that we finally have the full power of our workforce back home, I think it's about darn time that we finally expand our coal mine once more. A little bit towards the south, as we had discussed previously earlier on in the video. I think that this larger portion of the mountain is going to be rife with plenty of coal. Carrying on how we have been setting up these quarry areas where we're under the mountain digging out the coal, we're going to have 2 separate quarries in each little area like this. Not only, of course, because it's quite efficient having teams of folks digging at the coal seams, but also that way if one were to become injured, maybe a small cave-in or something like that, the other can either run for help or try to assist them themselves. Alas, this line of work is not for the weak among us. And with that, we continue piling on more and more coal chunks. None of this would have been possible without our great big steam pony locomotive, or most especially, without you, friends. Now with our coal mining industry really beginning to take off, I think that next episode it's going to be time for us to finally start working on our town and raising it from the ground floor into a bustling society here. I think one of the first things we should probably work on is more worker barracks, or possibly a saloon/inn where people actually have some proper rooms. But that will be next time. I'll see you later. Howdy, partner. Welcome to the Wild, Wild West. But, more importantly, welcome to Rattlesnake Ranch. Our up-and-coming town, a fine place based around our coal mining industry and good old-fashioned values. In recent months, the black gold has really been flowing out of these caverns, and we have been making a good bit of money from our tireless labor. Yep, and we've built an absolutely massive oh yeah. We still need to build our town. I guess we had better get started on that, shouldn't we? Well, before we do that, we apparently have a counselor by the name of Lara offering to join us here, as she has nowhere else to go. Why, we're always happy to help someone in need. Besides, we could use a boost in our population. Well, howdy, little lady. Now, what's a delicate flower like yourself doing? Oh, not so delicate, I see. Welcome to town. I think you are going to fit right in. Given her social skills, she would obviously make for a great price negotiator next time we need to make trading partners to buy our coal. But her burning passion to construct things will also be perfect for building our town today. Speaking of which, let us actually begin doing that as we've been discussing. To start off, we're going to be building some more worker housing for our coal miners. That's really what we'll be starting with, and as we continue expanding the town, we'll start getting into more recreational areas and other types of housing. But right now, I think it only makes sense that the town would start up around the industry that is fueling it. However, as you may have noticed, we've run out of wood. So much so, in fact, that we had to use leather for sleeping accommodations, and even this sacrifice has left us with so little wood we cannot finish our worker housing, quickly halting any construction excitement we had. As you might have guessed, an arid shrubland like the one we find ourselves building our town in isn't exactly rife with vegetation, let alone trees that we can chop for oodles upon oodles of wood. Though there are some scattered cacti and trees sparsely around the area that we can use to finish up our workers' barracks. Even so, we have much more than just worker housing to go about building today, so I think we should focus our research efforts into tree sowing, allowing us to, as you could guess, grow our very own trees, and cacti of course. But this research is going to take quite a while, and more so, once we plant a field of trees, it'll take even longer to grow them, so we need to figure out an alternative method of acquiring logs for construction of our town until that happens. Lucky for us, I know just the way to go about doing so. So many towns and settlements around us already are just biting at us for our coal chunks. What if instead of just selling them off for money, we did a bit of an exchange for wood? Very well then, it's settled. We would spend the next day or two loading up our coal cart full of, well, you guessed it, coal, and then we would immediately take it north to the city of Imps Brook to do a bit of trading. Meanwhile, back home, we finished up that research into tree sowing. That didn't take us too long, now did it? But this is the hard part. We would have to work day and night, tirelessly sowing some drago trees. They don't exactly grow massive like a pine or an oak tree, but they are native to the region, which will mean that they'll grow quite well here, unlike pine or oak. But sowing a massive field of trees wasn't all negative. There was some positive to this as well, I'd say. You see, I sorta compared Slick to a golden aura because, well, she's mighty pretty and, well, partner, you get me out here in this field for hours on end with a beautiful woman planting trees and, well, I'm afraid it just kinda happens this way. Ain't love grand? By this point, our freight train had finally arrived at Imps Brook and we immediately offered them plenty of coal for plenty of wood. Although the two of them weren't exactly an equal trade, so they would end up still paying us just over 7,000 pieces of silver. In other words, we got our cake, and by God, we ate it too. By the time we arrived home, everybody was tickled plum pink to unload our carts. But you know, with all this money and all this wood, I think the next part of our town should probably be a good storage facility. So, of course, we began working on that next. Because this feels like a good time to remind you, up until this point, yes, we are on our 5th episode into this series, we have still been storing everything except for our coal in either a storage pit dug into the ground or some type of large tent. Barely keeping things stored, I guess you could call it. So having a proper warehouse like this for the town was the next logical step, and it is indeed large enough, more so, actually, to store everything that we currently have in storage as well as any future items. But of course we have the difficult process right now of moving all those items to this new location. As we were in the middle of doing so, we also ended up having some settlers coming to do some trading with us who would end up providing us with even more wood. Now, with our overabundance of wood that we finally have, we could start working on some more interesting projects for the outer portions of the town, not solely focused on working in our coal mines. Something of a, maybe not a tourist destination, but where the workers can go to interest themselves as well as visitors to the town. Yes, indeed, I am talking about a proper saloon. Albeit a quite small one for the moment. Luckily, we still have plenty of room to expand in the future, but for now, given the quaint size of Rattlesnake Ranch, I think that this saloon is the perfect size. And it's also perfect for any rootin' tootin' needs that our cowpokes might have. As you can see, we've got a marble piano, we've got a faro table, we've got darts, we've got it all. The only thing now is we need to keep our shelves stocked with plenty of alcohol. If you guys have any wonderful names for the saloon, be sure to leave those in the comments section down below. On the upstairs portion of the saloon, we also have a couple of rooms that I plan on renting out for $10 a piece per night, as that is the cheapest that I could make them. These aren't exactly the nicest rooms ever, but for some weary souls traveling through the area, or perhaps visiting the saloon for an evening, they will make for a nice sanctuary against the discomforts of night and vicious coyotes. This also means that I have added the hospitality mod to our mod list, which can always be found in each video description, by the way, if you were to be looking for it. But I do want to mention that this doesn't mean we're solely going to be focusing on hospitality here, as it is just going to be a small cog in a much bigger machine. That being said, I think that we need a proper place to go about making machines and tools, and this is a terrible segue into this topic, but we are going to be building something of a smith shop. I guess you would call it a blacksmith, but we'll also be making ammunition here, tools, weapons, just a good place to store any of our metallic items and what have you. Whereas before, similar to our storage facility of course, we've mostly just been doing all of this under a little wooden awning that we built next to the mountain outside. This way we'll actually be able to stay somewhat cool, or at least out of the sun, while doing these important tasks. And with that, we actually have a beautiful addition and beginning to the outer shell of our town, on the outskirts, away from the coal mining industry. Our first big milestone and step into an actual town that isn't just focused on the type of work that we're doing, but one, of course, that is still very much influenced by it. By this point, we had 8 desperate refugees approaching. Their leader, by the name of Maylise, had mentioned that their crops were blighted this season, they began to starve, and thus they are in search of a new home temporarily until they can get back up on their feet. We, being the good, kind, caring people that we are, decided to accept. Later that evening, as the moon began to climb into the sky, the group of refugees would arrive. Well, ma'am, it's nice to meet yins. We look forward to having y'all around the town, helping us build and to go about growing in exchange for some good old-fashioned hospitality. You and your people are welcome here as long as you like. Maylise here claims to have been a policewoman herself. Said she served in some big city out east. Never heard of it before, but I gotta say it's nice having another law enforcement alumni around these parts keeping the peace. Now, we weren't exactly ready for a population influx of this size, even if it is temporary, so we decided to work our asses off ever so quickly to accommodate our new guest with some tents as well as lodging. It ain't much, ma'am, but It beats laying out in the cold. Speaking of laying out in the cold, for far too many seasons, our critters have been laying out in the cold, but no longer after today, as we are going to be building a proper barn. Every city in the Wild West worth its salt has one, and ours shall not be an exception. It is here that we shall be keeping our emu as well as our donkeys. But not our chickens, as I like to build them their very own coop in a large field somewhere so they have plenty of food to eat and we don't have to constantly bring it to them, just like we're doing with these critters. Speaking of which, I've recently asked for some name suggestions for our 3 donkeys and our emu, and you wonderful people have provided them, with the names of Thomas, Baron, Black Mamba, and Doug. Funny enough, for our donkeys, I actually didn't get all that many name suggestions, so I decided to repurpose some of the names that a lot of you actually left for our train. And as for the emu, it would seem that advertising works, because I knew exactly what you were talking about with the name of Doug. Wonderful names as always, my friends, thank you. But we're not done with the naming just yet. With the name of our locomotive coming from our friend Engineer TV 9305, with the name being the Black Lung. Ever so fitting for the name of a train that is designated with hauling coal back and forth between 2 villages. Morbidly humorous. I love it. Now then, let us continue with the expansion of our town. Every good town can also, well, feed itself. And as we already have a few different bits and pieces of land where we're growing our crops, I think it would be much better to have a designated farm. So, that is currently what we're building, as you see here. Farming was also desperately needed in the area since we have a larger population, even if it is temporary. You'll notice that we also built a couple of houses. Now, these are going to be for the farming, our residents with the best planting and growing skill, of course. To ensure that we have adequate amounts of storage for all of our food as well that we're going to be growing here, we also decided to construct a couple of granaries. Nothing too fancy, built out of sandstone with a thatch roof, built up high with the storage being up high as well. That way critters nor the weather alike can take our food from us that easily. Plus, there's obviously a huge benefit to having our food stored not far from where it's being grown. That way it doesn't take us much time to put it here, and also this will free up plenty of space in our warehouse. While still on the topic of freeing up space, having all of our new growing areas in this new area specifically for them will also mean that the entrance into our coal mines can be freed up for worker housing, more storage, or whatever we choose to put here. But along with all the good news, there had to be a bit of bad news. I thought that Slick and I were ready to take things to that next level, but in trying to do so, we ended up breaking up and she rejected me, and for the next day or 2 I wandered around in sadness. While the whole ordeal drove Slick into an insulting spree, at which point she insulted Isla by calling her a, and I quote, cabbage-faced wretch. Isla promptly beat the shit out of her. Well, that was one great big disaster, but I guess it could have been worse. Although Slick did get her jaw literally cracked by Isla's fake arm. Yep. We don't play that shit out here, partner. I gotta level with you. I don't think picking a fight with a lady and calling her a cabbage-faced wretch, yuck, what a horrible thing to say to someone, but specifically with a woman that ended up killing a legendary grizzly bear was a good idea. Nevertheless, I digress. Let's get back to building this shit. What's going on now? So, something rather interesting has happened. It would seem that our guests have turned against us, but perhaps not for the reasons that we might think. We apparently have some man-hunting coyotes who have killed Luca, one of their people, and they are quite upset with us about it, as if his protection were up to us. I mean, we allowed them to stay here and to live here for a while for hospitality's sake, but apparently now Melis is blaming us for his death. A classic Wild West fable sort of situation, what I would refer to as horse shit, because there's no way you could blame us for this when your little dumb pal was the one who caused it. I think let's bring Armando back this way, and we can have Lara open that gate, bringing Armando in away from all of them. I think, yes, They are up here in this little valley area around the saloon and the smithy by themselves. All except for Nestor, who happens to be right here with a knife. Oh shoot, I forgot to get Nelly her weapons back. Do we have ammo on? I don't think Isla has ammo either. Damn, I have been neglecting to make ammo. I'm not used to combat extended, but that's no excuse. I've been neglecting to make ammo because I've been having so much fun building the town, and this is a severe side effect of that. It looks like Slick has ammo in her pistol, though, to kill Nestor if need be. And Gal, who is also just nearby, has a ball in his musket. Everyone else, though, we need to awake to come help us out up here with our little problem with the rest of these dirty refugee bastards. That sounds terrible. These dirty bastards who just so happen to be refugees we took in, who are trying to kill us. That almost sounded like I was saying something really rude, and that's not what my intention was. But yes, we are going to bring everyone up here, and we are going to fight them and slaughter them if need be. If any of them survive, we might be able to take them in and convince them as to what happened. Oh, shit! I didn't even realize there's another one of them in our mine. Damn. We've recently... Oh, damn. I really have been neglecting everything. Faye doesn't even have a weapon. Damn. I'm so stupid. Oh, gosh, I'm so stupid. Faye, though, we've recently recruited, and I am here in the mines. Faye could probably lead one of them up this way. Now, I will say something that I did prepare, and have been preparing since the last video, of course, is the fact that everyone, and indeed I mean everyone, in terms of our people, have their bulletproof waistcoats on, or at least they should. Looks like they do, so I think we should be ready to take any bullets if we have to. We do also have to keep in mind that we're going to have to fight off, how many coyotes? 3 manhunting coyotes, so they're all up there attacking him. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit rough, but I think we'll be able to handle it. Now, my real concern is going to be up here with Melise and the others. The reason for that is because the majority of the refugees that are staying with us do not have firearms, all except for Melise, has a rifle, who is about to shoot Fleeb. Here we go. Thank God she missed. Okay, she missed. I'm very nervous. He can't hit Melise from there. That's not good. Alright. We'll take Chief out. Okay, thank God. Alright, thank God. And we've got the gate open just in time. Laura, please come out here and help us. Armando, come in here and shut that damn gate immediately, friend. Oh, and one of them got hit by a trap. Hell yes. Oh, he did come in just in time, but he's down. Good, 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 good. Very good. What are they doing? They're moving out this way for some reason. So we've managed to take down Washash as well as Chief. Melise, Simon, and McLean are all... I don't know if they're leaving the area or what. I have a feeling they're going to be very angry and try to burn down our farm or something. Apologies, I noticed a bit of static in my audio there. But either way, it would appear that I am up close and personal with Masahiko? Masika? I can't pronounce words. You know this. I know this. Let's not try. I'm going to pull back, though. I might be able to give Faye my bow. I do have some arrows in the quiver as well, which would be nice. And so we've taken down these 2 up here. We do have the coyotes beginning this way, but I think our traps will deal with them quite easily, to be honest with you. I'm going to put Golf on the turret. Don't know that he can hit... Oh, he sure can. Can we? We can't hit from here with our pistol, so maybe come down this way. Smarty, I think, would be able to hit from here with the rifle. We want to try to take them out before they start burning down our fields, but I think we're going to have to go after them. Unless these coyotes handle them for us, which... Let's come down this way away and see if the coyotes go after them. We've also taken down Nestor down here. We shot him, oh my, once in the leg, once in the left lung. One of them appeared to have hit his rib cage. Oh God, that sounds terrible. And then 2 other shots in the torso. Nestor is pretty good all around, and I'm thinking, if at all possible, we should probably try to convince him that we're not the bad guys, simply because he's great. So why don't we go ahead and let Isla capture him and then tend to him. Slick and Gal, I think I will bring up this way, just because we may end up having to fight some coyotes, but let's see how the battle goes for myself and Faye down here. I think we're going to be a-okay, hopefully. I think we're gonna be fine. Let's come on out this way. I'm going to... Oh, they're fleeing. I just noticed that they're fleeing. That's fine. We wanted no quarrel with these people anyway. Did we not? We wanted no quarrel. They are the ones who turned on us after their friend got himself, might I add, killed. He might have been in a mental state, to be honest with you. I wasn't paying too much attention to the refugees because I thought they're only staying here with us for a time. They'll take care of themselves. Well, apparently they took care of themselves all right by getting themselves killed. Let's see. You are incredibly good with animals and plants. Some of these refugees, I think, are going to be joining us permanently, and I've got to say I'm pretty tickled about that all in all. Even though they turned on us, and that's the only reason it's happening, I'm still pretty tickled. Laura's not a very good doctor, but she can capture Washash. If they're leaving, I'll allow them to leave without issue. These coyotes are about to meet our traps, I believe. Yep. I think we'll be fine. The other one's up here. Is it not coming down this way? I guess not. Let's see if Fleeb can run down here. Lloyd, open the door for him ever so quickly. We are going to have Fleeb make a run for it away from this coyote, which is up here. Oh shit, this is the worst timing ever. Oh god, this is really bad. That couldn't have been a worse time for him to run out the door. Go, 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 go. Oh my god, there we go. Whew. I didn't think we were going to shoot it. All right. Isla's having a tantrum. What was that from? Serious pain. Yeah, not having her arm and her scars and stuff are just, I don't want to say it's debilitating, but it's definitely painful, so... I wonder. She has a mangled scar. I didn't even notice this before. Of course, she has muscle parasites. She's infected with something that's adding on to it. Isla not only has muscle parasites and... that scratch scar across her torso, but her left eye. There's a mangled scar from that bluebird that attacked us last episode when we fought the bandits on the train tracks. Son of a bitch. Poor Isla is just taking beatings left and right like a champ. And all the worst she can do is have a few tantrums here and there. Truly, she is the best among us, I must say. But it would appear that our battle with the refugee folk who are staying with us for a time is over. I am afraid we're about to lose this jolly little fellow here, Masahiko, as I've completely neglected to try to rescue him. I apologize, sir. You did try to kill us, though. Even if it was over a simple misunderstanding, this is the outcome of your choices here today. Yeah. Sorry about that, pal. We do have Nestor, who is almost fully tended. We'll begin attempting to explain the situation to him that Luca basically killed himself, and it wasn't our fault. And the same for Washash, I apologize. Yeah, I mean, we didn't want to do that. We did not want to do that at all. I suppose a good way for us to get on the good side of these folks is by burying their friends. And I thought that a nice little graveyard out here in our tree growing area, I guess you would call it an orchard, but it's not really for fruit trees, might be a good place. So we'll start trying to bury some of them out there. That was very unexpected. Now, I will say I was prepared for them to turn on us, because of course, out in the West, you know how it is. People are always trying to kill you. This type of stuff happens pretty often. So we were ready for that, not over something so simple and, quite frankly, silly, as it wasn't even our fault. Damned coyotes started a civil war right here in our town. And you know what? That, I mean, they were only temporary guests, but how many were there? 8? There's only 13 of us. That's almost half of us. Not really, but kinda. We could do some type of holiday over it. If you guys have any ideas for any holidays for our victory over this little civil excursion, be sure to let me know in the comments. It doesn't have to be a holiday of, like, celebration. It could be a day of memorial or remembrance of something. So, if that's something you think that could be a good idea, be sure to let me know in the comment section. I always love making holidays for series. Anyhow, though, I do think that we should start working on some proper graves for these folks. Misunderstanding or not, it's truly just... I mean, it wouldn't be right of us not to bury them, even if they were in the wrong for attacking us first, so I think that's exactly what we're going to do. So begins the burial. Once we get the others recruited, they can come and mourn their friends anytime that they so choose. Such a terrible thing. An avoidable thing as well, I might add. But they made their bed, and They have to lie in it. This is their bed. And they are indeed lying in it now. Now hold on, I know. I should have ammunition and weapons and everything prepped in case something like that were to have happened. Don't worry, I'm preparing for it now. Better late than never. Not only have we been stockpiling ammunition after our little excursion there with our angry refugee friendos, but we are also ensuring that most of our folks have weapons. I think I mistakenly said a moment ago that Nellie couldn't pick up a weapon, she didn't have a weapon. Well, she is incapable of violence, and I forgot about that, but Faye here is definitely not, with her being the bandit leader who tried to kill us not so long ago. Although, she is now reformed and armed. This whole kerfuffle, though, reminded me that we need a place of law and order. We need somewhere not only that would serve as a jailhouse, but also as a police station out in this wild, wild western town that we're building here. And so, that's exactly what we started building. A sheriff's office with a built-in jail for up to 3 folks. Thanks to our prior knowledge into smithing techniques, we're already well aware of how to build iron bars to keep them folks behind bars, if that makes sense. These cells are damn near impenetrable, but even if they somehow manage to get out, we built the sheriff's office right in front of our coal mine, so the heart, the center of our town itself, meaning if they start running away, surely to God someone's gonna see them and we can catch them. Now I know what you're thinking. Dale, who in their right mind would be willing to take such a burden as to be the sheriff here, devoting their life to keeping the peace and order in our grand aspiring Rattlesnake Ranch? Well, you're looking at him. That's right. I am a sheriff once more. It only seems fitting since I am the only one here with all the prior experience. Back to defending folks, and this time, it's legal. Well, now that we have a proper sheriff's office and police station and jail all in one, I think it's also time we start working on some other things around the city, like a nice tailoring shop. Somewhere, not only that we can go about making clothing and more taxidermy, as well as just storing our textiles, but a place for our folks to work, most importantly, other than the coal mines. Even with mining being our main focus, it's important to remember that our people are skilled laborers in many different fields and expertise, and they are the lifeblood of our city. We would also take the liberty of building some signs around town as well, like for our butcher shop, as well as our researching library, places like that. Now, that might not seem all that consequential. Dale, you guys have lived here for a long time. What would you need that for? Well, if we're going to become an up-and-coming city, a real bustling town, we need to make sure that we have some appropriate signs telling new folks where everything is, as well as visitors who may be coming here for whatever reason. On top of our efforts to make sure everything is labeled appropriately and that new people can find things, we're also adding onto our farm once more. We've had our chickens for quite some time, and I feel terrible letting them run around in their tiny little lot. It's all muddy and small. So, up by our new fields, we have made a great big chicken pen. Plenty of room for them to run around to their heart's content. A decent bit of grass for them to eat, though we'll still be supplying them with plenty of hay, and best of all, they'll be able to lay many, many more eggs here. Now, we have been slacking a little bit on our mining duties, but we were still sure to trade with anyone who was willing to buy plenty of our coal. Speaking of which, we are well overdue for loading up a great big haul of coal to Imps Brook for a little bit of trading, so that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on right now. Headed that way and arriving about an hour or so later, making ourselves a very pretty penny. Oh, things just couldn't get better. Oh. But they could get worse. The Wrangler Company? No, there's no way that's a Pinkerton agency, oh my god, they really are here. Looks like we got 3 deputies and quite a few of their police dogs, but I don't understand. Why would these officers come for us? We didn't do Melis. It's all starting to make sense. Very well. Let us enforce the law. So a massive issue that we're facing at the moment is simply the fact, not only do some of our people not have weapons, the newer member here, I don't know if we have anything for you, Washosh, but we'll let you stay back here. We have yet to finish any defenses in this area. Reason, of course, being because we just recently worked on this area, but I think we'll be able to use our horse-drawn wagon as a bit of a defendable point, if it comes to it. I will say I would prefer if it didn't come to it. I'm actually going to bring some of our folks with their rifles. Now, I want to be able to take them alive. Obviously, I prefer not to have to kill our fellow law enforcement, but I think we are far past the point of conversation. We also have our train crew, with that being Armando, Gulf, and Slick. I almost forgot they recently made it home. I actually am going to try to send some of our people with rifles and shotguns up this way. I suppose we'll just have to have a shootout. I don't know what to tell you. I actually might keep Smarty, and Isla has a rifle, so I'll send her out, but Smarty with her shotgun, I think I'll keep her down here with some of the folks with their pistols. That way they can defend this point. The idea is going to be to lure them back this way. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever has to happen, has to happen. We could pull our ox carts up that way, but I think it's only going to muddy the water a bit here and make things a bit more difficult than they need to be. We could bring our Gatling guns. Oh, you know what I just realized? Our Gatling guns don't have any ammunition down this way because we accidentally, hauled it all the way up there. We'll have to fix that. I'll have to remember to fix that. I will say, though, I think we could bring our Gatling gun here, now that I think about it. Let's have Slick deliver it, as it is still loaded with about 40 or so ammo. I've also been meaning to, for quite some time, to make some grape shot for our 4-pound cannons, but we still haven't done that. That would be quite crucial when taking on hordes of German shepherds from the Pinkerton agency, which, I don't know how this battle's gonna go, but that might be something that we start encountering pretty often. So let's bring our Gatling gun up here. Armando with his rifle can tag along, Golf with his pistol. I'm going to have down here with Smarty and the others. We'll kind of have the Gatling gun set up in this position so that we can use it. Now, let us go ahead and start this party, I guess. Let's let everyone I don't know if I should let them take cover, but having them take cover up here is going to do more damage than anything, I think. There we go. We've got melees. They're a little bit too busy. Oh god, Lloyd is in a daze. What a terrible place to have a daze, Lloyd. We're mostly shooting their animals, so it doesn't seem like they're interested in coming after us, but they are attempting to take cover. Here they come. Here they come. Okay, get out of their range, if we can. Oh god, somebody dropped their rifle for some reason. Come on. Go, 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 go. Alright, I want everyone taking cover back here once more. Behind the wagon, anywhere we can. We've got German shepherds coming. Oh, can we not shoot over the wagon? Oh, Lloyd! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Son of a bitch. Move the wagon out of the way. Now it is hindering us. Damn it. We can't even move, though. Here we go. This is bad. Lloyd is about to get ripped apart by those dogs. There's not a lot of cover for us all to use, I'm afraid. It's just how it is at the moment. How many German shepherds are left? 5, of course. I think they're all injured except for 2 of them. Okay, we gotta try to save Lloyd here and all his... Oh, that's hardly saving him. The Pinkertons are leaving, which is Mitsuya and Melis. I don't know if I want to chase them down and kill them, but I wouldn't mind, because Melis, she has a pistol. I think it would only make sense that I myself would attempt to confront Melis. I don't want to kill her, if I can help it. She is tending to herself, though. I think she's going to, you know, be there for a second. Lloyd is going to die soon. We don't want Lloyd to die, for one, but we also don't want the other person to die. If I could try to, basically, I guess what I'm trying to say, if I could try to relieve this conflict without more people dying, if I could keep even these deputies from dying, that would be great. You know what I mean? I think that that would be great. And as much as I want to confront Melis, I think that I, myself, need to start tending to these people since I have such a good medical skill. We don't want Lloyd or this deputy dying. I want to return this deputy in good health. If Oh my god. Melis has fallen. Melis has fallen. Okay, we're gonna send Lara up to tend to Melis just a bit. She's been shot in the torso. We don't want her dying either. If we could try to make amends with the Pinkertons, perhaps we could talk some sense into Melis. I don't know, but we're going to capture her for now and take her to jail where she belongs. I knew you'd come back, Melis, but I didn't think you'd do this. Lie to law enforcement about your little tale, blaming us for your friend's death. So, just, I don't know, dirty, disgusting, even. But, alas, I am afraid that that's how things are at the moment. One of the Pinkertons did end up leaving. I mean, we didn't want to kill them like I mentioned if we could avoid it, so. But we would defend ourselves, obviously. Alright, let's capture I don't plan on trying to recruit these Pinkertons. Maybe I should. But again, I think more or less what we're going to be doing here is attempting to release them. Now, I'm not going to tend to their dogs because there's no way of releasing those dogs without them trying to bite us. An animal cannot be taught a whole tale about right and wrong, of course. It is simply a trained animal, unfortunately. Finally, friends, with the bloodshed over, at least for the time being, we can sit back and look upon the creation that we have built here today. The start of a soon-to-be thriving town. Perhaps even a city at some point. But I ask you, is this a city that is founded on law and order? An eye for an eye, law and order? Are we a city that is forgiving? What are we? What would you have us do with these prisoners based on what happened here today? And be careful with what you say, because your opinions, your comments, your suggestions are going to influence the rest of not only this series, but our city as a whole. See you later. Howdy there, partner. Don't mind little old me, just a sheriff doing his duty. Keeping an eye on some guilty folk, Pinkertons no less. Had a little misunderstanding a couple days back. The jury's still out on their fate, innocent or guilty, that type of thing. See them there Pinkertons come into our town, Rattlesnake Ranch. They was looking to take the law into their own hands. But around here, we are the law of our town. A town that will continue expanding ever more, which is exactly what we have planned here today. We need to expand, and we need more citizens. Citizens that can work in our coal mines or some of our other fine establishments that have been or will be built. Now, the easiest way for both of those things to be quite achievable is with a civilian locomotive. You see, we have our train known as Black Lung, but she's for hauling coal, not people. Not yet, at least. Currently, in case you're new around here, maybe you don't know, but our railroad kind of starts and ends right here, at least in terms of the town, inside of our coal mine. I mean, it is a coal mining locomotive hauling our big coal chunks back and forth, plenty of tons of them, so why would we have needed it to go anywhere else, right? Well, while that may be true, today I hope to establish a proper train station for new people coming into town. And as you can see what we're doing right now, we are actually going to wrap the tracks around this area so that the train won't have to be backing up whenever it leaves to go out on one of its coal hauling missions. It's kind of an awkward thing to see. We just go in reverse the whole time and then go accelerate back. It's a little weird looking. And that's why today we're literally moving mountains, cutting a second tunnel right next parallel to the one that we already have. That way our train will be able to do the old loop-de-loop. Even so, the biggest limiting factor for our railroad right now is wood, as we need it for the ties that the rails actually connect to themselves. Luckily, we've got a great big field and/or orchard, whatever you want to call it, of Drago trees that we've been growing for this specific purpose, cutting them and storing the logs, not only for this railroad, but out on the world map. That way we can connect our rail line up with many more cities to come. That's the grand plan, at least. As for right now, we gotta think a little bit smaller and finish digging out this tunnel. That way the old Black Lung can loop around, as we were talking about, and set itself back up on the proper line. This is also going to give us a great opportunity to build our train station, as I mentioned. A few days later, and all the mining and digging was done. Now the only thing we got to do is get those granite chunks out of the tunnel. Not too bad, though, because we actually plan on chopping those up into granite blocks, which is exactly what we need to continue our railroad out on the world map. Ah, self-sufficiency. As we mined out these tunnels, we also found ourselves a tiny little vein of gold ore. My oh my, and here we were thinking of prospecting. Maybe there's gonna be plenty more of this as we expand our coal mine, who knows? Now then, for the coup de grace, I guess you could call it that. It's nothing too fancy, but we are going to be building our train station. Just a small little area where folks will be able to wait and/or come in, I suppose, from the train once we have our civilian line made up. We plan on doing an entire train specifically for that, though we are a little ways off from a railroad empire. As we well know, though, a little ways off does not mean impossible. As you can see, the train station is finished with a nice little area for the employee, whoever we so choose to take this position, to sit and just kind of issue out tickets and that sort of thing, as well as a little waiting area. Again, nothing too fancy. I know, without a civilian train it hardly means anything, but all in due time. For now, my friends, we are going to be building a civilian boxcar onto our Black Lung train. I think that is only fitting, and also it gives some humble, quaint beginnings for what we hope to become a railroad empire, no? But for now, until we expand our soon-to-be empire, and most importantly our tracks to other towns where other people are, a boxcar with a few new visitors and townsfolk will suffice, I think. Now that we finally have this finished, we can actually start working on a railroad to the next town over, going by the name of Bandit's Tar Pit. I'm not exactly sure on the lore behind that. Like I said, I don't come up with the names, but that is the city to our southeast. One that's just itching to buy all our coal, and one that I'm sure has plenty of folks looking for work outside their local herd. First and foremost, though, we're going to be headed to the little hodgepodge town of Imps Brook, a little bit to the northeast. Now, I'm not going to be following the rail idea there, the trail, I guess, for it, that you saw to a T. We're actually going to be building it from this town over to the next, not only connecting us up with him, but this town as well. Consider it an act of goodwill, seeing how we're going to be trading off coal chunks to Imps Brook for wood, as well as plenty of steel, and even some granite. That way we can supply our train and our workers as they continue building the railroad itself. But you see, not only does it take an absolute shit ton of resources like steel, granite blocks, as well as some chem fuel and wood to build these railroad tracks, but most importantly of all, it takes time. A lot of time. As you can see here, we literally have several days passing per clip as we are just slowly slogging and trekking along building more railroad. I've sent out as much of our populace as I could to work on the railroad, and even so, it's still going to be quite the project, as you can see. However, in the meantime, back home, we also have plenty of work to do. But before we begin our next construction project in the town, I also want to name our previous one. We have our saloon, and we have a name for it, with that being the Burning Throat, from our good friend, Rohan Del Rod 4323. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name, but you have the wonderful idea of naming it the Burning Throat, given the fact that, coal dust and coal mining, it all just fits together. I love it. Now, continuing on with our saloon here, our saloon actually only has enough room for 2 guests up top in its rooms, as we well know. Because of this, we've been allowing travelers to stay within the makeshift camp that we had built previously for our Pinkerton friends before they turned on us. Now, when I say we've been letting travelers stay here, I do mean completely free of charge. Might I just add, we're not monsters here at Rattlesnake Ranch, nor are we greedy. Regardless, though, this does mean we need a proper inn and/or hotel. I think hotel seems like a more fitting name given the era in which we live. Luckily for us, we again have a shit ton of trees regrown to build this hotel. Yeah, you thought I was being lazy when I showed you all that boring railroad building footage earlier? Well, I was. Sort of. I had to wait for our trees to regrow since our train was busy and unable to purchase us wood for construction back here at the ranch. But as we harvest our lumber for construction in the town, some of us, Wushush and Nestor, particularly, mourn those they had lost. Even now, understanding our plight and the wrongdoing of their former leader, Melis, they of course still hold some guilt in their hearts for the part that they played in the massacre. A guilt I fear will haunt them until their very end. It is for this reason and more we will be establishing a day of remembrance for the massacre and misunderstanding that caused the event known as Coyotes Moon. Not just a day to mourn, but one where we can come together and ensure, as a community, such an event does not ever occur again. We shall observe this holiday on the 1st of August, each year. We felt that holding this day of remembrance on the actual massacre day might hold some negative energy to it, so the 1st of August felt like a fitting day. The name of this holiday and suggestion coming from our good friend Tank Hammer. And I think you, Tank Hammer, put it perfectly by calling it an annual remembrance for the victims of the madness and violence that the frontier wilderness can bring. And that leads us to our next big decision. Maylee's and her cohort, Marie, who both are Pinkertons, and Maylee's, of course, being the one who really kicked off the madness, with her being the leader of the party that attacked us when their friend was attacked by coyotes. All this to say, do we kill them? Do we keep them imprisoned? Or do we release them? And you guys have all kind of been discussing this in the comments on the last video with some really good points to both sides. Personally, I don't only think it would be in our best interest, but also based on what you guys have said as well, I think it might be in our best personality, or our own personality and morality, that we would release them. We're not looking to try to take law into our own hands on a larger scale than just Rattlesnake Ranch, and it does seem as if Maylee's, though maybe she had an ulterior motive where she was looking for a chance to try to take over our town, to kill us, to do whatever, that we would give her the benefit of the doubt, and releasing them and allowing them to walk home on our own railroad tracks seems in character for us. Don't worry though, if you're someone who thinks that we should extinguish the flame of the Pinkertons, you still might have that chance, as releasing the 2 prisoners barely made a dent in repairing our relationship with them. So there's no doubt in my mind they'll come a-knockin' once more. Though we should still try to repair things so we don't have to have these issues, I'm sure that we'll have a raid soon enough. It feels good to do the right thing. The right thing. Always depends on who you ask though, don't it? I gotta say, not everyone's quite as tickled as you two. We decided to let them go, but perhaps with a bit more work, we can really curry favor with the Pinkertons and truly repair our relationship, stopping the violence once and for all, or even maybe making allies out of them. Law and order is a cause that all people should strive for. Well, whether that ends up being the case, or maybe they come to our town looking to even take some of us prisoner this time for our quote-unquote crimes, we still have a town to build, do we not? Now that we got all that wood finally harvested, I think it's time we put those logs to good use by building our hotel. As you see here, this is the bare frame of it. We're gonna have 5 rooms and of course a lobby area. Next up though, the upstairs part, and perhaps most important of all, of course, the rooms themselves. You'll notice here, looking over the banisters, we're gonna have a couple of chess tables, our most snazzy and dapper building in the entire town, I would say. One that even most fancy of intellectuals might want to stay at, perhaps. Or at least what our folks here would consider, given the time period. I personally want the hotel to feel like as if the townsfolk, being Western-era mining folk, have built it for what they would consider a fancy place that diplomats might stay at, if that makes sense. With the main room here being actually made out of fine wooden walls, or at least the inner portion of it. Just as well, the walls also extend into the other 2 smaller rooms, with them costing $20 per night, and the main room here costing $30 per night. For folks back then, that would have been a lot of money. Thanks to the addition of these fine wooden walls, as well as some other wonderful furniture, this room is slightly impressive, mediocre, rather tight of course, pretty and clean. The cleaning part we just came in and swept a little bit, but this is actually the nicest room in the entire town of Rattlesnake Ranch, funny enough. Back downstairs at the lobby, we have a nice bookcase with some of the probably rare literature you would find out this way, of course, as well as a plant pot, the desk for whoever runs the hotel, as well as 2 lesser rooms that are priced much cheaper. We found that having the hotel right next to our Burning Throat saloon was best, since many a drunkard is sure to come looking for a cozy bed to sleep in. Sure, they may be a little bit unruly, but I'm sure that we can tolerate it once we see the dollars they'll be paying us to stick around for the evening. Obviously, obviously, as with our saloon, our hotel will need a name. If you fine folks would feel so inclined, I'd appreciate it. Now then, I apologize. I know it's taken us quite a while to finish up our hotel, given that we were getting rid of some prisoners and what have you, so let's check back in on our railroad crew. Huh, what the hell? Why have they stopped working? Well, I guess we'd better go check things out, huh? I thought we might have trouble afoot, so I had the train come back and get Dale. He's obviously just our sheriff, but he's basically our leader until we get summoned into the office of the mayor. We have all gathered up here in a fighting position, as I worry there might be trouble afoot. As you can see, our train has... Oh, hello. Oh my god, and this... We have a band of thugs. Okay, well, we're not going to pay that. We refuse. Even worse so, looks like we have bandits coming. I will pause for a second. We've stopped building our train track. As you can see, we're right in the middle of doing so. However, we have come upon some tribes people. I didn't even realize that there was a little area here. I didn't know there was a tribe out this way. It looks like it's the tribe of Abrunyo. I never heard of them before, but apparently they are out this way around Bandit's Tar Pit. I guess they probably live in harmony? I have no idea, but they're not aggressive towards us, okay? And we're not the conquering, type of people. We just want to flourish in our society along with other societies. So I think that trying to, build through their homeland here just wouldn't be right at all. It would honestly be a really bad thing for us to do. So I'm not going to do that. I am, however, going to cancel the construction of our railroad. Sure, we've missed some, or wasted some resources, but instead, let me see. I think, because we've already built a little bit on their land and I feel bad. We will build around, we should probably build this way, hugging the mountains. We'll build around their lands, as it seems like they kind of own this area. I don't see any more in this area. We'll build around the mountains. Oops, I'm sorry about that. Okay, we'll build around the mountains, though, around this way. Maybe because we'll have to build onto the stone road here. What if we just build straight through the mountains, tunneling through, and then coming into Bandit's Tar Pit this way? Because we probably have the firepower to attack, but we're good people. We're not bad people. These aren't our lands, nor are they even around our lands, mind you. So I would not feel good about ourselves if we done that as the Free State of Dell. It just wouldn't be right of me, so I'm not going to do that. It does look like we're going to have to deal with bandits here in a minute, though, back at the town. So before we start working, we should probably get everybody back into the train, and then we will go back. Although, I don't know. How many people do we have back at the town? We've got a decent bit. I think, 9 people. They could probably defend us back here at home. And we also have a caravan of visitors. If they're still here too, we could defend it. Okay, here's the idea. So Dale will stay here, because I feel terrible about building onto their lands here. That's not right of us. Dale will stay here and try to discuss with the tribes people, perhaps even about a trade relationship. That could be good. Maybe he could try to see if we might be able to set up a outpost out this way near their lands to do trade. Having a party. Oh yeah, so the Day of Remembrance, Coyote's Moon, is happening, which is cool, where we mourn and what have you. But anyways, we might be able to set up an outpost somewhere out here if we discuss with the tribe to actually do trade with them. Maybe we could have it come around this way so we could trade with them. We don't want the railroad to go through their lands, of course, in case they're cool with it. But we'll have Dale stay here for a little bit with them. And everyone else I am going to put back... Oh, I need the engineering spot. Back on the train, and we're going to continue working on the train track. I think that's going to be our best bet. We'll come back for Dale after he's done conversing with everyone. Perhaps they'll let him stay here for a few nights. That would be kind of them. If not, I'm sure we could build our own kind of area or something if we need to. But yes, I think that is what we're going to do. And Dale, I wish you ever so much luck in your endeavor of communication with these folks in their lands. Let us begin building the railroad, as it were. And so we would, spending the next few weeks building the railroad all the way to Bandit's Tar Pit as Dale attempts to communicate with the fine tribes people in their very own camp. All was going ever so well. Things are no longer going very well, okay? Before I reveal what is about to happen, let me just say the tribespeople are very kind, right? They've even let us stay here. I built my own little wooden canopy up here. They haven't kicked me out at all. I've been hunting and eating and living among them for a couple of weeks, I'd say. We actually had some manhunting koala, which I was going to show you, but we managed to kill them. I didn't even get injured. The tribespeople are badass, and they really took them on. I've also even been taking some time deconstructing the train track out of their lands, being very nice, you know, we're all just playing nice with one another. I haven't eaten their corn because it's their corn, of course. I also gave them offerings of clothing. I'm going to leave these things behind to them so that they can use them. If they so choose, maybe they won't care, or maybe they'll want to trade them with some more Western folk like ourselves. However, we have a raid, and it's the Pinkertons. I initially heard this, and I thought to myself, okay, this is the bandits that we've refused their payment of protection, quote unquote. No, it's the Pinkertons, and they are here. They're not back at Rattlesnake Ranch attacking. They are here. I'm very nervous about this. Very, very nervous. I've checked some of their inventories, and they are wearing some really high quality waistcoats, like this one. Masterwork waistcoat, bulletproof, no less, similar to our own, but who's our own out here? It's me. It's me. It's Dale. There's nobody else. And the question is, do we leave? And I think the answer is no. I think we stand with these tribes people. I don't know whether they're here for us or for the tribes people, but I think we stand with them. Oh, there's only 6 of them. How many Pinkertons? 13. I think we stand with them because it's the right thing to do, but I think we know what's going to happen if we do. Will say, however, I think we should also bring back our caravan, which should arrive pretty quickly. With all of our people, we have Armando, Golf, Isla, Slick, and Faye. But I don't know how fast, really, are they going to arrive. Will they arrive in time? Probably not. I don't really know how they're going to get in here since we've deconstructed some of the railroad. We'll probably have to build a little bit to get the hell back out of here. Who knows? But this, no doubt, is going to be the fight of my life. I suppose at the very least we could face it with pride. I don't know. These poor people are still injured and tending to themselves from the manhunting koala. Let's take cover up this way. We're using the Burden Model 1870 rifle. It takes forever to reload, but it's our best chance of getting any range against them. Are they coming this way? Maybe a bit. Oh god, they're coming to attack the tribes people. We shot a donkey, which is good. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Absolutely monstrous. They've blown off people's heads. Oh, I think the tribes people, yeah. Those that are alive have been defeated. They're burning everything, even our little wooden canopy. Damn, we're in a bit of a gunfight with this fellow. I'll tell you what we should do. We should move this way and take aim at these bastards from here. See if we can hit some of them. Uh-oh, we've got people coming. I've got an idea. Dynamite it is. What if we throw it right there? Because they're coming that way. Is that going to be too fast? Stop for a second. Now throw it right here. Dynamite. 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 Oh god. Oh god. Maybe not a good idea. Move. Oh! We did hit 2 of them with dynamite. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. Shit. They're all coming for us though. Alright. Throw some right there. I'll kill as many of them as I can. Oh, we threw it and he's not even there. It's a good thing that dynamite didn't blow up on us. Oh god, is this Muffalo? Muffalo's coming right for us. Swap to the pistol and move. Move back this way. Kill that Muffalo. Kill that Muffalo. Oh god. Kill that Muffalo. Come around the side. God, that Muffalo's fast. Yeah, let's come this way. It's coming around the side too. Blast it. Okay, whew. Reload. Quickly. How is it look? Oh god, we've got 2 of them coming. Oh no. They're burning down the tribes people's home. This is very sad. Can we hit somebody with a Molotov? I don't think we can hit them fast enough, but I do know we can whip out the old pistoli and lay some lead to their ass pretty quickly. Go, go, go. Go, Dale, go. Go, Dale. Oh, Dale. Oh, Dale. How badly injured are you? A gunshot to the right arm, the torso. You're actually not all that bad, and I'm guessing most of this, yeah, from the Muffalo head. We've got a crack in the spine. Where did that come from? A gunshot to the sternum. Damn, cracked our spine. Thank God for our bulletproof waistcoat, but, needless to say, this isn't exactly ideal. Oh, God. Oh, this is bad. It is bad, but our train is about to arrive, which is not so bad. Okay. Alright, our people are here. Okay, our train's a little discombobulated. We've completely come off the tracks. There are no tracks. We're not gonna make any progress trying to move on the train. Everyone, and I mean everyone, get your asses out here now. Alright, Armando, Golf, Isla, Slick, and Faye, everyone, march your... Oh god, here they come. They're coming for us. This is gonna be rough. Take cover up here. Behind these rocks. Damn it. They're coming right for us. Oh, God. I was really hoping we could keep the element of surprise. A lot of our people have pistols, so I've got them hiding behind the train itself. That way they could take fire at these bastards. Armando, move up this way. We're gonna need to start taking cover back here, I think. Armando has been hit. We're gonna take cover back here. I'm gonna have Golf throw some dynamite over here. Hopefully what ends up happening is... these Pinkertons, okay, they didn't walk that way. Is Armando out of ammo? That's a shame. That's a real shame. Come take cover, Isla. Armando, out of ammo, has dynamite. Again, dynamite, 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 dynamite. I think that's gonna be the only way, boys and girls. Except for maybe hitting this person with an axe. And Armando has been downed. This is a pretty rough situation we find ourselves in. So here's the thing. We could all try to move behind here to get cover because our enemies are out this way, and that would make the most sense. However, if we do that, we're going to be walking around. They're going to continue shooting at us, and we won't have our range, or our cover, I should say, from the people down here. These folks aren't even paying that much attention to us. We're running out of ammo. And, I mean, we have ammo, but we just are taking forever to reload said ammo. So, let's board. Okay. We might be able to focus on this guy, please, Faye. Okay, we're missing. Oh my god, are you out of ammo for your rifle? What about your pistol? Ah! We've used up all our ammo. For God's sake, we've used up all our ammo, and this is bad. Oh god, slick, 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 slick. Not good. Jump on the train. Everyone jump on these trains. Go. Everyone. Okay, get aboard the trains. Let's take a second. They're going to shoot at them. I have to pause, though, because if we keep letting them shoot at the trains, I don't know if they're going to run out of ammo, but I do know that they can still hurt us while we're in the trains. Let's see. Cargo. Ah, the caboose. We have a lot of explosives that we've been using to build our railroad through the mountain. What if... Okay. I like what I'm seeing, kind of. There's some up here, but there's some here. Can we blow this part up? If we can, I think we could kill at least 3 of them. That would be really good. Golf is maybe sorta about to pull off something really big if he can hit these. If we can hit them again. If we can hit them again, let's get closer. We can't get too close, though. Come on. Move. Oh, did we... I think they blew up, but Golf he's been downed. Okay. And they are fleeing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, stay in the train. It's our best form of cover. Okay, I think... Alright. We actually ended up winning. That's... Oh, shit. Dale. Oh... No, did Dale get back up? Oh, what the hell happened? Who's this? A Pinkerton. Oh, God. Dale. Oh, God. Oh, man. Shot in the head. A permanent injury. Oh, God. Dale, you poor guy. It just happened. We weren't Oh, poor Dale. Damn it. We are in less than favorable condition. I don't even... We've got Isla, who is tending to Armando. If we can manage to get him tended to... Okay, so Golf is no longer incapable of walking. Great. Tend to yourself, Golf. Please. Oh, God. All right, and Slick, also no longer incapable of walking. Faye, just a bruise. Good. All right, so this is an absolute shit show. Can we save Armando? Yes, we basically already have. Tend to him one more time to stop bleeding, and now start tending to yourself. How are we looking? Isla's been shot in the leg. All in all, she's fine. She's been shot in the right shoulder. That's okay. That's our prosthetic arm. We're okay. That was a chicken. I'm not worried about that. Slick, on the other hand, oh man, lost her leg. Oh, her left leg. Good God. And, oh, Golf is down. Slick, come please tend to Golf. How is he? Oh my God. Golf lost his nose. He has a gunshot in the head and in the right leg. He's literally about to die. Isla, come down this way, tend to Golf for us quickly if you can. We'll see if Slick can kind of start on that for us, but oh god, everyone's so slow, we barely can limp towards Golf to try to tend to him. I don't want to lose him too. We got 2 hours before he's gone. 1 hour. Please tend. Please tend. Quickly. Okay, thank God. 2 hours. Alright. Immediately swap Slick out for Isla. Isla's still gonna be faster. Oh, man. Alright. Okay. And Golf is no longer going to bleed to death. Everyone should be okay. I mean, that's a massive overstatement, but no one is going to bleed out anymore. There's piles of corpses and blood, gallons of blood drenching the ground. Our trains are definitely going to need a lot of repairs before we can get anywhere on the road again. Oh man, the tribes people are gone. I mean, what do you even say? There's heads laying on the ground, bodies missing heads. This person's still alive. 3 hours? Okay, Faye, if you can, it would be kind of you. Tend to the tribes person. We'll see if we can rescue them, keep them from dying. But their home is gone. And perhaps worst of all, our poor, sweet sheriff, our protagonist even, is dead. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I didn't notice this Pinkerton coming down here. Probably one of the escaping ones, I would say. I don't think they came in groups. But probably one of the escaping ones, and I didn't even realize that Dale got back up in all the heat of this fighting down here, so I'm guessing that... Oh, God. I'm guessing he stood up with his pistol or something, defending himself, killed this one, but the shotgun blast... Oh, man, this is bad. I don't really know how we're going to continue on without him. I really don't. Well, while our traveling warriors and coal miners are mourning the loss of our beloved sheriff, we back at Rattlesnake Ranch are throwing together a new locomotive to send out to help them out. Basically, tow our black lung back onto the tracks, as well as just to bring a bit of aid to them. Shortly after construction and a bit of refueling, this new locomotive was off. Now, when I say bring aid to them, I really just mean a bit of our radishes and other foods that they can eat. Thing is, it's hard for them to go about repairing the black lung and all of the carts that go along with it, as well as tend to themselves and just basically with everything that happened, as well as go about hunting food themselves. Shortly after arriving, Lloyd would dismount from the new locomotive and let out all the food from its cargo space. He jumped straight into repairing the black lung after realizing what had happened here and speaking with some of the others. In the meantime, Armando and the sole surviving tribesperson would be resting themselves from their injuries. Armando's got a long journey back home, even if it is just a bumpy-ass ride on the train track. And the tribesperson here has a long journey attempting to find their own people. We would offer to let them join us, but something tells me that that is the least of what they'd like to do right now. After a few days had passed, we had finally repaired our black lung, as well as all the accompanying carts, and now comes the hard part, spending the next few days going about loading all of the things in the area onto the train that we need. Like food, of course, as well as our poor deceased sheriff. Come on, Dale, one final ride back to the ranch. Once he and all the other necessities were loaded up onto the trains, we would finally make the trek back home. Arriving some odd hours later, we immediately started unloading all of our cargo, food, building materials, so on and so on, though the most crucial cargo of all was saved for last. We would end up building Dale a beautiful marble sarcophagus right out in our graveyard. A material that we don't commonly use, but one that is quite beautiful, I'd say. Isla buried him, and then later into the evening, the entire town would gather for his funeral as Gao gave us all some solemn words. For though all were saddened by his sudden passing, Gao and Isla were hit hardest of all, being they his longest and closest friends. Killed by his own kindness, some might say. Regardless though, Dale was a hero to us all. I guess now the only question is, who's gonna bring law to this lawless place now? Howdy, partner. Welcome to the Wild West. The name's Isla, and you, my friend, are lucky enough to step off the train in our humble abode of a town. Rattlesnake Ranch, a darn fine place to live among thy fellow man and work side by side with your neighbor. Indeed, we've built many a wonderful business round here, including our powerhouse coal mine fueling the entire town. Yes, sirree, it is the primary employer of most of our townsfolk. A fine dapper hotel establishment has also been built, as well as our Burning Throat Saloon, named after our coal mining company and the coal mining affairs that happen here at Rattlesnake Ranch. We have a train station, but I suppose you in particular are already aware of this one, eh? Hope you didn't have to wait for too long. We've also got our House of Law and Order. This is our sheriff's office. Our sheriff is dead. I'm sorry, it's still pretty recent. He was one of our founding members, and such a sweet soul, truly. Not to worry, though, I've got the best of the best helping me find a suitable replacement for our beloved peacekeeper, as well as a mayor. Until then, though, I'm afraid that the show must go on. One of the biggest things that we are going to be doing in today's episode is construction and expansion. We are going to be annexing some land just on the outskirts of our town, and that way we can expand our town, our business, and other constructions out into these new areas. Is it really annexation if we already own the entire region? Probably not, but I don't know, it's a nice word, I think. With our much smaller expansion here beginning on the western side of our town, we are going to be building ourselves our very own general store. Yes, indeed, every wild western town worth its salt has a good general store, and Rattlesnake Ranch could be no different, I'm afraid. Rather small and a bit tight on the inside and cramped, I'll admit, although I think it can house exactly what we plan on selling here with ease. For you see, our general store is owned by the coal company, and thus is more like a company store than a general store, and so the products that we plan on selling here are going to be fitting for that, I'd say. Now, most company stores would sell just about anything from food to a horse-drawn wagon, but since we already allow our coal miners to access these types of things for free, we are going to be selling more along the lines of tools, such as pickaxes for people who want to work in the mines, hammers and hose, garden hose, as well as brooms, just about anything, so they can make their lives here in the town a little bit easier. Sweep the steps on their porch, maybe start their own garden, have at it. We'll also be storing and selling our herbal meds here in case folks want to purchase some natural remedies. Just as well, we're also selling chem fuel from the company store, a vital component, might I add, to fueling the lamps of our coal miners while they're deep under millions of tons of stone, extracting the precious black gold that keeps our economy fueled. And just like that, we have yet another fine establishment under our belts and within our bustling little town to be. It is ready to be opened at this time, but I'm going to wait a little bit longer until we get a few more people into the town. That way work priorities kind of even out a bit. We don't want to take people away from coal mining just to run a store. While we're still on the topic of our coal mining, of course, that's all I've been yapping about this entire time, our mining operations under the mountain here have left us with a lot of stone chunks that are now in the way. Since we don't have a mayor's office to go about commissioning a storage facility for all of these stone chunks, the community gathered together as a group and voted on creating one within our coal mines near the entrance. That way it's not all that hard for our stone masons to cut them into blocks. We've also got them stored in some wooden crates. That way they don't add to the hideousness of being inside this dark and damp mine. Out of sight, out of mind. Within our coal mine, we also found this strange mineral, grayish silver in color and very dense. Similar to gold, I'd say, and yet it was nothing of the sort. Blech, must be useless. The longer I stand near it, though, the more I feel like I have a tumor growing inside my heart. That's weird. I'm sure it's nothing. Now then, we finally gotten our rock chunks cleared, stored, and ready for being turned into blocks. However, the most important thing they're moved, which now allows us the room to go about building more municipal buildings within this area, such as a mayor's office / town hall. I decided to build it here since the sheriff's office is just across the street, and it's not too far from the train station. I like for our new members to get a feeling of law and order. It's quite important to us. Wait a minute, across the street? Street. Oh yeah, those might be important at some point. But first, before we go about building anything, we need to take care of our townsfolk. Many of them are beginning to have mental breaks. Seems that their initial optimism has worn off. Understandable by this point. Many of them were present when the sheriff got gunned down by Pinkertons. I'm sure that's still taking quite a toll on their minds. I will say though that a lot of these reasons for them snapping seem self-inflicted, being in the darkness, sunlight sensitivity, but others do seem like issues that we could help them with, like this searing heat, as well as our townsfolk and coal miners having horrible housing. We've gotten to the point now, our coal miners and townsfolk have been taking good care of us and our community. It's time that we take care of them, damn it. Fixing up their bedrooms and their homes with much better furniture, much more beautiful furniture as well, might I add, as well as flooring and other things, is significantly going to boost their moods. We would go from a mediocre, impoverished, cramped, pretty, clean place to a mediocre, somewhat poor, cramped, beautiful, clean place. Yeah, I know, the rooms are still mediocre, which only gives us a 1-point mood boost, so no change. However, we get a new beautiful environment buff and a spacious interior buff, which is going to help us out a lot, I think, when they're in their rooms. Wait, spacious interior? Well, I have no idea, but I won't look a gifted pony in the arse. Perhaps the best addition of all, though, is the passive coolers that we've added to the rooms. No more sweating and sleeping in the heat. We've also made some wooden vents, allowing the cool temperature to pass through all the rooms with ease. Modern engineering at its finest. We would end up copying this exact design to our other company housing for all of our townsfolk who are working in the mines as well, making their rooms on the same level as the others that I just showed you. This should easily help everybody combat their depression. But adding on to that, we're also gonna start celebrating some birthdays, wedding anniversaries, anything and everything that we can throw a party for realistically. I mean, my God, they slave over the mines for hours on end daily, and yet we're not throwing them birthday parties? Hardly seems fair if you ask me. Funny enough, literally within about a day or so after setting these up, we already started celebrating Smarty's birthday. She was the first of many, I'm sure. This party would make everyone much, much happier, and now that everyone's no longer very severely depressed, we can start working on that town hall / mayor's office that we were discussing before. Nothing too fancy. As always, we are going for the frontier town design, not some bustling big city way up out wherever the hell, okay? Everything's built out of wood, which is fine, but we would also end up adding many a different thing in, like rugs, so on and so forth, to kind of help break up that brown wooden color that everything has because of the materials used to create it. I think we could use a few more popping colors here and there, but this municipal building isn't exactly all for show. It's more of just a building with a purpose, of course. The main part of the building here, of course, is the most important. As you can see, we have an area where the mayor can go about giving their speeches, where they don't have to worry about the heat of the outside searing sun of the desert. We also have a small meeting place with a table and chairs for perhaps a city council. We also have the personal study of the mayor themselves, or whichever pencil-pushing bureaucrat the mayor decides to keep in their company. Last of all, we have the personal chambers of the mayor, perhaps one of the nicest bedrooms in the entire town, with a fine quilted bed. Oh my, oh my. Whichever of our townsfolk you fine people have elected as the mayor will be tickled plum pink. But before I show you the results of our election, I think it's time that we annex a little bit more land in the northwestern part of our town, just above our yet-to-be-named hotel and our Burning Throat saloon. We're just going to be building our walls and defenses here as we had a little bit to the southern area previously, expanding them a little bit further, and then encompassing all of this land within our influence as well as our protection, of course. And this would give us a lot more land to work with when building our town now. I was racking my brain thinking of what type of building or business we could use in the town at this point, and I thought to myself, we were talking about how the stonemasons have been cutting up stone, and yet we don't even have a masonry. So that is exactly what we ended up building here. A nice place for us to store our chunks, that way they can be cut much faster and easier, using the other storage facility we built within the mine as a bit of an overflow place, if you will, and we'll also be storing our blocks here for future use. Now, you may not think that stone would be all that important given that we always build everything out of wood. However, on the contrary, stone is the perfect material for building our future streets. To become a thriving city here in the West someday, we'll need streets that do not sink up in the mud and sand as wooden boards do, so we'll be getting a head start on a stone stockpile right away. Now that that's concluded, it would seem that our dear Nellie is calling everyone to the newly formed mayor's office for their first town hall meeting, as well as the results of our election. All right, everyone, settle down. Today we'll be announcing the winners of the election for the office of sheriff and, most importantly, the office of mayor. You've all made your voices heard. You've made your concerns a priority to be told to us, as well as your opinions, which I very much appreciate. I can't stress how much I appreciate it, truly. And with all this in mind, we've made a decision. The offices of sheriff and mayor will go to Isla and Armando, respectively. Alright, you two, the people have spoken, so I suppose a congratulations is in order. I'd like to once again thank you all for your opinions and for helping us make this choice, of course, and I hope that your civil servants live up to your expectations. Since Armando is the new mayor, I suppose I'll be taking on him as my persona as the narrator. It's just kind of my thing. Now, after hearing many of your opinions, one thing is clear. Well, actually, two things are clear. You guys want Isla and Armando in these two elected positions, but you also seek revenge, just as we do. And that's exactly why my first act as mayor is tasking and charging our new sheriff with bringing the criminal Pinkerton known as Melees to justice. I don't care if it's a bullet in the back out on the open range or at the end of a rope here in town. Justice must be served and our revenge granted. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Now then, the Pinkertons are quite the lucrative little operation of murderers who often take the law into their own hands, as we well know. So we're not only just going to need men and rifles to fight back, we're going to need money. By this point, I doubt I have to explain it, but the way that we make the most money is by selling several thousand tons of coal. Now that Armando has been elected as mayor, Golf will be promoted permanently from occasionally engineering the Black Lung and being its hired muscle to a permanent position as its conductor. Not to worry, as we've still packed quite a few of our miners equipped with the finest pistols and rifles and shotguns that we have to protect it on its long voyage of traveling and trading to some of the nearby settlements, none of which had any workers that were looking to be employed at Rattlesnake Ranch, I'm afraid, but they did have a beautiful tiny little pug who I think would be a great consolation. We made around about 20,000 or so silver. That should be just enough money for us to really kickstart this little fight against the Pinkertons, truly with some good weapons and armor, I'd say. Now we just have to find somebody with those things. But as I mentioned, silver wasn't the only thing we acquired. Our beautiful little lady pug here is now going to be named Pumpkin. Aww. This wonderful name suggestion comes from our good friend LED Fighter 5712 for the first dog of Rattlesnake Ranch. Wishing all the best to you and your mother, my friend. Now, Pumpkin here ain't gonna be no working dog like a German Shepherd or a Labrador Retriever out in our fields, keeping our chickens at bay, that sort of thing. She is actually going to be the mayor's pet. Think of it as a welcome to your new home gift, that type of thing. Speaking of, oh Isla, it would seem that you've already found your way in the sheriff's office. I hope everything's to your liking. Oh, well, already got your own coat, huh? Well, now, not only do you have the experience, but you also look the part. That badge fits your coat as well as it ever did his. Wear it with confidence, dear friend. He's looking down on us with pride. I just know it. Speaking of the new sheriff's attire, this kinda helps me get on to my next point here. She is wearing a steel bulletproof waistcoat. Now, if I could help it, I'd like to have everyone wearing plasteel waistcoats. But to begin, I think I'd like to have Isla the sheriff wearing one at least. They're much stronger, more durable, and much less likely to allow a bandit or Pinkerton's bullet to fly into our heart. Resources are not an issue. As a matter of fact, we have an overabundance of plasteel. We could probably make quite a few of these bulletproof waistcoats out of plasteel. However, the issue is that we don't have any townsperson who is capable of actually crafting them, as we no longer have anyone with a crafting above 6. The issue is, whenever it came to crafting above a level of 6, our old sheriff was the one who would always do it. We really miss you, buddy. Unfortunately, this also means that we have never been further than making Isla her legendary bear pelt attire than we are right now, which also really sucks ass. Oh, excuse me, what's going on here? A raid from the tribe of Abrunio? Somehow I doubt it, seeing how we fought side by side with him last episode. Although, that being said, we do have a large group of tribespeople just outside our lands. Unusual. A good few of them also appear to have taken a page from the more destructive parts of our culture. Regardless, though, none of this makes sense. We're good at friends, I would even say allies with the tribe of Abrunio. What's going on here? Ah, I see. This appears to be some sort of splinter faction. The Free Tribe of Abrunio, not just the tribe itself. Highly unusual, but I think they've already made up their minds. Well, with the enemy at our door, I suppose this is the perfect time to tell you that I have recently made Faye here my deputy. I was saving it for a surprise, but when we have to go fight, I might as well let you know. I guess just in case something were to happen to either one of us. Something else that I should mention, other than the fact we have a shitload of chickens that we've been killing and eating because they keep giving birth. Oh, they're assaulting, they're coming to kill us. So here, where we had our battle previously with some of the Pinkertons, we actually ended up bricking this up, a little brick and mortar, walling it off. That way enemies cannot come through that area anymore, and because of that they also can't come through anywhere through here. They're stuck in this area, but that would have caused them to start mining to get to the town, which would not have been good. We want them coming through a way that we can kind of handle. Now luckily I have already had the foresight to mine out a small little tunnel for any enemies that might want to try to kill us, and so this is where they're going to be coming from, or coming through, I should say. The problem with that is I don't have a lot of traps up here, which, I mean, it's not that big of a problem, but we have 4 traps up here in the tunnel, and we have 20 tribespeople coming to kill us. Alright, we have a lot of them, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. We're going to be taking cover here behind our embrasures, though, which should give us a lot of cover, and I'm actually gonna set a lot of people up. We haven't made any grape shot rounds for the cannons, dang it. We definitely need to do that. But we are going to be setting people up with their shotguns. Let's see. We'll get the mayor ready. We'll get Gal here. Anybody with a pistol like Fleeb and Lara, I'm going to put on, you know what, actually, shit on the cannons. Those are going to be basically useless. But I might put Lara on one. I'll have Fleeb on the Gatling cannon. That's going to help us out a lot. And we're going to start bringing people with shotguns and rifles to the embrasures to assist us in this combat. I'm hoping this goes well. Slick is making her way up here as well as the sheriff and Faye, her deputy. I've got Nellie hiding in the hotel, of course, since she's incapable of violence. We don't want her getting hurt. Here we go. I don't think we've taken down any. Oh, there goes the first tribesperson. All 4 traps. Took down 1 person. Here we go. An absolute bloodbath already. Oh my god. Okay, let's pause for a second. Good God. We're massacring the enemy forces. But Nestor has already taken a... Oh, Nestor. Oh my God. They shot Nestor's jaw off. Oh, good Lord. Bring Nestor back immediately. Immediately. What's the range looking like? I'm going to put Jane in. Nestor out, Jane in. Okay, thank God they are fleeing. Oh no. Oh, good God. Jane! I didn't even notice. Oh my God, Jane! Oh, what happened? Oh, it was that last tribes person. Jeez. That's the same one that shot off. Let me show you. I can't pronounce words. Kenyoaxada, I suppose, shot off Nestor's jaw. Oh my God, and shot off Jane's head. Oh man, what was the shooting skill on that person? Oh, God, Jane, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. The sheriff and Faye just now got here along with Lloyd. Everybody else, other than Nestor, and obviously Jane, are fine, but, phew, I don't even know what to say. Oh my good God, that was insane. Absolutely insane. Poor Jane. Poor Jane. That's crazy. All right. Let's simmer down. Let's try to figure this out. So we're gonna let everybody kind of go about their days. I don't need any mental breaks. We're gonna get Nestor tended to, and poor Jane, we will bury her very shortly. We've got our gates open. I'm gonna actually take a look here. What we're looking at. We have a tribesperson named Orange. Pretty okay at everything all around. We have Kangaroo, who is a good melee combat. Good shooter, too, actually. A bit of a slowpoke, but perhaps... Let's see. Let's get our doctors. I'm going to bring up Nellie and Laura to come and tend to them. Let's bring up the sheriff, too, because she also has a really good doctoring skill. Who we working with? We've got Purple, great at mining, just what we need. Melee. We've also got Gaz Catizero. I'm so sorry about pronouncing. That is a good crafting skill. Nothing else. Maybe a burning passion for intellectual. Oh, construction, actually, yeah, too. But that crafting? 15? That is just what we've been looking for. Not much of a fighter, but we could teach you. A greedy, pessimistic body purist. I accept. We do now also have access to just a lot of different weaponry here. We've got quite a few different... oh, that person died. We've got quite a few different types of rifles and what have you that might be interesting. There we go. We've also got a bit of food, some ammunition. I think we'll go ahead and haul every bit of it urgently. We've taken our prisoners as well, by the way. They should be headed, yes, indeed. They are headed down to the sheriff's office, to the jail, where Faye's gonna book them and maybe beat them for their crimes. Haha. Just kidding about that last part, maybe. But now we have the task of burying our poor, sweet Jane. I really didn't think we were going to lose people again so soon. My God. Yeah, I didn't think we were going to lose somebody else so soon. Absolutely crazy. So sad, my God. Jane has been with us for quite some time. I think that would be cause enough, I guess, to give her, too, the same as the sheriff, a proper sarcophagus burial. Right? Or at least in my opinion. So we'll build her a sandstone sarcophagus. Oh, it's awful. It really is. It's so sad. It really is. We'll also go ahead and build her a proper gravestone out of sandstone, as well as a little border for her grave. Yeah, just so terrible, though. I genuinely, if I could be honest with you, I was not expecting... Laura's having a tantrum. That's okay. After all that, I don't blame her. People are going to start having mental breaks again. Doesn't matter how many parties we throw or, stuff like that, how nice their rooms are. They're going to be upset at the fact that their friend is dead. And quite frankly, I'm upset as well. I don't know if there's some type of civil war going on with this tribe or what, but I do know we've already picked a side, and we are going to continue picking that side and standing with them and fighting their enemies. Anyhow, though, with Jane, I gotta say, I want to defend myself here a bit. I wasn't moving anyone away from the embrasures. That was really just because it seemed like I would need to. Everyone was doing fine. I didn't see any need to move her away from the embrasures, nor anyone else, because we were winning, right? We were winning. Absolutely horrible. As I look at our defenses now, too, by the way, I realize that I didn't put in a door up this way. Perhaps one right here would be good, I think. We'll put a door in, that way we can keep our gates from having to be open and closed constantly all the time. You can keep your filthy drugs, madam, but we will take your herbal medicine. We'll even take your heavy club. All in all, I mean, that was a pretty good defense of the city, I'd say. How many people do we have in total? Well, before we had 14. Now we're down to 13. Yeah, look at this. Everyone's so upset. I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you at all. I am too. We had 14 people against 20, many of them also wielding firearms. I think we done pretty well defending the town. It's just, I mean, a price was paid. A price was paid for our victory, truly. And, I mean, again, I would have moved her out of the way if I had considered that, but I didn't. Nestor, you're about to break. I don't want to bother you. I really don't, buddy. We're going to get the sarcophagus and built here, and we will get... There goes Nestor in a daze. Dang it. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm so sad. Me too, Nestor. Me too. We're going to get her sarcophagus built, though, here in the graveyard next to our poor deceased sheriff, and we'll get her buried. I think it's only appropriate that we allow Nellie to be the one to bury Jane. I'm sure as many of you remember, they were good friends, and they actually came to town together on the train. From Imps Brook, the nearby town a bit to the northeast. And, I mean, they were good friends, from what I gather. They were good friends. Absolutely... I mean, I keep saying absolutely horrible, absolutely terrible. It is. I still can't believe we lost our poor Jane. We'll allow Nellie to bury her, after which time we will also come together as a community to mourn our poor Jane. Our sarcophagus also has some artwork called a lentil. An engraving of the sarcophagus depicts Lloyd Lorspar threatening Jane while Jane attacks him. Lloyd's body is covered in intestines. The head of the injured boxer watches over all. It's the picture referring to Lloyd fighting with Jane on the 2nd of September, 5503. Alright, well, you know, she was a little rough around the edges, you know, she beat the shit out of Lloyd a few times, that's how it was. I don't think I showed either. We have artwork on Dale's coffin. It says Dale with purple. The sarcophagus is engraved with an artwork of James Dell Gilbert, packing supplies for a journey and equipped for survival. 10 blacksmiths watch from a distance. The work represents need. The lower part of the image is depicted by 3 cones. Relates to Dale departing for an adventure on the 1st of Jugas 5503. I am curious, I would be curious to see if that was the... It is definitely. Look, I didn't even realize. I forgot to look at this last episode. He departed on the 1st of Jugas 5503. He died the next day. The 2nd of Jugas 5503. So that was the adventure he went on. And that's what this is depicting. Truly beautiful, isn't it? Honestly. A great sentiment as well. The one for Jane, her being a little rough around the edges. Dale, his being his last departure and journey. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Sad, but beautiful. Let us go ahead and have our funeral. I don't know how well this is going to go. Such a sad sight, seeing the entire community, the entire town coming together for such a grim occasion. But it has to be done, and truthfully, it is the most respectful thing to do for our friend. A lackluster funeral, that's understandable. That's understandable. I get it. I mean, you know, it makes sense. That's okay. Given everything, I mean, we literally just finished fighting with these tribes people up here, so I get it. I do. It's quite alright. I think as long as we at least mourn her, even if things were a bit lackluster, that's fine. Absolutely fine. Sad. We do need to begin working on getting our prisoners recruited, though, which is something I look forward to. They've already begun healing quite quickly, it would seem, as well. I look forward to having them among us, especially the one I'm going to be referring to as Gaz here, who will be able to do our crafting for us. Indeed, though, without our sweet Jane, our hearts are left a bit more hollow than before. Even more so without her and our dearly departed sheriff. I'm afraid that the West has a cruel way of working out who winds up dead and who somehow still gets to carry on. But as we continue mourning our lost friends, we also have a bulk goods trader from the tribe of Abruzzo. Among them are some relatives of our townsfolk, a berserker by the name of Canto, for gosh, the one tribesperson who tried to kill us that has the great crafting skill, and apparently the mother of Nellie. Borba is her name, and she's just as beautiful as she seems to be elegant. Why, Nellie, you never told us you had a mother. Well, I guess everyone has a mother, but you know what I mean. We were unaware of the tribe previously. It's a bit shocking to hear you were already aware of him because your mother is part of it. But then again, I guess you don't really talk much, though. Nevertheless, though, we would end up trading with our allies here, giving them many of our chickens and a few of our donkeys. Out in these parts, livestock is a crucial component for survival, and a little bit of chicken meat can sometimes be the deciding factor between starvation and not starvation. Given that we're allies, we also decided to sell them all the flame, plasteel, and steel arrows that had come from the raid of their Splinter faction counterparts. Perhaps they'll make their way to a Pinkerton's gullet with any luck. Now, admittedly, we didn't make that much money from the trade, but it can place a price on friendship. Plus, it helped us get rid of all those damn baby chickens that were clogging up our field. Either they get sold or turned into desert nuggets. After supplying our allies with plenty of livestock for food and weapons to defend themselves as well as to take on our common enemies, I think it's also time for us to begin working on our town once more. I think it's about high time that this town had a proper place of worship. So we ended up building ourselves something of a temple and or church for whatever religion that our townsfolk deem fit for themselves, of course, as we're quite accepting and tolerant of all differences between our peoples and their ideological and religious beliefs. But more importantly, with all the death that we've been encountering, I think a place of worship is going to be very, very vital. If you guys want to provide some suggestions, perhaps, for the religious beliefs of the majority of our town, feel free to leave that in the comment section down below. Feel free to come up with anything. The more creative, the better, I would say, as I don't want to just do something basic that's akin to real-life Western civilization. This is RimWorld, damn it. Now, with that finished up, we're also going to be putting a lot of those stone blocks that we had been cutting for so many weeks by this point to good use by building ourselves some granite cobblestone streets. We started this little project down by the coal mine entrance and the municipal buildings, and then making our way over to the company store, finally going throughout the rest of the town around our worker housing, our masonry building, our hotel, everywhere and anywhere realistically that we've already built. Not only will everyone much rather prefer to look at these cobbled streets than the filthy dirt, mud, and sand that we were previously walking on, but this should also help us with dragging dirt and sand into our homes and other buildings, and just as well we'll be able to move much faster to any threat around the city with some good cobbled streets. The point I'm trying to get across is that just having these streets like this is much more important than you might initially think. Now then, a few days later, Deputy Faye and I have finally rehabilitated the tribespeople who, not so long ago, were trying to saw our heads off. Now, instead of being folks who want to murder us, they will be contributing members to our society here, living and blending their cultures along with our own in beautiful harmony. And would you look at that, without even having to be asked, they immediately started hauling wood to our passive coolers and to our lamps. They're just the kind of people we need at Rattlesnake Ranch, rough and tough folks with grit willing to work. Finally, too, with an increased population, we can take Nellie away from her crucial work hauling wood to the passive coolers and coal chunks to our storage facilities, and now she can man the register at the company store, as I had mentioned before. I have the utmost faith that we'll be making a decent sum here within no time. Also keep in mind, folks, along with our new company store, we now have many new businesses and buildings that require names. So if you're feeling a bit creative, please try your hand in the comments at providing a wonderful name for any of them. The store, the church, hell, even the masonry. I look forward to seeing your ideas as always. Speaking of, our hotel we built last episode requires a name, which is going to be Dale's Place, provided from our good friend Princess Pizza Bones, seeing how this town truly was Dale's dream, and even though he got to experience it in its infancy, it's only right that we honor him by naming one of these fine establishments after him. We can build signs and provide our business with names this way, though it's more for UI purposes and not really decorative. But With a little bit of editing, we can use our imagination, and I think you get the idea. This is also something that I think I'll start doing for all of our businesses, like our Burning Throat Saloon as well. But the naming and suggestions aren't finished there, because we have a nickname for Faye, with that being Valentine. This suggestion's from our friend the Villain Club 4285. Now, I don't know if you were meaning for us to actually name Faye Nick Valentine. I'm assuming it's just because they look alike, of course, but I liked it so much I decided to provide her with that nickname, so thank you. I like to think that when Faye was a bandit leader, that's probably what the Pinkertons and law enforcement called her, because she offered her foes the kiss of death. That's just my headcanon though. Moving right along though, now thankfully that we have Gauze finally rehabilitated, she can put that amazing crafting skill to good work, first and foremost creating for us and smithing together for us the plasteel bulletproof waistcoat for our sheriff. In comparison to the steel bulletproof waistcoat, the plasteel one actually offers a much higher resistance to blunt and sharp damage. Perfect for turning a bullet to the heart into a cracked sternum. Not perfect, but it is much better than dying. Thanks to Gaz's crafting skill, she would also end up finally creating the legendary bear hide hat. Now, admittedly, given the fact that it's very hot here in our climate of this town, it might seem a little bit impractical, but many Pinkertons are based up north where things get much colder. It'll come in handy, trust me. Plus, it's the perfect trophy. Where we're going to need to bundle up for sure. However, before we go anywhere, we're going to need to find those Pinkertons, and to do that, we're going to need more armor and more people with guns. Big old guns. Looks like our newest members are ready. Now, with our increased fighting force, the Pinkertons had best prepare themselves, because they poked the bear, and the bear is starving. Starving for justice. Howdy, partner. The name's Isla. Sheriff. Isla to you, that is. This here is my deputy, Officer Faye. Don't mind her stare. She can't see all that well in the sun. Say, friend, you haven't seen this woman, have you? Dirty Pinkerton trash. About yay tall? No? Alright then. We'll keep looking for her, and the justice that we deserve. Very well then, I suppose you'll be looking for work, huh? Lucky for you, we just so happen to be expanding our coal mine. Yes, sir, indeed. 4 additional quarry sites are about to be built, damn near doubling our output. Which means we'll be bringing more coal into our storage facilities that will be traded to bring more money into our town, increasing our industry so much more, expanding our city, and making it quite the place for everyone. All this in preparation for the vast expansion of our railroad network pretty soon, where we're going to be connecting with cities far and wide, cities that we can do a lot of trading with. Speaking of which, our field of chemroot has been ignited by some lightning, and I think we're gonna have to start trading to get some more chem fuel. You see, I have some pretty big plans this episode that require a lot of chem fuel. We're going to begin doing some research into explosive crates, whereas previously we have been purchasing explosive crates to help us with building our railroads, blasting through mountains, tunneling through them, that sort of thing. This episode we are going to research and be building our very own, not exactly for railroading though. Since we are looking for the dirty Pinkerton known as Melees, we're also going to need some proper grape shot for our 4-pounder cannons. Whenever we encounter some Pinkerton scum, we want to be ready with explosives and proper munitions. I'd like to reiterate, because I only said it at the beginning of this series, but I've never played with Combat Extended until this series, so I wasn't very familiar with grape shot and what have you, but I think a proper test is in order for it. Oh, alright then. I suppose that worked pretty good. Although it would be better against a group of enemies because it spreads out. An elephant was a good target, I guess. Let's put her out of her misery. Sorry about that, old girl, but at least you'll be on our plate tonight. Grape shot has been acquired, and we are going to continue manufacturing more and more grape shot shells. And as we're doing that, we're also working on the extensive research into the highly explosive crates, which we plan on using as well. These two things together, I think we'll be able to get through any Pinkerton Pinkerton wall or fortification. But the problem right now is we don't know where to find melees, as we're still on the lookout, using our eyes and ears as well as our tribal allies. Though finding the filthy Pinkerton scum is a top priority at the moment, we are sure to keep the rest of the town running as always, serving many a visitor and traveler who is just passing through or even stopping in to contractually work at our mines for a while. With all the folks looking to do a bit of coal mining for themselves, Nelly, as well as the city, was making a decent profit off all the pickaxes and other tools we were selling. Which reminds me, we have a proper name for our company store, with that being Nelly's Necessities. With this wonderful name suggestion coming from our friend the Shelled Bee. So a massive thank you to you as well as everyone who suggested names for the company store. Speaking of the store once more though, the money that we had made selling off many a pickaxe and other tool, we don't have any storage space for it. This is a problem that I think anyone would love to have, not having enough room for all your money, but it is still an issue nonetheless. And how do we plan to remedy this issue? Well, we are going to be building a bank, the City Bank of Rattlesnake Ranch, or just Rattlesnake Ranch Bank, for short, I guess. We're actually going to be mining out a little portion of the mountain here, as I think that that is the best way to secure and keep all of our silver, gold, and jade as safe as possible. We'll be storing all of our funds within some great big wooden crates, as well as 4 steel safes for the most important items like gold that are a bit more rare, as well as any legendary items that we might want to put in there in the very near future perhaps. But I think that these are going to be great as they offer the most in terms of our storage capacity. And so we shouldn't have any more issues, or at least not within the near future, of running out of storage room for all of our money. Which is also wonderful news because we've been mining the absolute shit out of coal and we have a lot in storage ready to be sold, making us even more money, of course. Some time later, we finally finished our extensive research into explosive crates, not your average dynamite, but a compacted box ready to go boom at a moment's notice. A little bit more time after that, we finally had our chem root grown once more, ready to be harvested and immediately used to make these explosive crates. Using up what we just harvested, as well as what little bit we still had in reserve, we ended up making 15 of these large boom crates in total. Sure, we won't be able to fuel our lamps for a little while, but I think it'll be well worth it. Don't you, Deputy? Yep, that's what I was thinking too. Now all we gotta do is find her. Until then, I suppose we could do a bit of trading with our tribal allies. Hell, they might even have the location of this dirty Pinky as well. We would end up sending Nelly to ask about this information, as well as trade negotiations, since her mother is a member of the tribe and she has the highest social skill out of everyone in town. They would end up buying every single coal chunk that we had in storage. Not only would they use it to keep their campfires much hotter than your average wood, but with those campfires they've been smithing some better weaponry, word has it. Just as well, they also like to use it for a mixture for their war paint. We sold them our coal in exchange for a great big beautiful stallion and vast sums of silver. Now look, as much as I love our donkeys, I think a good stallion or two could do us well, especially for the places that we're going. We need a critter that's much faster than a donkey. You never know when you might have to outrun a storm of bullets. Now we can't ride this handsome fella into battle without a proper name, so I've decided to name him Romeo, which is actually a great suggestion from our friend Steel Star Trekking. Originally, it seems this name was meant for our emu, but I like it better for a horse. I think it's much more fitting. I hope that's alright. Now, as we were putting up the stallion and giving him a proper name, Nelly was communicating with the trader's chief here, and apparently they do know the exact location of a Pinkerton outpost to the north, the nearest to us in these lands. If Melee's is gonna be anywhere, it'll be there. Better pack a coat. Looks like it's quite cold up north. We had better pack a lot of food too. Looks like it's going to be quite the journey. Just over about half a month. Well, Deputy, we have quite the mission to undertake, but we won't be going in alone. Along with us, we'll be taking Gow, Slick, Golf, and Fleeb. And together, we're gonna bring that bitch to justice. Though, knowing the location is only about a half of the battle, if that. We still need to load all of our explosives up onto our ox carts and our wagons. Unfortunately, this is not a distance that our train can travel, as we haven't built any tracks that way, or even remotely that close to that area. But that's completely fine, because the more time we take, the more time we have to perform a few necessary medical procedures on some folks like Gao and Slick here. As you might remember, as I don't exactly remember when this was, but Gao had lost his left hand, now replaced by an artificial one, and Slick her left leg, also replaced by an artificial one. Not quite as good as like a Parisian or mechanical ones, but they'll be good enough to get them going again and shooting a bit better. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say they also lost these limbs in the battle against the Pinkertons where we lost our previous sheriff. But I could be wrong, perhaps you guys could help jog my memory. Now, not to worry, since Maylease is a wanted criminal, we'll be deputizing all of those who are coming with us, that way it's completely legal. We just want to make sure we're doing these surgeries, that way our deputies are always fighting at the best of their ability out there too. Missing hands and legs won't do us any justice when, not if, but when we're pinned down by Pinkerton bullets. Initially, I wanted to take our most recent tribal townsfolk who had joined us since they are fierce warriors. However, I think having Gao, Slick, Golf, and the others come for this mission would mean much more to us, and ultimately to Dale. Justice should be blind, but those who deliver it can still have vengeful hearts when issuing the punishment. And with that, my friends, our little squad of vengeful souls are ready to make the long journey to the north. After a brief approval from the mayor, it was time for us to depart. On this journey, not only will we be taking all of the large explosives that we've recently created, but we'll also be taking 2 cannons loaded with grape shot and a Gatling gun. Just as well, we're also going to be riding all of our donkeys, 2 ox carts, and a horse-drawn wagon, as well as our beautiful stallion Romeo. Based on the information provided to us, it seems that this isn't just some type of small base. This is a fortified outpost of the Pinkertons in the northern mountains. I just hope that everything we're taking along with us will be enough. But I suppose we'll be finding out within the next few weeks to come. In the meantime, back home, we are going to continue expanding our industry and, most importantly, improving our town. The first of these improvements is at our butcher shop. No longer will we just be slaughtering our livestock and any wild game that we hunt and storing food here, but now, thanks to our tribal stove, a bit of a rudimentary cooking facility, we're also going to be cooking our meals here and even dining here on occasion. You see, up until this point, yes, this far into the series, we've still been cooking on our open campfires. Now, this is pretty efficient for the most part, of course, although people do tend to prefer to be inside most of the time, so that is why we are now cooking inside. And just as well, this proper oven gives us access to new and different types of food that I think our townsfolk will love. I also noticed that a lot of our newer members are camping out. They're sleeping in tents and things like that, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently, but of course, most people do prefer to have their own bedrooms, as we well know. So we are going to be building some more worker housing, paid for and commissioned by the mining company, of course. Some fairly comfortable beds and decent dwellings are truly the least that we can do for our hearty little coal miners. Speaking of which, the next expansion is going to be to our industrial section under the mountain. We are going to be adding in new areas to build new quarries, further improving our production and increasing it, of course. And while we're in here, we would also find many a vein of steel ore that we would start mining as well to use to our advantage throughout the city and so on and so on. But a few weeks have passed by this point, and as we've been improving the town, it would seem that our little party of heroes is just about to arrive at the Pinkerton fortification. Well, they weren't lying. This place really is well fortified. Even from a distance, we could see all their silhouettes moving around. There are a lot of Pinkertons in there. All right, everyone. zip up. You don't want to catch a cold while you're fighting. As with all grand attacks, ours will be taking place in the dead of night. Or, well, hopefully, we're going to be getting it set up in the dead of night. I'm going to leave our donkeys back here, as I don't want them in the firing line, and just as well we have all our equipment on our wagons, so I think we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and start dropping out some of our explosive crates and our dynamite. I initially was also thinking that we might have the opportunity of going in silently, right? I don't know if that's something we want to do, especially after we've packed all of these explosives. We have 15 large explosive crates, so I mean, we could go silently, but that would make all our prep work kind of boring. But as you can see, these doors would have to be forced open. I don't know if they'd hear us coming through those doors by doing that, but if they did, and they're right here, or worse, they even come to their own Gatling cannons or Gatling guns, we would be in absolute shit shape. So I don't think that's something I'm interested in. However, I am much more interested in putting these near the cannons, or their guns I should say, and blowing them up so that they can't use them. However, along with that, I'm also thinking we set some of these explosives up right against the wall here. We blow a great big hole in the wall, and we absolutely turn them to mush. I think that's what we should do. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll start getting these moved down this way, placed up against this, and then down here, we're also going to set up our cannons with our grape shot. That way, if they start pouring out, which they should, we'll be able to hit them quite easily. We need to do this, though, silently, or at least as silent as possible. That way, they don't come outside and attack us. I think if we stay on this side, we destroy these two Gatling guns, they won't have any more that they can use. I assume they won't move these and come out this way because they'll be in too much of a panic. And if that is indeed the case, we'll be a-okay. But now with some of these here, I'm going to start placing more here, and with these explosives in this area, we'll be able to blow them up, and as they, come on Slick, be careful there, getting a little too close, as they funnel out, we'll be able to detonate our own explosives, hopefully killing a lot of them. That's the idea. That's the idea. I don't want to use the explosives though if they're going to blow all of them up at once, you know what I mean? I'm kind of nervous about that. I don't want that happening, because that would kind of ruin our plans. We've got a lot of explosives up here, plenty for us to use. So, I think we've almost got enough of them set up. We have to make sure that we stay very far away, too, when this happens. Otherwise, it's going to be very bad. It's going to take some time to cut. Let's also get our own Gatling turret here. Where do we want to do this? There's not a lot of cover. I guess, I don't know. Maybe right behind this tree? And we should also have our cannons somewhere. All right, we'll move our cannons up this way along with the Gatling turret, and we're also going to put a great big stockpile right here for our grape shot. Perfect, 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 perfect. Let's get that hauled. We have Molotov cocktails. I'm gonna start giving everybody a little bit of dynamite. Yes, equip the dynamite, at least a piece or two. We want to have a little bit at the very least. They still haven't the slightest clue that we're here, and we need to continue keeping it that way. We're doing pretty good so far. I'm just extremely nervous they're going to find us. Do we see, by the way? I don't know if Maylee's is here. The information we got from our tribal allies did state that they thought she was here, but I'm not seeing her. If not, we will find her, but I don't see her just yet. Are we ready? We almost have all our explosives in place. I think we're basically ready. Let's get Gao over here. I'm gonna put Slick on the cannon with the grape shot. I'll put Fleeb on the Gatling gun. It is now morning time, by the way. Our preparations for the attack have taken all night, but I think it is going to be well worth it. The snow is starting to clear up a bit too, I noticed, so that's going to be great for us being able to see them. Let's get this party started. Okay, we've got Isla and Valentine in position with dynamite. I'm gonna go ahead and set them to throw a stick of dynamite each, and immediately we're going to pull them back. Let's hope that that's going to be enough to blow these walls. I don't know if it will be. Oh, Christ. Well, apparently that wasn't enough, but we got pretty close. I'm gonna say they know we're here now, but thankfully we did end up destroying their Gatling guns, so they shouldn't be able to use those against us. Although that does also mean now they're not going to rush out to fight us, as they are going to try to stay within their walls, away from our explosives. And I think we're now going to have to come into them. Okay, right? Okay, whatever. That's fine. Let's get the cannons put back into position before they change their mind and actually start coming this way, as well as the Gatling gun. We might have to bring these inside. I don't know yet. I will put our grape shot back down here. Damn it. I was really hoping that that would work on first try, but oh, second time's the charm, as they say. Okay. No, we don't want that right next to us. Man the cannons. And before you man the Gatling gun, let's go ahead and get slick. Oh, shit. Here they come. Great. Oh, shit. We should have known. Okay, I'm still going to hit the... Damn it. No. They're already coming out. Slick. Man the Gatling gun. We're gonna start killing them. I'm gonna have one of you hold fire. We don't need that much coming. Okay. Open fire. So it looks like they are being a little bit brave. Some of them, it would seem, are coming out to fight us. Oh, even more. Let's chuck dynamite if we can. Hurry up. Valentine is going to chuck dynamite at the wall. We're killing a few of them. I hope that... Yeah, alright. We lit the dynamite. The wall is about to go. Goodbye, little Pinkertons. Oh my god. Open fire. We just barely put some holes through that. Oh, that was a good shot with the cannon. Oh god. Alright, they're taking cover though. We are completely out of ammo for our Gatling gun, so we need to move. Perhaps this way a bit. Move Gal. Everybody start moving. Slick, move along with them. I'm going to toss some dynamite with Valentine right there. Adios, dogs. Adios, everyone. Let me prep for these dogs coming out on us. Oh, that's a sick thing to laugh about, but we got their asses pretty good. Melees! So good to see you, Melees. Oh, ever so good to see you. All right, here we go. Oh, Melees. I'm actually... Well, hold on. Let's wait just a second here. I'm going to grab Melees, but I want to blast some more of these bastards first. Reload. Careful. Alright, open fire. Yep. Alright, now while they're down, capture, Melees. You don't have to leave the area, but grab her ass and get out of here. I'm actually gonna have Gal start forcing these doors open, and we're gonna try to come in from the side and flank them as well, I think. I don't think we've been loading the proper grape shot into the one cannon. That's alright though, everyone's fine. Golf has been hit. Oh, he's got a bruise on his torso. Thank God for those bulletproof vests. Hello there. Oh my god, okay. How many Pinkertons are left? Looks like we've got probably about 7 of them still on their feet. Come on, Gal, burst open the damn door, brother. Come on. Valentine finally has Melees here. We're gonna start tending to her. I don't want her dying out here. No, we want her to be taken back where we can actually... We have a shit medical skill, though. She's gonna die in 5 hours. We'll come down here ourselves, and Valentine can actually swap us out. We want to ensure that Melees does not die here during the battle, as she must come back to Rattlesnake Ranch to face justice. It looks like many of the Pinkertons have passed out due to exhaustion. Oh, a grim battle indeed. We should be quite careful though, as this could still be some type of Trojan horse. Before we just start blindly opening fire on them, don't fire yet. We've got Gal with his dynamite. What if we just toss a little something right here? And we'll throw another one right there. Oh, okay. I think, Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, I shouldn't have brought him out in the open to blow Marco up. Oh, Gal, we got a little too rambunctious. there. Oh, Gal, you... I'm sorry, gal. Good heavens. Alright, prep yourselves, prep yourselves. Oh, we must continue fighting. Even with Gao dead, there's no time to mourn, obviously. Okay, alright, here we go. Whew, a little dynamite to solve that problem. Everyone reload. There's more of them coming. Here we go. Blast them. Blast them. We led them straight into a slaughter. Oh, there you went. Okay, it looks like we've probably finished them all off. I'm gonna start going into these buildings. Yes. Let's go ahead and start exploring, though, as we take care of the last of the Pinkertons. Oh, that's a shame. That's even more of a shame. We've got inside here... Oh, one of them is asleep in their bed. Oh, not anymore, they're not. Okay. There we go. Ow. Let's finish the job. They don't really have much of anything around here, though. Some beds. They have some food we could take back with us. Of course we can take Melee's. I'll also take this mounted elk head, I think. What? Oh. Oh, no. The poor tribes people of Abruzzo. Awful. These Pinkertons are awful. Dirty outpost. We'll burn it to the ground before we leave. It looks like Melee's is ready to go back home to face the justice of the Free State of Dale. And with that, my friends, it is time that we end this little excursion. Our poor Gao. I still feel awful about that, but in the heat of a fight like that, it's so hard not to have some type of casualty, though I will take the blame for it, truly I will. I do think it was avoidable, and that's my fault. I'm sorry, old friend, really I am. But I suppose at least you know that we are getting justice for our poor sweet Dale. And we'll be getting it for you as well. Till we meet again, my friend. Let us burn all of this shit down. And let us be done with these Pinkertons. I kind of forgot about the food in here. I better get that first. But we're gonna start a great big bonfire. And we are going to be heading all the way back home. And so begins our long journey back towards the south and ultimately back to Rattlesnake Ranch, where our townsfolk and coal miners were working hard day in and day out, completely oblivious to the heroics just performed by the sheriff and her deputies. However, everything wasn't peaches and cream for long. It would seem that we have a raid from the splinter faction of our allies at the Free Tribe of Abruzzo. One of their members, Archer Banzo, just so happened to be the aunt of our coal miner Smarty. However, before we could even begin attempting to prep for the attack, it would seem that there's something of a tribal civil war happening. Because as the raid was coming for us, we also ended up getting a war merchant from the main loyalist of their tribe. Needless to say, these two groups of tribespeople were none too happy to find one another here, and a great big tide of crimson blood began to flow across the outskirts of our region. With what seems to be a defeat of our allies, our enemies were continuing to come to our fortified walls, where we would quickly man our cannons and fire through our embrasures, finishing off what was left of them, causing them to flee like the cowards that they were. This was a very grotesque display of brutality between the two factions. Unfortunately, many of our allies were injured. We would rush out and begin tending to a few folks that we had planned on taking prisoner, but of course we would also use a lot of our coal miners, even those with very poor medical skills, to begin tending to our allies so that we might attempt to rescue them and maybe keep them alive. It's a long shot, but it's worth trying. As we waited through the aftermath of the chaos of warfare, one thing was for sure. This war was coming to our doorstep. This may not be our war, but we will have to fight. By this point, we had rescued many an ally and brought them into our homes, giving them our own beds and attempting to tend to them before they bled to death in them. Some had already not made it, and for others that were no longer bleeding, I suppose we'll have to see if infection takes them. We had also managed to capture Wasp and Alligator, a couple of the enemy tribespeople with decent skills who might be able to be reformed into good and honest citizens of Rattlesnake Ranch. Only time will tell. But alas, I'm afraid their friend and Smarty's aunt wouldn't make it. Banzo was shot clean through the gullet. The death was swift and humane, Smarty. I'm sorry for your loss, but at least you know she didn't suffer. Now, given the fact that Banzo here was Smarty's aunt, of course we would allow her to bury her aunt in our very own graveyard next to some of the Pinkertons that had accompanied Melis originally. We're not monsters after all. But as our people are recuperating emotionally and physically from the fight, and our sheriff and her deputies are making their way back home, perhaps I could interest you in some wonderful artwork by, you know 'em, you love 'em, King. Now, I meant to show these off last episode, but unfortunately, I kind of sort of forgot, so better late than never, I apologize. First up here, we actually have something of what I'd consider a memorial to Dale after his passing, with him brandishing his little hat, and it's the most precious thing I've ever seen, and I think it really kind of encompasses Dale's personality. Truthfully, at least in my opinion, I always saw Dale as more of the old-timer with more of a gentle, laid-back nature, for a sheriff at least. Maybe that's just my perception, but that's kind of how I always saw him. And up next here, we also have the fight between Isla and Slick after she and Dale broke up and had a bit of a spat, and she started insulting Isla, and Isla beat the absolute shit out of her, as we know. Again, a massive thank you to King as always for bringing our characters to life through your artwork and allowing me to share them with our wonderful community. Be sure to check out King on Twitter at KinTheKingArt, and they also have commissions open, I believe, at this time, and you can always go to them for all your art needs. And of course, if you'd like to send me any fan art like this to be featured in videos, feel free to email me. It's in my YouTube bio, I think, or you can just DM me on Twitter. Now then, it would seem that our heroic sheriff and her heroic deputies have finally returned home. Though it was clear watching them from our fortified walls that not everyone had made it out alive. As they brought the wagons back inside, slamming the gates behind them and beginning to unload them, a sickening disdain was felt amongst everyone against Melis, but an open wound for our poor Gow, a true hero who had set out with us to avenge his close friend. The first two founding members, he and Dale, now lie together. Rest well, our friends. You've earned it. Finally, you are at peace. After being buried, Gow was then given a proper funeral at which the mayor himself would say some kind words, and we would all gather around. It all turned out to be quite heartwarming. Later on into the evening, continuing our mourning, but also something of a celebration of life, and also a celebration of capturing Melis the criminal, we all went to the church to have a bit of a gathering. Our church, which we will be naming Our Lady of Fortitude Church, after a great suggestion from our friend Princess Pizza Bones. This name for the church is actually in dedication to our poor sweet Jane, who we lost last episode in a skirmish against the tribespeople. We would also be sure to add this name onto the signs, that way everyone knows the actual name of the church, of course. We also have a good suggestion from our friend Dark Creeper 675, who was saying that maybe rattlesnakes could be our town's ideological symbol of change. And I like that, and I like having that featured on the church doors. Perhaps the idea being that once you come into our community and you form over to our ideology, you're changed, right? Like a snake shedding its skin, you are reborn. And now that we have a functioning ideology, we can actually start giving people proper roles that will play a part in combat, like Isla getting the role of sheriff. Armando already has the role as leader, but we've swapped that over to mayor as well. Huge thanks to the Gentleman 8 for this suggestion. Last but not least, we also have a name for our masonry building from our friend Crazy JK87, with that being a chip off the old block. A play on, but also basically a literal description of how we're obtaining these stone chunks and turning them into blocks. And of course, once again, we would put this on the appropriate signs. Now that we've gotten things a bit tidied up around the town and everybody's feeling a little bit better, I suppose the only question now is, what do we do with Melis? I think we already know. Howdy, partner. The name is Isla, Sheriff Isla, though I'm guessing you probably already knew that. Myself and my deputy, Faye Valentine, are the local law enforcing officers of this here city, Rattlesnake Ranch. A grand city on the rise with a booming coal mining industry, as well as a plethora of other businesses that I could go into detail about, but I don't think I will. I'll just let you find them for yourself. Though I will remind you this here is a civilized city. No shooting, rootin', or tootin' after dark, friend. Now it's best that you be on your way. Mosey on through and find yourself something to wet your whistle at our Burning Throat Saloon. I gotta speak to the mayor about a potential guarding mission being the muscle as we continue to expand our railroad empire. Yes indeed, friends, you heard me right. Today we are going to be finishing up and making a massive expansion and addition to our railroad track and system, as well as basically just our trading overall. Yes indeed, we got a lot of work to do, but first we have a few loose ends to tie up. Howdy, Mayor. I assume all the paperwork is in order? Hot damn. Alrighty then, friends. Today we see Rattlesnake Ranch's first public execution. Maylise the Dirty Pinkerton has been found guilty by a jury of her peers for the following: capital murder, aggravated assault, and inciting an insurrection. And today, she shall face justice. May the guilty come forward. Maylise the Pinkerton, have you to say anything for your last words?
Please.
Yep, I didn't think so. You sure as shit didn't give our sheriff any last words, you dirty bitch. Hope you've made peace with your god. You are about to meet him. Deputy, if you'll do the honors. Well, looks like she's already making friends in the afterlife. Everybody seems to be pretty appeased with the public execution. It's a shame that you have to hang dirty bastards, but dirty bastards you have to hang. And with that, justice has been served. Not at the end of a pistol, but at the end of a hangman's noose. I told you we were civilized around here. Most of the time, we would end up, burying somebody like this who is somewhat significant, I guess, but for Maylise, well, the coyotes gotta eat too, you know what I mean? You could say that we still hold a little bit of hate in our hearts for her, but nobody wants her buried in our graveyard. Not next to our friends. Not after what she's done. I think our old sheriff and our other friends are resting a bit easier now with her firmly in the dirt. Or in a coyote's belly. Now then, that being said, Waldo here was convinced by Maylise and the other Pinkertons to try and defend themselves, of course, and to do some of their dastardly deeds. He wasn't exactly the main cause of this or the catalyst, so I think we might actually try to redeem him. If and when he ends up joining us, he can even have his old pal Maylise's hat, which means nothing to us, but maybe it'll mean something to him. Now that the filthy criminal Pinkerton has been firmly placed in the ground, as I mentioned, I think our coal miners can finally focus on expanding our industry as well as stockpiling coal for our upcoming trading. Speaking of which, this is also a good time for us to expand that railroad network. Golf, our conductor, will leave immediately with our party of Phlebe, Lloyd, and Slick. Together, they should be able to build the new tracks without crippling our coal industry with their absence. Initially, we would travel south to Bandit's tar pit, but then I realized having to have the railroad go completely through this town might not be for the best, as if we have any ill relations with him in the future, it could put us at a disadvantage. So we traveled a bit to the northeast, and we started building our rail network out to our tribal allies' village. Known as Reir, I believe is how you pronounce it, now completely linked up with our railroad network, giving us ease of access to trade with not one, but two of our trading partners and allies, of course. Needless to say, but I'll say it anyway, this isn't just for us. This is also going to be very mutually beneficial for all parties involved, but especially the tribe of Abruyo, as we won't just be trading coal to them, we might even be able to trade them things like food or weapons, as they are constantly in conflict with their own splinter faction. However, since we do have a massive stockpile of coal accumulating back home in the city, we would end up running back, loading it onto our train, and then running it over to Reir to do a bit of selling, at which point we made over 12 1,000 silver. But that was the easy part. Now comes the most difficult stretch of railroad that we have ever built, and also the longest stretch, as you can well see. You see, our old trading partners, the other settlers back up to the northeast, I believe they're known as the Grey Cove settlements, wouldn't you know it, they too are eager to purchase some of our coal. But our railroad doesn't exactly go through the Glow Forest, and our trains can't swim across rivers. So we are going to be undertaking an incredible construction project with this stretch of rail line. Don't worry though, I won't bore you to death making you sit here and watch this tedious, boring construction project. Besides, we got a lot going on back at the city. We have finally recruited Waldo, Wasp, and Alligator, all three with their corresponding skills that I think are going to do the city very well. It was damn near immediately that they had already begun making themselves useful, collecting the fees paid by our guests at the hotel, entertaining travelers and visitors over at our Burning Throat Saloon, encouraging them to try our fine brandies, truly incorporating themselves into our community and society. Now, as they're getting better acquainted around town with our other coal mining folk, I noticed we have a small little population of rattlesnakes slithering around in the sands just outside of town. We could put these angry little noodles to use. Thankfully, Washash has an incredible animal skill, so perhaps she won't get bit on the hand and then, subsequently lose the hand after failing to tame one of these little monsters. But it's gonna take her some time. In the meantime, I think we should probably go about naming a few more of our businesses. We have our community food storage area and kitchen that isn't exactly a business, but we are going to be naming it Gal's Gallery, which is a great suggestion from our friend Cornbread4802. Now, the reason I decided to name our community kitchen after Gal, of course, in his memory, is because he was the best damn cook in the entire city. He was our second member, if I'm not mistaken, and basically has been our cook ever since he joined us. So I thought it would be fitting. We also have a great name for our bank from our friend Abigail Steinbrecher, with that being the Diamondback Bank. With this name relating to the myth about coal being able to be turned into diamonds under pressure, very fitting with this being a coal mining society and basically a company town, but also, of course, because of our ideology and religious beliefs here within the town about rattlesnakes and how they are a symbol of change and new beginnings. Which is why this name is ever so fitting, and also why we're so interested in taming those rattlesnakes from earlier. Last but not least, from our wonderful audience suggestions, we also have a new holiday, with that being the Battle of Stained Sands. One of the bloodiest conflicts between the tribe of Abruzzo and the splinter faction, the Free Tribe of Abruzzo, happened in our region last episode, and it was horrific. So I think a day of remembrance for our allies lost is the least that we could do. And of course, a huge shout out to our friend Lexi-NC2VL for the holiday suggestion, and our friend Modded Mayhem 69 for the name of the holiday. Now, while we're busy here, we also have a lot of the weapons that we had from that conflict that are just lying out here in the sand, and we've been trying to hold them back. But to be honest, I don't really have much of a use for all these bows and melee weapons, or even all of these guns for that matter. So we need to do something with him. So we're going to be adding a new boxcar specifically for precious cargo onto our secondary locomotive, and we are also going to be naming said locomotive, with that being Dale's Dream. A suggestion from our friend LED Fighter 5712. Now I know what you're thinking, whoa, rad, but this train was supposed to only be for civilians coming back and forth from other towns and cities to Rattlesnake Ranch. I understand, but unfortunately, with our main locomotive out and about going about building new rail lines, we have to improvise and adapt. The precious cargo that we're going to be hauling is all of those weapons that we've been collecting from the previous battle, especially the firearms, as we are going to be arming our allies at the tribe of Abruzzo, giving them an edge over their splinter faction counterparts who still primarily are using bow and arrow as well as slings. We attempted to gift these rifles and pistols and shotguns to them and the ammunition, but they insisted on paying us, so we would accept just over 2,000 silver, but realistically we did it to help them, and we did it for a good relationship. This is also a good way to keep our railroad track in this region safe as well from that splinter faction of the tribespeople, since the main ally here is going to be taking them on, and we won't have to do any of the dirty work. Speaking of which, I'm sure you've already noticed, but we have made significant progress on the expansion of our rail line to the northwest. Not too long from now, it will be completed. Sometime later, and we would end up observing the recently created holiday for the battle we were discussing prior. Nellie would end up holding something of a memorial service to all those lost during the conflict. We also had already tamed a shit ton of rattlesnakes. Although I think we had to shoot one in the head as it almost bit with shush, we ended up having 4 in total by the time it was all said and done, and they are ready for our ideological and religious celebrations. But other than this achievement, not much really happened. We're kind of at the late stage here with our Western civilization out on the frontier, and it's all going really well. We had some man-hunting animals, maybe even a few attacks, I think, from bandits, but nothing too large to even mention or really worth showing, in my opinion. Really all we're waiting on right now is for us to finish up that railroad. Oh! We did it! Now, with our longest stretch of train tracks finished, we have completed our railroad empire. Where most towns and cities survive on one trade partner, Rattlesnake Ranch shall thrive with 4. We've made ourselves the trade capital of the region. We're literally not mining coal fast enough to meet the demand of all these trade partners. It's pretty incredible. Speaking of, we've also made ourselves the sole supplier of coal to all of the connected towns of our rail system within this region. And it is because of that that not only do we have opportunity in terms of trading our coal and things by locomotive, but also this is an easy way for visitors to come here and to spend their money at our businesses, growing our community and our economy further and further, bettering the lives of all who live here. This is cause for celebration. The entire town gathered for a shindig, gathered round campfires, hooting and hollering, dancing all evening long. 'Twas truly a sight to behold. I think I saw the mayor doing the sprinkler, whatever the hell that is. I can't express to you how much it brings joy to my heart, how happy I am to just see how luxurious their lives have truly become. And in a place like this, that is not a common thing. With that, my friends, I think we've achieved and built everything that we had set out to. Our city has become a safe haven for all peoples. We've taken law into our own hands to protect our people from those of unjust nature and unjust justice. Several thriving businesses, a booming coal industry, and a growing populace of damn fine people. Dale's dream, our dream, has finally become a reality. And I couldn't have done it without you. It is no secret that we have lost many a good man and woman along the way, but I know they'd be damn proud of us to see their vision finally put into action, to see everything that we have built, what their sacrifices were truly for. A boat good straighter from our tribal allies. Not sure why they didn't just wait for the next locomotive to show up, but nonetheless we'll be more than tickled to sell you plenty of coal chunks. I see. It would seem they were not just here to purchase goods from us, but to request assistance as well. Apparently, after using the firearms we provided them to push back the splinter faction forces out of their ancestral lands, the enemy forces have now set up one final stronghold, on our railroad tracks no less. Even if we wanted to ignore the politics of our tribal allies, I'm afraid we no longer have a choice. Not that we would ignore their plights anyhow. Very well then, let us deal with this threat together. We had immediately set out in our locomotive to head towards this outpost and also to rendezvous with our allies who will be assisting us with the fight. Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is we have indeed arrived, and it doesn't look like they've destroyed or damaged our rail network just yet, which means we shouldn't have to do any repairs, unless they end up destroying it soon. The bad news is it doesn't look like our tribal allies have arrived just yet. How many of them are are there? I'm counting 35, 34, something like that out in the open, but I bet there's a lot inside these buildings here in the stronghold. They've got a pretty little pond up here. Looks like they've been living off the land, eating some fish. They also have quite a few dogs along with them, though, as well. So that's going to be something we have to keep in mind. They may also attempt to escape on their ox cart, so I don't know. We'll have to make sure we keep a good eye out. But the thing is, they also have their own defenses with, oh, I didn't even notice they have one of those rock boxes. So what this will do is if they activate it, it'll fall or, you know, like throw rocks and they'll fall on our heads. So we don't want to get too close to these defenses. They also have barricades that they can hide behind. So, I'm trying to see. I'm going to pause for a second. We don't want to go up this. They have a bunch of spike traps as well. They've got a whole lot of everything. Walls and barricades all around except for here where they have spike traps. I don't think we would make it through here either, and there's not a lot of cover except in these mountains, but we would just be funneled inside here. And it's very open out this way. Instead, I wonder if we could force them to come to us. I don't know if we can, but I did bring some materials. I've also brought plenty of weapons. So we actually have grape shot shells, we've got Gatling guns, and we've got cannons. I also brought some firearms, but I doubt we'll be needing them. I brought Molotovs too. Let's see, what all did I bring? And we've got wood. So the wood, we've got 460 wood. Let's go ahead and set up our area 1 here. We'll work within this area. I've got quite the crew along with us here. We're going to put them all on area 1, and we're actually going to start building our own barricades. I think this is going to be a good way for us to defend ourselves. Let's do that. I'm going to put in some... Can we build embrasures? We can build embrasures. Maybe we should do embrasures instead of barricades then? They're definitely going to offer more cover. So, embrasures and some walls to protect us. Something like this. And we'll throw some walls in here and here. That way we can hide behind them as well. We'll set that up in our area 1, and I'm going to start getting these Gatling guns placed in here as well as our cannons. So we'll do Gatling guns right next to one another, I think. Okay, we've got another one. I guess we could try to put the Gatling guns. I think we brought... Did we not bring 4? Maybe we only brought 3. I'm not sure. We'll also go ahead and set up our cannons with the grape shot in here too. I think I might have like cannons and Gatling guns in this area, and that way our people can stand in the other area. That will give us an easier way of putting the shells right here where they'll actually be easily accessible to the folks that are using the cannons. Alright, let's see how this goes. A lot of people are exhausted from the train ride. They need to rest. That's fine. They can do that now. Better they get their sleep in before the battle begins, obviously. We have to keep an eye out on the enemies up here. The Splinter Faction tribal people. We don't want them sneaking up on us and us not noticing them, basically. We are getting our embrasures built, though. This is good. And we've got our cannons in place. We have another one here. We'll go ahead and put that over there. And still no signs so far of our tribal allies. But that's okay. I don't know if we can take them out on our own. I will say one thing I did not bring was explosives. After what happened last time with the fort, I was a bit afraid of using them just in case we accidentally blew ourselves up. Now, they were pretty good last time, but we didn't really get to kill anybody with them, right? So, and I didn't expect these folks to have any cannons or anything we'd need to take out with any explosives. So, what do we have? More grape shots. We'll expand the zone. I think that's... No. So we've almost got our preparations ready. Everyone seems to have woken up from their cat naps. And we've just about got the last, I think, cannon? Yes. So we've got, in total, I brought 4 cannons, 4 Gatling guns. We'll have a good bit of people with the pistols, sidearms, stuff like that over here. And then the folks with rifles can be over here. They still haven't noticed us yet, thankfully. It might benefit us to bring one of these weapons up that way to attack them. I don't know, though. We might be better off sending some folks with rifles to the edge of their little village here, their stronghold, and firing at them inside. We'll see, I suppose. Oh, shit. Okay, so they are coming to attack us now. I just waited a minute. I was making sure everybody's, like, reloaded. They're ready to go. They're coming around this way, I think. They might hit their own traps, though, if they're coming this way, although they might be nimble enough to get around them. I wasn't expecting that. And because I wasn't expecting that, we could easily get flanked. Okay. Ever so quickly, let us build more embrasures and start bringing our cannons over this way. Because if not, we might die. Everyone, let me make sure that's in the area. Yes, I was not expecting them to come that way. All right, everyone go, go, go. Quickly, quickly. Oh God, they're coming this way too. Okay, they're not hitting their own traps. I suppose we should have known. Oh, shit. They're going to flank us. They're going to flank us. This is really bad. All right. Start. We've got some people with rifles. Whoever's not on a rifle, please. Man. Oh, I'm so nervous. This is going to be a rough one. I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, anybody without a rifle, please go ahead and jump right in with Gatling guns. Let's see. We'll get Alligator and Gauze over here. Who is... Oh, the sheriff. I'm not on anything. Okay. Are all of these manned? I don't think so. Here we go, though. We are about to start opening fire. Here they come. All right. Oh, God. Ooh. They're getting close. They're getting close. Oh, God, they're getting so close. We're about to take quite the beating here if we're not careful. Oh, God. Oh, God. Let's stop for a second. Oh, Slick is right up against somebody here. Go ahead, Slick. Come on. Help us out. Shush. Oh, God. All right. Everybody's reloading. Everybody needs to start running immediately. Orange. Oh, God. Yeah, try to help out Slick. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man the cannon. Oh, good heavens. Good heavens. Oh, no. Alligator's down. Move, move, move. Everybody move. Oh. All right, dynamite. Dynamite, dynamite. Dynamite up there, go. Oh, no, 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 no. We've dynamited ourselves. Everybody needs to make a strategic retreat immediately back to the train. Oh, God. They're still coming? Oh, we've got friendlies inbound. All right, thank God. The tribe of Abreuos finally arrived. Sister of Golf, granddaughter of Armand. What? Of the mayor? Granddaughter and daughter, son, good God, Armando's entire family's here. Oh, good. And they've brought rifles, too. Perfect, perfect. I couldn't be more glad about seeing some weapons, let me tell you. Okay. Well, now that you're here, we are getting inside the train. ASAP. Come on, kangaroo. This way, kangaroo. Oh, this is going to be a bloodbath. Oh, God. Our people are falling, though. Oh, this is a bloodbath. I need kangaroo inside. Oh, God. Thank God. They've already began pushing them back. This is awful. Oh my God, what just... Wasp! Oh. This is horrific. Oh, good Lord. Okay, well this did not go how I planned for it to at all. I kind of expected our allies to be here much sooner. Alright, we've got people. How many people? We've lost... Poor Wasp. What? I don't even know what happened there. A giant explosion, and it took Wasp. Oh, poor Wasp. Okay. Alligator is down, Orange is down, Washash, Slick, and Golf all down. All right. Come in, start tending to our people, stabilize them ASAP. Who, Orange is the most badly injured, I think. Oh, good Lord, that was so much more chaotic than it still is much more chaotic than I was expecting. Oh my God. All right, we're gonna try to stabilize our people here. I thought this was going to be a triumphant victory, but I don't know. Okay, we've got Orange. Thank you. Start tending to her. We're trying to stabilize our people here with our herbal meds we brought on the train. Okay, let's start tending. Okay, I'm gonna come down and tend to you. Oh, Jesus, this is so hectic. Okay, we're just trying to make sure Slick and the others don't die. Oh, God, and there's still so much fighting going on. Washash, tend to Washash. Yes, this is insanely hectic, but I have to worry about my own people first. This elephant over here is burning to death. What is going on up here? Oh, the tribe of Abreuos is Oh, they're destroying everything, like their defenses. Okay. They've literally came through and they're just destroying everything. They're going to burn it all down. But they've slaughtered the Splinter faction members, it would seem. God, this was a shit. I feel like I should apologize. Oh my, we're kind of lagging too for some reason. I was not expecting this to be as big of a shitstorm as it was. This is a terribly chaotic battle. We have lost our poor Wasp. He wasn't with us for all that long, but he was still a friend. He was becoming a good friend and a good member of the community. I'm hoping that he'll be the only loss. I'm thinking that's going to be the case, as long as no one ends up getting an infection after this. It looks like we've tended everyone pretty well. We've got Golf. I need to tend to Fleep. We've got Slick, Washash. Yes, Alligator. Okay. We need to tend to a few more people, but I think for the most part, let's see. Yeah, I think for the most part we're going to be fine. Oh my god. I'm glad that we helped our allies, although I must say I feel like we were a little underprepared. Even the Pinkertons didn't have a force like this. That was... oh, that was rough. Such chaos. So much chaos. So many corpses, too. But I will say as well that if this is the last triumphant battle taking on the Splinter forces, the faction of the Free Tribe of Abruzzo, and everything's going to be hunky-dory after this, that's okay with me, okay? That's fine as long as this is the last. We're always happy to help our allies. Oh, I was not expecting them to come at us like that. That was insane. Alright, let's start, I forget we have to load him up onto the train. Everyone's okay, though, I think, except for Fleeb, who has fallen. Let us begin tending to Fleeb as well. Washash is fine. Slick needs tended to, and Fleeb. We'll do that right now. Tend to Slick and Fleeb. I think they're going to be fine. Orange is fine. Everyone's just lying on the ground. I think everyone's going to be A-okay. Oh, and once we have the opportunity, we are going to head back home. I'll have to wait until we can reform a caravan to put our injured members on the train. But right now, the perimeter is secure. I think our tribal allies are also going to be heading home as well. Good lord. I'm glad that we're running a coal mining town, a city, because war is not exactly our forte and is not for the faint of heart. After some time, we would finally arrive back home, with many of our members still severely injured. The only one thus far to get any infections was Washash. We would waste absolutely no time using plenty of our medicine to tend to said infection, and after waiting a few hours, I think she's going to be A-okay, as her immunity was easily catching up and thus surpassing the infection itself. After some time, it seems that this was the only infection she would have, or that anyone would have. Thankfully, I don't think we'll be burying any more of our friends. Except for, of course, our poor sweet Wasp. Once again, we hadn't known him for all that long, but he had stood against the people that he had once served with, and truly, that takes more courage than most will ever know. He fought for something bigger than himself, the freedom of his people, the true tribe of Abruzzo, and for Rattlesnake Ranch, and for that, a good funeral and a proper burial is the least that we could do for him. Truly a hero of his people. Well, my friends, I suppose this is where we part ways. Don't worry about your old pal Isla. I'll still be here, keeping the peace. And our city will continue growing, as will our reputation as a frontier settlement like no other. One that takes care of its own, and even some that are not our own, whenever they need a burning shot of tequila, a warm bed, and a sturdy pickaxe. It really has been fun. Thank you for sharing this adventure with me. I'll see you later.